Why can't I send photo? Should I just click on the plus sign? Hmm, let's see. Okay, I couldn't send the photo, but it's what it was talking about. You can't see a boat with your eyes, but you can see it when you zoom it by your camera. That's because camera can clarify when when you use the zoom in, you can clarify the weather factors, uh, anything that that can make you don't see the boat from far there. Actually, when you don't see the boat, but you see it with the camera, that means that the boat doesn't pass the curve yet. You know, if the Earth is round, it has curves. So the boat hasn't passed the curve yet. But after a while, even with any camera, you will not see the boat because it will be shown by be past. It will pass the curve actually. But when you climb up on the mountain, you will see it again because you have ascended to a highest place, higher place. Yeah, but if the boat traveled far more than this in the photo, it will disappear.
Oh, listen, my friend. You're thinking you very clever, man, with your spinning ball and NASA plan. But in the earth, coming with the would stand. अरे बाबा wait zoom कर दिया horizon straight no cover coming fully flat plate the globe भैया now it's too late Indio 007 destroying the globe dreams 24/7 laser beam from 1111 sending curvature back to heaven or a globe while I'm crying softly where is curved hiding from me India smiling very calmly perspective only beta ji Masegarabi crowding ocean spinning faster than emotion but water sitting without commotion hey, where is your rotation gyroscope not even dancing airplane not backwards glancing Glepiari slowly collapsing India 007 enhancing India 007 not so sharp like kitchen churi weapon you bring CGI imagination he brings zoom lens demonstration Are bhai listen carefully Curvature hiding permanently refraction doing magic trickery but in the seen clearly Oh, Roberta, don't you cry. Your ball is falling from the sky. You trusted pictures flying high, but never asked the reason why. NASA on thermal animation, big rocket presentation, but ground level observation giving you frustration. Theodolite on tripod standing across the water, truth expanding 6,000 feet, misunderstanding, globe argument disbanding. Hey, bhaiya, check your calculation, refraction, variation, level devastation to your spinning imagination. India 007 sending globe to early heaven dreams collapsing 1/7 three foot stronger and 11 flat horizon looking steady globe excuses always ready Indy 007 heavy globe logic very spaghetti Indio 007
Here we are. I really don't know how can I speak English. Hell, what?
The horizon, like, oh fuck, I don't know.
See what he's got there, what Jose managed to capture was corpuscular rays going over the top of his head, but then they diverge to a point in the horizon again, which means they're parallel. I was trying to explain to you guys the other day.
Yeah, those are anticorpuscular rays right there.
Yep.
Why did you?
That proves that they're parallel too.
Yeah, dude.
They don't spread
Okay.
out. They're exactly like
Yeah.
a train tracks.
No, they're not.
No, not on this image.
Yes, they are, guys. Come on.
Look, because we know that train
on.
tracks. We know that train tracks never
How
meet. Right?
How are they doing that then? How are they going over his head, diverging from one point, widening, and then diverging back to another point on the horizon on the other
I
side?
know. I'm trying. Yeah, there's a corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays. You know?
They're,
Yeah.
they're parallel.
No, they're not. They're shining from the local source of light, and they're pinpointing down. Just like
Geo,
just like when
wait.
the
That
sun
means
is up.
Geo. That means they're getting skinnier, then fatter, then skinnier.
No. When they're above the clouds, they're spreading out because the local light is above the cloud, so it spreads out. When you're seeing it during a sunset, it's the opposite. So you're seeing the local sun over there setting, and it's pointing to the local sun. All of the anticorpuscular rays, like in Jose's video thumbnail, those are all pointing to the local sun that's right there. Same way corpuscular rays are pointing to the local sun above the cloud. But these are anti, so they're when the sun is setting, and they move just like with the stars. They move the other direction. They rotate the other direction, and they're a mirror image of corpuscular rays.
If I want to draw train tracks over those lines, and they would look like train tracks in the sky.
No, they spread
Yeah,
out from the local light source.
But then the thing is, your train tracks will eventually meet at a point, right? That's the difference between.
How can they when they're parallel lines above you?
I mean, are you trying to say that sun is 93 million miles away and the light rays are coming parallel, but it's looking like that through the sky to us?
It's when them diverging from one point and then going over your head and look like they're going to another point in the horizon, that means they're parallel. There's no other way to explain that.
Which video are you talking about? The Southern Stars rotation or the corpuscular rays of flat Earth?
No, Jose's video there. Those last photos I posted, that's what you're seeing pretty much. It gives you a point of reference, sort of. Straight lines, parallel lines, looking like they diverge to one point.
On P-Brain's video, the one that is the corpuscular rays one, and the anticorpuscular, he shows exactly how that works on a flat plane. I'm not saying that the way you're seeing it, if the Earth was a globe, I'm not saying that you're totally like wrong in what you're seeing per se, but I don't see. Yeah, I'm not trying.
As long as you can see that it works from that point of view, I'm happy with that, Gio.
No, it doesn't at all. You know what you guys should say with corpuscular rays? You should say that the atmosphere is spreading the light like a diamond. You know, like the light's coming. This is what you guys should say. I'm giving you a hint on the globe side. When the light, you should say that the light's all coming parallel from a 93 million mile away sun. But you should say that the curve of the atmosphere refracts the light and makes it all go corpuscular, as if it's a local sun, as if the sun is local, right where that light fractures off. That's what you guys should say. That would be a little more tricky.
No, or I could just say they're like train tracks. That'd be a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, but that would be a contradiction and a logical fallacy, man. Like, really, I don't think you want to screw this up.
Well, that isn't the thing. Is that you're not looking at it directly. If you were looking at it directly, it would be different. You're looking at spray up into the sky, so that's different. It's not like train tracks because train tracks wouldn't do that if they were spraying up into the sky like this. You're looking at this from the side angle. It's not the same as looking from a direct on. That's different perspective.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is why the stars look different depending on our perspective and why they bend different ways because it all depends on our viewing point of perspective.
You've sort of agreed with me twice, Gio, without even realizing it.
My brain hurts.
I mean, what I'm
I'm gonna
claiming
wa-
in general is that corpuscular rays are coming from the local source of light. And the exact same effect that we see with corpuscular versus anti-corpuscular is the exact same we see with the stars. And these are all luminaries. The stars are luminaries. The sun is as well. The sun happens to emit light, so we see it spraying through the sky, whereas the position of the stars are more just moving through the sky like stars move.
That proves my point again. The buildings, because we know that they're
Yeah, but
parallel to
no,
each
no,
other,
no.
and
I wanted to
they're
make this
going to a
point, Rick.
single point.
Yeah, but I wanted to make this point. See these buildings. We know that they are parallel, and we know that they will never meet. That perspective is what is causing us to see this illusion, right? But we know that a light comes from a point, and all those rays must meet where the light is coming from, the sources. And we know that these buildings, that railroad tracks, will never meet, and that's where the fallacy is. That's where the problem is. You know what I mean? It's not perspective. Like what we see with the light is not because of perspective, but because of the properties of light and what it's interacting with in the environment in our eyes. You know what I mean? So did that make sense,
Exactly.
man? I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're doing, Rig, in my mind, is you're actually overlapping two frames of reference and making one correlate to the other, but they're actually different frames of reference.
Yeah.
So I do know why it makes logical sense in your mind, but it's overlapping two different. Um, yeah, basically, yeah, I've already kind of said it. It's overlapping those two perspective types.
Oh fuck.
Well, I thought I'd poke you for a bit. I'm done.
uh, that animation's pretty cool though, where it's got parallel rays and it looks like they are joining up together. But I guess what Bong said is we do know that it comes from one source and it's not like train tracks, but how far away that thing is, fuck, it's pretty hard to determine.
Yeah, and still trying to figure out the crepuscular rays through the trees. I think there's a simple explanation. I just can't figure out what's going on there.
If you go up to the video that's the anacopuscular rays one from P-Brain, I just skipped like quickly to minute 6. That kind of shows how the corpuscular rays are viewed from the perspective on a flat Earth. So
You. I was about to watch that video anyways.
yeah, like 6 minutes. It kind of shows that what the observer would see with the light rays coming from a local sun over a flat plane.
I'm just gonna mute for a minute. I'll watch this. I'll come back on.
Okay,
Yeah, same.
I'll watch it again.
I'm
too.
going for a cigarette.
All right, 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Come on, man. Break is only 15 minutes. I'm not that guy that comes out and says 15 minutes, guys. Come on.
Yeah, his animation at like 4 minute 30 seconds is spot on when he shows it like with that big like kind of thing that barrel thing that he's rolling. That's a really good visual.
What did I say to you about going from skinny to fat and then skinny again? That's what he reckons it's doing.
Is up there and the plasma gases and how that's all interrelating because electricity is so lightning is so much power that comes through. It's pretty amazing. And the sound, like the way that stars, the idea of sonoluminescence, that stars are somehow sounds miles. When you add up that amount of water, I mean, I know that cloud cover can be thick too. I'm not saying the clouds can be heavy, but
Yeah, there's
yeah.
no more moisture in a cloud than there is in fog. I don't know if you've ever experienced fog, but a cloud on the surface layer, they seem to be actually more moisture. Every time I've flown through them, it's not like there's condensation. Like I've flown through rain and then I've flown through clouds, and clouds just don't. I don't see volume of water there at all.
Exactly. When it's really foggy outside, that's kind of what flying on an airplane through clouds is like. It's just like it's like fog, yeah. It's kind of a suspended vapor. Because I mean, when you fly in an airplane, I'm sure you guys have done it. You fly right through clouds. Sometimes it's a little windy in there, but I mean, you rarely ever even. I mean, if it is raining, you'll get some rain on the window or whatever. Um, but yeah, it's much more foggy as you fly through them, and then you'll come up above. I mean, there's times where it's raining, and then you can actually like um. Well, anyways, I was gonna go on a separate thought, but I won't say a bunch at once here.
Well, it's sort of like the idea, like these giant rainstorms, right? We know they're dumping water for days and days and days and days and days. The clouds don't get any smaller, and evaporation doesn't happen that fast. I mean, the evaporation process is remarkably slow as far as we can tell. Cloud formations take a while; they just don't instantly appear, right? Like
Hold
there's a
on.
process.
What about this? Like there's been times when you're like it's raining and then you're taking off in the airplane, and then you fly above the clouds and it's blue sky. Like I've experienced that, and it's not raining.
Yeah, the cloud layer is really low.
Right, but if the rain is coming from like the dome or something from like above the clouds, and when the plane goes above the clouds, wouldn't you still see rain?
Well, think of it like it could be released. Like there's a mechanism that's releasing it. So it doesn't have to be in that form. You know, we know water takes different states, right?
Okay.
So you're claiming that there's been times where it's been pouring rain, like just flooding the world with rain, and then you just fly right up and it's blue sky above the clouds?
Yeah, I've done that.
You have to differentiate between that and the fact that often in big environments like that, there can be patches of clouds, patches where it's raining. It can be raining and then stop raining. There can be a lot of movement like that happening.
Well, this was a day where it was just completely gray skies, rainy day, and as soon as the plane took off, a little while after going up through the clouds, the blue sky was above, and I could see all the clouds below.
Sort of like the potential energy in the sky too. Like you don't realize it till you see a lightning bolt, but like all of a sudden we get like hail the size of golf balls coming out of the sky and just massive amounts of volume of material that couldn't sustain itself in the atmosphere. You know, it'd fall. It's too heavy.
Yeah, I mean, Flatmatic, if you're saying you've experienced that, then that means that all of that rain underneath, I mean, the literally thousands or hundreds of thousands or even millions of gallons that were being dumped on all that acreage beneath you, that if you're claiming that's what it is, then that all would have to be held in those clouds. So when you went up through the clouds in the airplane, did you go through a swimming pool? Like, it would be like thousands of tanks. If you think about like a 100-gallon water tank or a 500-gallon water tank, you think of how many of those it would have to be of solid liquid in those clouds. That would be a massive amount. So when you flew up, did you splash through a huge thing of?
Oh, obviously not, but you got to take into.
You just kind of walk through the fogginess.
Right, I know what you're saying, but obviously the answer is no. But like you got to take into account the amount of space, like area, the amount of area up there for that to take up, right? Like there's a lot of area. It's
Yeah,
right. There's so much.
well, that's true, but I mean, yeah, that is true. But the thing is that if it was just raining like one set of raindrops, then yeah, it wouldn't be that much. But the fact that it keeps pouring that amount of, it is a large distance, but I'm saying each region is having a lot of water within that. So, anyways, yeah, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just that my experience of flying over a storm and seeing, like, knowing that an airplane can go above a storm and have blue sky, that makes it hard for me to feel how the clouds could be pulling water down from the dome, like as you mentioned.
Yeah,
I
well,
like to think of it.
I can't say that I myself remember a flight where I've tracked that, where it's been pouring rain and I've gone up through the clouds where it's blue sky. I can't say that I've like on the top of my head that that's an experience I've had. I also think that we have to also think about how the water cycle actually works in its relation to what we're calling the dome. Because if there's plasma gases and just the entire way that the water cycle works, that would be the next thing to kind of start to think about is what does it actually mean? Like, what is the actual water cycle and the actual dome above us, if we're going to call it a dome? Another thing is that you have to keep in mind too when you're flying a distance, did you really just go right from that airport and just pop up through the clouds into pure blue sky, or did you fly for 10, 20, 30, however many minutes, because storms are usually pretty local in terms of where they are. So that's the other thing, is that you may have just flown out.
Yeah, it wasn't too long because I actually remember being amazed by the weather change of being in rain and then going through clouds and suddenly blue sky. Like I was completely amazed by that.
So originally you had brought up Delano, and then so you were saying that you think he's a shill because he said this, because he
Well,
said
yeah, it just seemed so absurd to me to state that it's not, that the water cycle isn't real and they lied to us about that. Like, because that is something that I feel that we can kind of test and demonstrate on a small scale. Anyways, I found a video that seems similar. This video seems similar to what my experience was. I just kind of skimmed through it.
Which one of his? I want to see the video that he mentions it. Do you know which one it is? Because I haven't watched.
Yeah,
it
I posted it in voice text a little bit above. Just scroll up.
You do know too all the ancient legends that during great floods, the water came from what they call the Great Rift, or what people call the Milky Way, but they call it the Dark Rift or the Great Rift. Is where the water is said to come when there's massive floods on the earth. It's like a shower. It just literally opens up. The entire Milky Way is actually a rift in the sky that essentially opens up, and massive amounts of water comes from it and then floods the earth, and then there's like a reset in the.
In the Bible is called the floodgates. And in the Bible as well, it's funny, it mentions before the flood, God didn't send rain. You know, that it never rained before the flood. Well, that's what I've read, and that's what I've always tried to, point out. People don't really, like, hey, if it didn't rain before the flood, how were the trees watered? And I found it came from underneath, like the earth. And then the floodgates opened up, and so the water's above and all that, and then it started raining. Noah was like, "Hey, there's a flood coming," and everybody teased him like, "Hey, what are you talking about flood? It hasn't rained since I don't know what." Sounds similar, right?
So this video I posted shows the plane on a rainy day flying above over the clouds from the ground.
Well, I definitely think there's a big part of the water cycle process that we're missing. Um, Regardless, I don't think clouds are filled with water. It's just not how I picture them when I look at them at all. But
Yeah, me neither.
I don't necessarily think that it all comes from above either. Maybe that isn't the case, but maybe some of it is up there, and it's caught in the cold or the temperature or the atmosphere in different ways that we're just not aware of. Maybe there's more water all the way as high as possible as we think there is. It does get activated one way or another.
I think we're surrounded by water, like a womb.
I was gonna say, isn't water everywhere? Like H2O, the air, like water is literally everywhere. Technically.
That was a really good video of that plane going through that wet ascent. You guys should watch that. That's really good. That's really wet. The Boeing 737 wet takeoff and climb out. That's a good little video.
Yeah. Also, people, in terms of what the waters above are, I don't really see it as, just like a swimming pool, literally. Like, I don't think that's what it is. I think that there's other forms of water. There's a type of water called easy water, which is interesting research. The guy's name was Pollock. His last name was Pollock, Gerald Pollock. So there's other types of water as well that are likely part of what, in terms of the waters above. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's the same water. I think it's more of like a plasma, etheric, like gas-based liquid up there. I don't think it actually is, literally water the same like a swimming pool. It's like heaven. It's kind of like the waters of heavens, as it were. And so I think the way that those kind of coalesce through the entire, dome or atmosphere or whatever we want to call it, the way that the actual water cycle works through, in my view, electrostatic and electromagnetic effects is, we're still kind of discovering what that is.
Yeah, whenever they said water, I've always been like, it's not water we drink or water we swim in. Waters above and below could be a very ethereal, thick, air type ether plasma.
Yes.
Plasmic material that simulates water, and that's the only way we can think of it. But I don't think it's actual water either.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was spot on.
Yeah, that easy waters is a pretty cool study trying to explain the static nature of water surface tension and things like that, and how water creates layers. And the study like was able to view these layers, and, multiple layers stacked up on top of each other repeatedly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what Jared Pollock says is he calls it the fourth phase of water, and he says it's not H2O, but it's actually H3O2, and it could be called living water. It's more viscous, dense, and alkaline than regular water. Has negative charge, can hold energy much like a battery, and can deliver energy too. It's like a structured form of water.
Yeah, that's the
Living water. That sounds so awesome.
word I wanted to get. It's viscous. It's ethereal and it's in the ether, but it's viscous. It's almost thick, like thick water, thick air, thick water.
Right. It's like thick, kind of dense, but not as like physically solid. Yeah, exactly.
Correct. Very, very spiritual. I think it's on a different level. Living water.
Yeah, and it's also that word viscous literally means like it's kind of like a consistency that's between a solid and a liquid, so it kind of blends the two.
Like a thin maple syrup or something. You know, I mean, it's like it's viscous. Yes.
Yeah, and aren't there what are those what's the material where it's like a gas? It's kind of like a smoky gas, but they can pour it and it pours like water. Do you guys know what that one is? Anyone know what I'm talking about? They can have like these beakers that have this gas in it, and they literally pour the gas, and it pours like water, even though it's a gas. It's pretty trippy.
Sulfur hexafluoride.
They have
Yeah.
liquid nitrogen and liquid hydrogen. I mean, it's actual liquid.
Sulfur hexafluoride. Yeah.
That is.
I think that's it.
Hey Gio, did you see the airplane video? That's kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah, although I don't know, it's hard to tell where they're flying, because you can fly up and out of a storm as well. So I guess that's the thing that's hard to tell on this.
Yeah, this is less than 10 minutes. They went up out of the storm though.
Yeah.
This wasn't like some 20-minute flight where they got out of range. It's all within this video.
Yeah, well, I think the water is channeled through the clouds, but I was never really stating that it's coming from anywhere else. I mean, it's coming from the dome above is where the actual liquid is coming from, but I was saying the clouds electrostatically pull the water through, and I think the reason it rains, it can rain when there's no clouds in the sky. Usually, when it's like very, very misty on the ground level, I know that's when I've seen it. Like in like the Caribbean, that's when I've seen it, where there'll be black storm clouds that will be moving, but the clouds will move off, and there's so much liquid because in the Caribbean there's so much, it's so hot and the sun is so hot that the air is so moist that all off the ocean and off the land there, there's so much water in the air that basically the lower level of the sort of earth plane, let's say, where the fog is, where like the moisture is, basically can pull that rain through, and that's why it's raining through in that sense, because even though the clouds aren't there, there's enough moisture in the air, cloud like fog in the air, to pull that through. That's usually when I've seen it happen, when it's rained with no clouds.
Oh, I was kind of thinking maybe because I've never actually experienced it, but I was thinking about it, thinking maybe the clouds moved on and kind of wind sort of brought the rain to your area or something like that. I don't know if it's possible or if it makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I have to think. The thing in the Bahamas like that, like in the Caribbean, is that it's so like it's incredible how defined the line is. Like when it rains and stops raining, like literally it just like flows over the land.
But what I mean is like there could have been a cloud somewhere and it rained, and then that rain went into a wind current, right, and then got dropped elsewhere.
Yeah, I could imagine that could happen to some degree as well. I mean, I think water is actually created essentially out of thin air. I know that sounds pretty wild, but I do think that water does that. And that's why, like in the oceans deep underneath the earth, people always say, like, what's at the edge or is there an edge? I mean, I don't think there's a physical barrier edge. It's not like it's like a thing, like a window that you can go knock on. And that's where water is like the way that spring water comes out of the earth infinitely. Like it's just amazing. Springs are just freaking launching water out of the earth all day nonstop. I know on a globe Earth they might say it's coming from some deep reservoir or whatever, but I think water is actually being created all the time. It's being created from the heavens above. It's in like the toroidal field of the earth, and that's likely what's happening at the edge too. Like the edge of the ocean, the underneath the oceans, and the sky above is basically, like Bong was saying, it's like the womb of the earth, and it's like a regenerating water cycle. I've also felt, and this is just my own complete intuition. I mean, a lot of this is that I'm sharing like my perspective on things. But I actually think our bodies make water while we sleep. I think our bodies have the capacity to actually create water when we're actually sleeping, in order to keep us hydrated, which is something that's definitely not a mainstream idea.
Right. Well, you just said that you think that water may be made out of thin air, but that's actually like an observable thing. Like with condensation, you can see that water just kind of like water is all around us. It's everywhere, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, that's true. It is. Yeah, that essentially, yeah.
It's how lightning finds its path to the earth. I mean, it's how it makes its path to the earth, isn't it? Or
I don't
is it?
know.
Is it?
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, not sure
Yeah, like
about
what's
that
going
one,
on
but
with
anyway.
lightning? See, lightning.
It's
Now,
how
here's
Zeke.
another
It's how
question.
Zeke aims his thunderbolts. Bow. Just kidding.
How much evidence do we have that lightning, where exactly lightning comes from? Does lightning come only from the clouds as well? Can there be a lightning storm that you can fly up above and it's still lightning below? I think so. I'm pretty sure lightning like often seems to come from like the region of clouds. So that indicates another electrical charge component of clouds that I was mentioning.
Yeah, plasma.
I mean, what the hell is coming out of the cloud where that much electricity, like, is that channeling from the dome above, or is that just coming from the cloud itself? Or that's pretty mysterious, like what the ether is and what actually is up there and the plasma gases and how that's all interrelating. Because electricity is so, I mean, lightning is so much power that comes through. It's pretty amazing. And the sound, like the way that stars, the idea of sonoluminescence, that stars are somehow sounds. It's like lightning is an example of like that level of light and sound that literally comes from the heavens and then touches the earth.
Imagine what ancient people used to think when the booming thunder. They must have like, thought it the wildest things.
The gods are at war again.
That's how we've been told that they would act. Yeah, it depends on who we're talking about, but yeah.
Make sacrifices to please the gods. Hurry. Who did it? Which one of you?
Thunderstorm feels good though, man. I don't know about you guys, but it reminds me of like cutting a log or something. Good swing on an axe, just a solid feeling.
Yeah, I like it just because you could really feel the force of power that's greater than anything you can really experience.
I don't know why
Reminds me
I
of
thought
God
of it,
playing bowling.
but I was just thinking about like Native Americans, how they have their rain dances. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they could make it rain too.
Feels good.
I think water has an intelligence that we don't understand.
That's what I think. I think water is like somehow like a fundamental component of like this universe basically, and it's connected to our bodies. It's connected to the body of Mother Earth, obviously, like intimately. I mean, most of the Earth is water, and yeah, I just think there's something about water, and also water is like spirit. You know, the way that people talk about how like water is connected to spirit in general and spirits and just that whole kind of component of it. I think there's almost like a mystical nature, and we're all
It's a
born in the
medium.
kind of liquid of the womb, and yeah, there's just like
Yeah, there's a
yeah.
media. Water can be a medium. Water is conductive. I mean, it seems like some kind of like damn
Yeah,
intelligence. Like, wow.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
and
would
it's essential
chalk
for
it
like
up
all
to.
of life.
Thinking about Geo busting out the bath salts and lighting some candles, cooking them a bath.
I thought you meant the other kind of bath salts for a second. It's like,
Meditating.
Yeah, I've had times where it's raining so, especially after I've woken up to flat Earth, where it's pouring so heavily down, and I just have had a visceral, and I mean, this is just my own intuitive feeling. I'm not saying I have like absolute proof of this. It's just my own feeling on it. But I definitely came to the awareness that the water is not only coming from the clouds. I definitely think it's coming from the waters above, whatever that means. However, water manifests through the earth and through the atmosphere,
what if it's like
happening.
anti-evaporation almost from the top layer of water that is, I don't know, up there?
Oh, anti-evaporation. That's awesome. Yeah, totally. That's pretty interesting. Right, because evaporation goes from solid to liquid, but or solid to gas rather, but that's kind of going from gas to solid. It's going from whatever the clouds, the ether, the plasma, the electricity, whatever that is, it's coming in. It's doing the opposite. It's coming into physical form.
That's why you can go above a storm and not see the water that's being fed to it.
It's raining.
Yeah, they got to be drawing in electricity too. I mean, I know the whole thunder and lightning thing, the idea that, there are different layers up there and they're like rubbing against each other to create this charge is, I guess that's sort of like the best we got. But the idea of plasma and how it would actually be drawing this energy to manifest this, process or create, have this process occur.
Isn't the sun also charging the ionosphere when it's around, like wherever it's at? Like a positive charge or something?
There you go. There's
Yeah.
another plasma in the sky.
I definitely think the sun lights up all the plasma neon gases, which is what makes the sky blue. Which is also probably that water liquid thing we're talking about that is part of that as well. Yeah, that's the thing. I just don't think it's liquid the same. It's not like just literally an ocean because if it was an ocean up there, it would either have to be held up by some, like the same, whatever, if we want to say something's holding up the sun and the stars, it would have to be up there and then there would have to be some kind of barrier. But yeah, I don't think I think there's a difference between the water on the earth and the water up there, like we were saying before. Good conversation because I've gotten a ton of rain the last couple of days. It's really been pouring out here.
I just thought of something. So you know how you can get snow, but then you can also get like sleet or hail. So snow would be evaporate or going from the gaseous state straight to like a solid and forming a crystal in that sense. But then it could go from like a gas to a liquid and freeze in the middle of like being a liquid. And that was where you get your hail.
Yeah, but where do you get your snow, man? How does the water?
That's what I'm saying. Like it goes straight from a gas, like snow on the surface of Earth goes straight from a solid to a gas. It doesn't all melt into water. So maybe it does the same thing backwards. It goes from a gas straight to a solid. And that's where we get snow.
Yeah, when it's cold, the cold temperature creates that. Yeah.
How does it make?
Yeah, it's like there has to be like
hexagon shape.
There has to be like a unique, almost like a hamburger effect. Like there has to be like a layered effect of temperatures. Seems like potentially to create hail. If that's where it just jumps to that solid state to where it's like rain, but fucking icy rain.
Is it true that snowflakes they're all different from each other? Like they're all unique? And if so, like what's up with that? Like pretty awesome design, so to speak.
They are beautiful when you look at them, for sure, man. I was just thinking, yeah, the evaporation process in cold climates is a lot more difficult to occur, right? I mean, so this is more, substantiated or evidence, so to speak, of waters coming from somewhere else to create the snow.
Well, it is interesting that on the globe model, they do kind of want us to think that it's all happening within the atmosphere because to them, it's outer space out there. So obviously, nothing's coming from outer space. It's just, NASA astronauts, floating around in bubbles.
Yeah. So they try to explain everything within the globe model. Yep.
Right. They have to explain it all within the system. So, all the water's just evaporating, it's collecting as clouds, it's coming back down. Don't worry about it. But they're not actually, when you bring in the ether and you bring in that we might live more like in a terrarium, like in an environment, then it changes the entire dynamic of what is actually happening, up there, down there, around the edges. Because it's not just it's not, you could say flat Earth is an enclosed system, but it's an enclosed system surrounded by some kind of a medium, call it plasma gases or whatever it might be, that's interacting with us. It's not just a solid glass wall. There's some interaction. Whereas on a globe model, you can't go anywhere with that. You just have to say it's just gravity and there's just that invisible thing, and then everything's happening within the Earth. So it would make sense that they would kind of try to obfuscate that, or they would have to
Yeah.
for their globe model.
Dude, now it seems like every model is wrong, right? Like every model they've ever presented to us about how things work, it seems like there's always a lie or some kind of twist in it. No?
Yeah, tectonic plates. I think there's some shamming going on there.
I mean, when I read question everything, I didn't think I was going to be questioning everything.
Cooked food is poison, y'all. Cooked food is poison. Like the sky is
Hey,
falling.
what's up, Ken?
What's up,
How you
dude?
doing,
Cooked
man?
food is poison. Cooked
So,
food is poison. The sky is falling,
you
and
do
black
know that
people
in
from Africa.
you do know that in Chinese medicine, cooked food is actually medicine. It's actually part of the balanced diet of in Chinese
Well,
medicine.
well, Chinese people are the home of dope, so of course.
No, I'm
The
just saying,
homo
like they
dope?
actually in Chinese medicine, they regard certain cooked foods, and like certain herbs have to be cooked in order to be medicinal. Certain herbs are actually
Okay,
strengthened by being cooked. In fact,
okay.
many herbs you have to
What
cook,
does
like
that have to
reishi
do with
mushroom.
the price of tea in China? Oh shit, that's
Like
China. We're
reishi
talking about China
mushroom,
and
reishi
herbs.
mushroom
Oh,
is one of the most powerful medicines in the world, and it has to be boiled in order to be utilized. You can't eat reishi mushroom raw.
cooked food is poison.
Everything's here to kill
We're not
you.
talking about reishi
Lightning bolts, man.
mushrooms.
Kill some
We're
people.
not talking about reishi mushrooms and
Rain.
alternative herbs.
Rain's here to
We're
kill you,
talking
man.
about the real shit. We're talking about T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. We're talking about bagels. We're talking about Snickers.
The sun,
We're talking about
the
the
sun's gonna
everyday
kill you.
foods that we got inside your.
All right. I mean, I love Ken, but if he's gonna come in here and do that, we were having such a good conversation.
No, I was gonna say, Ken, we talking about some rain, dog.
Yeah, dude. Ken, we were deep
Talking
on
about the
like some
rain,
cool
homie.
shit about rain and the water cycle, and yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I hate to rain on his parade, but
Oh,
that's not
well,
what the
Ken, bro.
subject was.
Yeah, Ken, you just gotta be respectful. If you're gonna come in here, you gotta like kind of be able to go with the flow. If you're just gonna come in here, like I don't know, you did that the other day, just came in like screaming cooked food is poison over and over, just derails the entire thing. But I don't want to be a dick and mute you, so I'll unmute you. But if you could be part of the conversation, I'd appreciate it.
I mute my mic, bro. Go and do your thing. Inertia.
Science, bro. Science.
Ken,
we
how do you
just
think?
talking about
How do you think
I
rain?
hate when these. I hate when these.
How do you
Go
think
ahead, go
rain
ahead.
comes from the? How do you think rain comes from the heaven? Is it coming from clouds? Is it coming from above the
It's
clouds? Is
coming
it?
from God, man. Oh, that's the wrong server for that. All right, let me. What? Say the question again.
Let's hear it out. I hear you. It's coming from God. I kind of agree. So what do you think?
I kind of agree with that. Sounds
Nah,
legit.
man. There's no. Listen, man. I'm not here to play games tonight. I'm here to have fun. Mount Mount. I don't know how to pronounce that, but rain. Look at the word rain. 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 It's different words if you say it with different meanings, right? Rain, like rain is rain over your head means rain, right? I just said the same thing twice without saying it twice, right? That's crazy, right? And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really serious right now, like trying to be serious, but try to make sense. Like rain, I'm trying to say rain, REIGN, but I'm feeling rain, RAIN, and it's both over your head. What's up with that? Why was rain over our heads to begin with? What is rain? What is raining? It is raining. And what is that which is raining?
Yeah, that's a good point. Rain and rain. Those are some cool links. I agree. That's all coming from outside.
The
I don't know.
magic,
I need to smoke. I need to smoke this weed.
the spells
Oh,
they're casting. I like that.
I ran out of weed. Fuck, you gotta get some.
Rain.
Wordplay, man. That's
The
heavy shit.
windows of heaven opens up. I'm one of them flat earth dudes that believe God is doing a moonwalk and shit above our heads, and that there was windows and there's water, and it might be floor levels. Like we might be a heaven to another fucking earth beneath us. Who the fuck knows? And our waters open up and piss and shit fall on their head.
Literally, bro.
Just
No, I don't
saying,
think
maybe it's a
literally, bro.
filtration system that it goes through and gets clean again and then rains on their head, or it might be acid rain. I don't
Or
know.
chocolate rain.
Or vanilla rain.
You know what I'm talking about, right? That dude, chocolate
Well,
rain. That dude on
candy
YouTube.
rain, candy coated raindrops.
Well, that's interesting too, as far as rain and heavy stuff like raining fish and stuff like that. I mean, that's not evaporation we're talking about. How the freak are fish getting in the sky and raining fish?
What? There have been fish that come from the sky before?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I've had golf ball type hail fall on my head in around 2000, and I thought the end of the world was happening. I kid you not. The best
Dude,
type
shit.
of hitting
If a
the
golf
ground,
ball fell on my head, yeah, I would think the
bouncing
same
on the
thing.
floor, like literally bouncing. I still have some friends from that era. It was bouncing on the floor, bang, 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 bang. I was like, what is this? The world's got to be ending. Like golf ball type.
Softball or
Golf,
golf ball.
macadamia nut type balls hitting balls, the ground.
Windows on cars cracked. Type of car windows cracked.
The what?
Car windows been cracking like golf ball
Not
like size
they
hail.
didn't crack car windows, but they were hard. They were making loud popping sounds, smacking the ground really hard. But I don't think they broke any car windows. But it definitely was. It wasn't. They.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is Yeah, I mean, so as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been
Not in
tested.
a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis,
what's up, Mark? Hey, Mark, just checking in on you, man. Seeing what's going on, what brings you into the room.
I mean, you're like not even roboting. It's like a vibration. It sounds like a fan's going in your face or something.
Yeah, it's probably the inside of a truck.
Same here, bro.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's much better.
Marek? What's up, man? All right, I guess I'll put it back on. Some people just are too scared. They don't have the testosterone to open their microphone and have a conversation.
This. Can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven
it's the wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Okay.
it
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea
the
what
blue
that is.
marble. And
What
it's a
is that?
satellite, right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, since whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit, according so it's just the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best. unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say, what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster. And it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed picture is from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? within the past 5 years, I think, we're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at the what does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continue to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but
further away.
there's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual aid.
Let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes, because
Have
That's
you
how
ever been in a hallway
rooms
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. Ship. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
This point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, Like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
It's about
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up
Sorry
the top
about
of
this.
my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you
would
know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
on the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
Guys. The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious and it's observable. That it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't that
So you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental. don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And, and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Oh, like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter it at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective, is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently
Yeah, so it's
well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
gonna
check
start
it
saying
out. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, you know, take an earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, you know, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, you know, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical effects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths, 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Right, so 5 times What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8 inches.
Right, so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me, I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't laser be refracted stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept than concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
I've got wall.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be a slope.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the Earth
acceptable.
was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball, Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right. But you're an
Yeah,
intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with, pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like,
Have you not been? Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny?
wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit on me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk. Let me hear.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about that.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
Hey, can I know what you're talking about?
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So,
About
start
what?
off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. You're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. They're doing this. They're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Spark. The viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say that's it's proven. Anyhow, if they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, it's made up value, literally made up, In the literature, the value is actually, this value is actually, this is 0.66 if you turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is even wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76 and make it this value 7,432. That's what Nick West used, the exact number. So I made it geometric structure to bear this out. That they're simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay, here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays, and then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, and this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but there's no point. We'll just come up the same. It's redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. Okay. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, and it measures this distance. So we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. And click here. There's a point of intersection 206. Look up the number. 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. Using a straight line. Over here, still a straight line. So C and B is the distance from C to B. 3.7. Let's look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth to get whatever value they want. You see something that's way over here? They just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-prediction. They're not making predict, they're making post-prediction.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence. We've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble next generation data set. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming is live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just going to suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right. So there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right. So sorry about that. All right. So yeah, Archer said.
Chat. 2 in the chat, not a measurement. 1 in the chat if it is a measurement. Because he's asking, right?
Oh, so if we drive from point A to point B, that's a measurement, right? We need an answer for him. So what do you guys think? Twos in the chat. All right, so we got 2 twos in the chat. So the flat earthers don't agree. We got 3 twos. So no, we don't agree. 4 twos. No, that's not a measurement. How about that?
I mean, you kind of strawmanned it a little bit, right?
I don't think so.
twos
You
have
said
it.
you go from point A to point
That's
B.
it.
Is
You
that
want
a
me to
measurement?
point out the strawman? Can I point out the strawman?
Sure.
May I? All right. So the strawman is, I didn't just say drive from one location to one other. I said to also calculate the distance you're using, such as if you have like a meter that's at 0, so you can calculate
If
the
you don't
distance.
have a measurement of
You
circumference,
have like,
then how do you get that measurement?
you're measuring.
You actually haven't, bro, because that's what you said. You said, is this a measurement? The answer is no.
Has been driven, then I've measured 1,000 kilometers, right? No.
No.
So a distance is not measured. That's interesting, because distances are important for measuring.
No one's saying that there's no distance between those two things. It's just that when you get in your car and then drive from point A to point B, I don't think I personally would consider that you measuring something. You did mention, well, what will you calculate?
Well, wait a second. Technically, if you have an odometer on your car, and you test the odometer to make sure that the distance around the wheel and all that can add up, I guess you could measure the actual linear distance you went. But would that give you a number that you could actually use in an equation to come up with an answer for something for science? I think that's the real question here, isn't it?
Perhaps, yeah. And two, like, what are we measuring as well? I mean, is this a hypothetical where we just like drive on a perfect?
Well, I was just saying, like, the way he's putting it, I mean, there's no sense in saying no, it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, parts of what he's saying does have is you know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm coming from, right?
I do. I get what you're saying. I'm just challenging the fact that, well, let's be realistic. Even if
Well,
we
yeah, of
did,
course. But I'm saying I think he does have a point on where his mindset is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
maybe
there's nothing
hypothetically,
wrong with that, of course.
maybe hypothetically, right? It's because it's just like when folks say, "Well, just go straight." It works on paper, but not all things that hypothetically work on paper, just like calculations, work in reality, right?
Well, I
So
think the thing that we have to try to remember here is that like, let's say you buy a piece of land or whatever. Okay, let's say there's a physical place. There's a tree somewhere. Okay, now we can all go visit that tree based on following a map, right? Okay, but it doesn't really matter where in space that place is. We know it's solid. It's not moving. It doesn't just disappear and reappear somewhere else. We know that if we go to that spot, it doesn't matter whether you've measured it. We just know it's still there, right? Like, we know New York City is in the place where they've told us it is, right? And if we travel there, even if we don't even measure our way there, we can still go there and say, "Oh, look, here's New York City. We found it," right? See what I'm saying? Things are there. The measurement really doesn't make any difference, because when you get there, it's still in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we had things that moved, if we were talking about moving forces, like, let's say the Earth is rotating, that's a completely different argument. It has absolutely nothing to do with this particular argument. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, we got you. I got you personally. I was just saying,
And
like,
on top of that, when he's asking me to like provide like a direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth, the size of the Earth, and therefore to measure its curvature, you would have to be big enough to measure it, and you can't be that big.
hold
Sorry,
on, stop the show.
you're
No, that's
literally a
come on.
germ compared to Earth.
Say that to begin with.
Never.
Why
You guys
do people always deny reality? Come on, man.
You guys always go into it with this default like you already know. Listen to what you said, right? We haven't established what size the Earth is yet. That hasn't been measured. But you're like, "Oh, well, it's this big, so you have to do X, Y, and Z." Well, again, that has yet to be established, the size. It's not like anyone's measured anything. Again, your example is like, get in a car and just drive over there. Okay, well, if you really think about that, you're not really able to drive in like a way where you could measure the Earth like that. Because why? You're gonna have to turn left and turn right and go this way and go that way and maybe go roundabout and stuff like that, right? So that I don't think that's really a good way of measuring things. I get hypothetically your example, like, well, if you do 10 paces west, I get that, but that's not really what
All right, and
for example.
also, I would have to say that, like, when I'm speaking, you do cut me off, but when you speak, you have the full liberty of not being cut off. That's not very fair, my friend. You need to stop, like, fucking muting me
It
all
may
the
not be
time.
fair, but when you're arguing
That's not
something on the
that's not
internet, you
honest.
have to expect a certain amount of like, you know,
And like Rookie
fun.
Monster was saying earlier, you can use reference points such as the sun, other objects, and stuff like that, distances, and use those measurements for proper calculations. Even if at
But
the end you're
those
using
Gotta
things
object.
calculations,
I
if
gotta
you
object because I'm sorry, but I
here,
just said
I'm
you take these things as default already known. That's my issue. You're like, well, we can use all these measurements. Not anything has been measured. You need a foundation first. Oh, well, we already know the distance of the sun. How? Well, we already know the size of the earth, though. How? Well, we know this other thing already. How do you know that? Well, we just know already this other thing. You see the problem? Nothing actually has been established. Well, how did you come to that knowledge? Well, we just already knew it. Like, that's not really helpful.
sorry, but like you're committing a lot of fallacies there, my friend.
You know,
Okay.
life isn't a debate, bro. You have to prove things to yourself by looking for the answers. You know, that's how you become knowledgeable and wise, is you go out and you seek out the truth of things and you
Look,
find it out
if I
so that
take
you
a if
know
I,
the
look,
truth of it, not just assume it.
if I take a ruler and measure, let's say, the 30 centimeters, did I measure 30 centimeters with my ruler? Are you telling me that my ruler is inaccurate and just based off pure assumptions
Yeah, I'm
and that
pretty sure that's
30
exactly what.
centimeters is not 30 centimeters?
Yeah, that's
Is that
correct.
what you're like kind of arguing here? That we
Yeah,
can't measure anything because
yeah.
all our measurement tools are fake?
Yep, I'm saying
Well,
exactly that.
depends
All
on if you're
measurements
talking about philosophy.
rulers are fake, centimeters are fake. Yep, that's exactly what I spent the last 10 minutes detailing. That you can't measure anything. A ruler is fake. All the numbers on there, they're lying to you. Yep. If that's what you took away, NPC,
Nothing
I don't know
you can
if you're in the
measure
right
is
place.
real.
I don't know if you're in the right place. If that's your takeaway, is that flat earthers are saying measurements are fake. We're calling you out because you don't even have anything measured.
Do you have anything measured?
You don't. That's the whole point.
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, what are your measurements?
Well, not of a curved earth.
What's your measurement that Earth is not curved?
Look at this, folks. Let's take a listen here. Notice how he's going to
Technically, you
start.
don't need a measurement because the horizon is level and flat. It's pretty simple, bro.
Yeah, we don't even. Yeah, measurement. What do you need a measurement for? We just calculated it, bro. We stood on the beach, then we laid down,
If it
and
didn't
then
work, we wouldn't have like, you know, we wouldn't be able to travel around on this whatever we're on, right? Like, think about it. Things are just how they are. It doesn't really matter how you assume it in your mind. That's just a conception. You understand that? That's philosophical. It's not physical. We're talking about the physical aspects of something, and you should be able to measure it. And no matter how big something is, if it has a curve to it, you should be able to measure that at some point. And we're talking, we've got measurements where we try to take calculations and try to take measurements at certain distances, and it doesn't match up with what they're telling us. So somebody's telling us a lie. Either somebody's lying to us, or we're seeing the information wrong. But you're never bringing us the answer to that question. You're always just telling us that we're wrong, and you're pointing at another thing that you can't prove that makes that right. And that's not how you figure stuff out. That's not how science decides what caused something. Do you understand?
sheesh, homeboy cooking. Nicely done. But
Now,
yeah,
if we're talking about, if we're going to talk about like psychologically, then that's a completely different argument, right? Because psychologically, people that are wrong will and absolutely do every day argue with crap that doesn't make any sense to try to defend their argument because they don't have an argument, right? Everybody knows this happens, right? But life isn't a debate, bro. It's not about whether it's a fallacy. The point is that when you start looking at all this evidence and you start trying to figure it out and measure it and put it all together on some kind of a map or try to form this thing in your mind of an idea of what the earth is, it doesn't give you enough information. That's what we're trying to say. Okay, we're saying that it doesn't match the information. The stuff doesn't look right. So let's go and find out what it really is instead of arguing about, well, they already figured it out. because I don't think they did. I think they assumed, and they assumed more, and then they assumed some more, and they got lucky, and then when they aren't lucky, they just change math and they just weave it differently. And that's what somebody that's wrong would do. So it's a natural response. It's not hard to understand that when somebody says something and it's wrong, and it turns out they get caught in some kind of argument where it makes them look like they're wrong and they're being deliberately deceiving, right? They don't want that to happen because then that makes them a liar, right? And once people, taint you as a liar, then they don't want to listen to what you have to say. So if you're a scientist, that's exactly what you're going to defend, right? So why would you even go into this with an aspect of debating it when you don't even have enough evidence or information to fucking actually prove what did it? Nobody does. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to say there is enough evidence. It's not out there, and it doesn't make any sense when you do put it together. So show us something that makes that reality, makes this physical, that we can look at it and measure and go, okay, this is exactly where the curve is. But you can't do that, and that's why we're upset with you, because you're not bringing us the evidence. Bring it, dude. Bring it. Show us. Where did
You're
you measure
just
the
not
curve of it?
satisfied with the evidence. The curvature of a circle or sphere is measured by
Would
its
you be
radius. So
satisfied
you
if I
need
told you my fish that I
no.
caught yesterday was longer than yours, but I couldn't show you on a ruler how it was longer? Would you just trust me? No. You'd want me to measure that fish, wouldn't you? Because if that was what we were basing the win of the damn contest of, you'd want me
Okay.
to measure
Yeah.
that fish, right?
And when it
So let's
comes
do
to the
that.
curvature, it's measured by the radius. So
Holy
if
shit.
you know the
You don't have a radius. If you want to get that smoke out, you can get it back. You don't have a radius. And if you were going to say that you do, well, you're going to need a measurement for that.
And you can't measure that because it's an assumption. It's so dumb. It's like you don't understand the differences between sciences and how they can react with each other. It's like you go into these little denial things where you read something and someone tells you, oh, this is evidence against them. And then you run over here and you start talking about it like as if you even knew what the hell is going on, bro. It's really obvious.
I mean, bro, really? Your last sentence was, did you know that a circle means it has a radius? No shit. That's what we're challenging you to go get measurements for, bro. That's how you would know if the Earth is a sphere or not. Well, you'd have to have
Well,
a
if it was a
specific
line, you
size.
could if it was a line with the segments on it, you could measure the distance from one to the other, right? But when it's a circle, then what do? You have to find the center, then you measure from the inside to the outside, and then or you can measure the distance all the way around. But that's just a mathematical thing to figure out things, to understand things. It's not an exact science. The exact science is when you come down and you engineer it, right? And then you put that from your mind into reality by building those physical parts to put together to make that thing, right? That's completely different from what you're saying.
No, because you can calculate the radius from the circumference or the diameter. In the case of
But how do you get
erasity,
any
Those
of
have
them?
to be
How do you get
established
those?
first. See, we already called you out on this, NPC. Well, we just already know this other thing. No, you definitely don't. Go ahead, Jedi. Please cook this dude. Well,
Yeah,
we know
something
there's
else.
a circumference already.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, I said I just jumped in, man. It's not fair that I jump in straight away.
Oh, well, he's just saying, like, well, how do you know the radius? Well, we know the circumference. Well, how do you know the circumference? Well, we knew the diameter. How do you know the diameter? Oh, well, we knew the radius. Well, you see the problem here? Something has to be done first to establish these things, NPC.
Yeah, his argument keeps shifting back and forth because he doesn't
I
seem to have an
accept
answer
that.
for it either.
Like,
So, yeah.
He's right. You're
I
right,
accept
Rookie. He's
that
like, well,
he's a
you
straw
calculated. Oh,
man
no, we
because
measured it. Okay,
you
how?
can't
Well, we calculated.
But that's
How?
what we're
Well, we
trying to
measured it.
say is that if you don't have an answer for it,
no.
then you need to figure it out, right? Then we're not. Somebody's wrong here, so we need to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
What's up,
How about
guys?
this? Take an airplane and travel the whole distance of the world. You have the circumference right there. Boom. That's a
No,
measurement.
we just covered how it's not.
It is.
Hold on, what did you do?
What if the wind was blowing you in one direction or the other? Then how would you know that you weren't measuring some
Now you're
extra
special
wind that was
pleading. Now
blowing?
you're special pleading, my friend.
Special pleading. You don't even know what the fuck that means.
What
Hey,
the hell are you
Oh.
doing?
what's up,
Okay,
Jedi?
whatever.
The whole chat disagrees with you. That's not a measurement. Twos in the chat means going from point A to
I
point
mean,
B
the
ain't
whole
measuring
chat is
shit.
flat earthers, so I mean, I can understand.
Well, I mean,
That
there is that argument that just because everybody in the room agrees doesn't mean that it's true either. But I mean,
No,
the
yeah,
problem is
I'm not
that
making that point. I'm saying when he goes
we're not
right,
claiming
that's a
anything. We're
measurement,
just claiming
right?
that your stuff, the stuff that they're feeding us, doesn't make any sense, and we're asking
No.
you to show us how it does make sense, and you can't do it. And that's the problem. See, this is the thing is You're having the same trouble that we did, and this is why we're arguing that we don't believe it. Why would we want to believe something that doesn't fit together right? You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me.
All right, so how long we been going with this guy, CB?
Hour maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe an hour.
Oh, Jedi, did you go in on him yet?
Oh no, I've only just jumped in, mate. I've only been here like 2 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I muted him
mean-
for a reason. So if
my
anybody
bad.
muted him,
was
unmuted
me.
him. I muted him for a reason. So I
Sorry.
just wanted to get something out of the air. Then I'll unmute him right now. But yeah, if you wanted to, I don't know if you wanted to talk to this guy Jedi, because since you just got here. NPC, well, actually I started first, and then CB, and then I guess Rookie was in there.
Yeah. For context, we've just been chasing his tail for the last 30 minutes because he was like, well, you can definitely verify 100% the Earth is a sphere. So we've been trying to get that out of him, twist his arm for the last, I don't know, half hour to try to get those answers out. But
Well, actually, mostly what he's been doing is claiming that his mathematical assumptions are actually measurements. I think that's really what the argument is here.
Yeah. All right. So well, he's pretty much caught up, I think. All right, there you go, NPC.
All right to be biased. Good job on the
I'm not
bias, guys.
Nah, I'm not gay.
All right,
And
brilliant.
dishonesty at the same time, man.
Awesome
Bias
stuff,
and
brilliant.
dishonesty.
What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? Just start there.
I mean, you can try and make certain measurements by taking
How?
reference points like the sun, other stars, other things, and
Okay,
using
how?
these distances, using
Distance.
information and actual science that you probably can't understand.
All right, you're being
to
very ambitious at
determine
the moment,
to
my
determine
friend.
the circumference of Earth,
My friend.
and then get its radius and then
Okay.
measure it.
That's very ambiguous. Can you be more specific, please? What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? You said stars and planets and distances and very
no
ambiguous
matter what
shit.
I say, you dismiss it. If I bring you up the double sunset argument again, you're just gonna mute and like mock me or blah 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 instead of trying to understand it. Actually, so
Like I
yeah,
said,
no matter
my
what
friend,
I'm gonna
2
bring up,
seconds
you're
again
just gonna
before
try
you
and
ramble
fucking
on.
straw man it.
Dude, before you ramble on, I've only just joined the chat. I asked you once, you gave me nothing. You gave me very ambiguous word salad. I've given you the opportunity again. You've just said, I'll fucking deny it. How about you try and give it to me and see what happens? So let's start again. What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? Don't give me more bullshit, mate. Come on.
Do the double sunset experiment, and then
Double sunset
use the
experiment.
measurements from the experiment, such as the position of the sun from the two angles that you're using to make your double sunset experiment. You use the mathematics with that, and you get the circumference of Earth. And using the circumference of Earth, you then get the radius. Dude. But of course, yeah,
Right.
you're just going to say that that's wrong, it doesn't work, it's fake, blah, blah, blah. You just dismissed it already with your Mario Bros soundboard.
Fucking excuse me,
Congrats.
sunshine. So, you've just said the double sunset experiment. You're going to have to be more specific. What's that? Does that come from Princeton?
It doesn't come from Princeton or whatever. That doesn't really matter at all.
Okay,
But
how
I
do
mean,
I do it?
you could, like I said earlier, they
How
just
do I do it?
laughed when I said laying flat on the belly on the beach and then standing up because they didn't want to listen to the rest of that. Because when you're laying flat on your belly, you have to measure the sunset you have. And when you're standing up, you have to measure the angle that you have again, and you have to compare those with the triangle. Do you know Pythagorean theory? You use that to get the circumference. It's that simple.
I don't understand that word. Did you say triangle?
Yes, because if you stand up and flat on the belly and have two sunsets from those, you have a square triangle where you can use Pythagorean theory.
How the
Yeah,
fuck
of course.
do you have a triangle and a
You told
curved
me to
surface?
try you, that you won't pre-mock and pre-dismiss, and
I
look at
haven't
you
done
doing
anything
that.
yet. I'm trying to ask you a fucking question.
Yeah, looks like I was right, man. Thanks for proving me
I'm
right.
trying to ask you a question, you very excitable little child. What the fuck?
What's with the soundboard then? What's with the
That's
soundboard?
not my fucking soundboard.
All right,
Pay attention. How the fuck do you have an angle on a curved line? What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
What do you mean by a curved line?
The surface of the Earth, which you said is curved. You
Okay,
said
yeah.
measure angles. How do you have an
do,
angle off of a curved line? How'd you do that?
okay, do you understand how big Earth is?
You don't.
All
We're
right.
trying to establish that.
So when you see towards the horizon, you see, even if there would be the slightest curve, I mean, there's a
What's the
slight curve,
horizon?
yeah,
What's the
slight,
horizon?
very slight curve.
What's the
It's
horizon?
so slight that it's not
What's
going to
the
affect your measurements
horizon?
at all.
Very excitable little child. What's the horizon?
The horizon is the furthest point you can see with your eyes. Eyes that are by way of law.
Okay, so if I used a camera or a telescope, would horizon be in different location?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. If I stood up or jumped up or climbed a tree, would the horizon be further away?
Not the horizon, but the objects you're reference pointing, yes.
So
Well,
if
not further
so,
away,
how
but you mean you would have a
if they
different
jumped
angle
up?
of view. You see,
So
you would have a
idiot,
different angle of view.
idiot. So the
If you're looking at
horizon.
an object at the
So the
horizon, such
horizon
as the sun,
wouldn't change.
listen.
I'm trying to ask you a fucking question, you idiot. You've said something I don't agree with. So with altitude, would the horizon change location?
Angle to
Pardon?
view that thing at the horizon. At the bottom of your horizon, you see it on an angle from the highest vantage point. That is your triangle. You use both angles, the one when you were low and the one you were high. So you have a height here, and you have a line all the way to your horizon, and then you have this diagonal line from your vantage point, your eyes at the height, towards the object that you're looking at. That's your square triangle. Pythagorean theory applies after that, and then you can use that to get the circumference of Earth. It's
Dude,
that simple.
how the fuck do you get a square triangle or any angles or straight lines on a curved surface?
Do I have to send you a visual? Do I have the image, Kearns? I'm going to send you a visual at this point.
You're gonna have to give me something that I can verify, mate. And at the moment, you were just saying a load of bullshit.
Like I'm going to show you this, how you can get this square triangle.
Okay, you have fun doing that.
I have a question. I just have one question. What type of pie is Pythagorean? Is that cherry jubilees? I don't know.
But ain't fucking apple pie.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Hey, you got to be on point with that soundboard, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what I don't like what you're about to do, NPC, is you're doing this thing where you're pretending like flat earthers don't understand you.
Hey, so NPC, real quick, is it true that you think that we're just like ants on a beach ball? And if you do think that, can you explain that?
There's a difference between me and you also, guys. I am able to speak with you with a form of respect, while you have absolute zero respect towards me. So right there,
Dude, like, I mean, do you need a shoulder to cry on? Like, I don't
Is that
know.
all you got, though? I mean, is that all you got, that you're getting ganged up on and that we're picking on you, even though you came in here to argue with us?
Pointed out that like I'm debating honestly.
Shut up.
I'm
Fucking
just
hell.
pointing that out.
Faggot.
Okay. What's the horizon? Tell me that again. That was funny. What's the horizon, NPC?
Does he have you turned down? I mean,
Maybe he's ignoring you.
I know he can hear you.
He's Googling shit. Hold on, you got to give him a second to Google his worldview, guys. He's trying to
I think he's emailing McToon to get information, probably.
He's like, dude, I need help.
Back up. I need backup.
These damn flat earthers are getting me again, man. I need help.
And we got Captain Save-A-Hole's going to come in here. We got a few of them. They're probably listening.
Captain Save-A-Globe.
He's Googling, these flat earthers don't understand me when I speak English. How do I get them to understand me more? Like, bro,
What I don't understand is why don't they ever take it all the way and go to the college professor and actually get the college professor to argue and show him what we're asking for, right? Like that's where it went with me. That's how I got it. Was I started going and asking the right people, and they weren't giving me enough answers. And I'm like, wait a minute, so you don't really know? And I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
And we gotta
With
think about
very
it
good
too, man. It's this
mind
high
open.
level. It's a high level thinking when you say, you know what? When we start to really analyze what the Earth is, all we have to do is get down on our bellies and then look at the horizon, and then stand up, and there you have it, folks. The Earth is a globe. Oh, and by the way, let me add an addendum to that because I didn't finish. So the next thing you got to do is lie back down again, and then you'll see that it confirms that the Earth is a globe. Dude, that's what you sound like, NPC. And then you wonder why what we're doing now. Like, come on, man, let's get real here. You offered nothing. You're just, that you're in here. Come on, stop playing
Just
around,
because
man.
you're
You
not
don't really
satisfied
think
with
like that, do
answers
you?
doesn't mean I offer nothing, dude. You're just
You
not
don't really,
satisfied because you
NPC.
don't
You
get
don't
them.
really think that way, do
Would
you?
you be
You
satisfied
really.
if we had the same arguments?
You
Come on.
sound like
Bruh,
you're trolling, bro.
he
To be
said you
honest.
don't get it. Bro, I just told you. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. You can't sit there and pretend what you're saying is so difficult to understand.
Yeah, and it's
And
not deep either. It ain't deep, bro. It's
you
just
ain't deep. One more thing, dude. It's like NPC. That's why I named you that. Your name was something crazy before. Maybe we can just change it back to Perfect Storm or whatever. But your your contestant number 30,000, bro. So we can't sit here and pretend like you're the first person to ever say this. And the flat earthers, they've never heard this before. They definitely don't understand. Like, bro, the last 2,000 people before you said the exact same thing. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. It's a lack of like cowbell on your part.
Hayes, right?
he was just talking right through you, CB. Sounded like.
You ain't got no meat on that sandwich, man. It's all bread and lettuce or some shit.
Well, I'm not biased, at least.
Mustard.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Flat
not
earthers have
biased.
already considered both positions. You are biased.
I mean, my position has rational explanations. Yours doesn't.
Rational. Get the fuck out of here. You're rational.
We've
You
asked you to rationalize your
problems
worldview.
and bit you in your arse, man.
We've
the moon
asked you
a
to
sphere?
rationalize your worldview at every
Hey,
angle, and it's
is the
always
moon a sphere?
substantiated by something that you already claim to know. And then we ask you, well, how do you know that? Oh, well, we just know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Oh, well, we just already knew the original thing I claimed I knew that I didn't know.
Do you even know our position?
Ooh.
Hit him, Flatsy. I gotta get going, so I want to listen to you get him.
Also, how did you get to the top of the mountain? No, you're not gonna go like step by step and like climb the mountain. You have to go at the top instantly. You can't explain how you went to the top, not how you climbed
answer
it.
what Flatsy has to tell. Dude, why don't you, Jedi, get it? This fucking guy doesn't answer any question. Just answer the questions.
You guys even answer mine?
Well, I've asked you 5 and you haven't answered 1 yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so what's the horizon?
I mean, that's a pretty basic question, my friend. Why are you asking me that?
Then, basically.
What's the horizon to you? Because, I mean, no matter what I'm going to say, you're probably going to use your own definition, so use your own
want
fucking
you to explain to me, with words that a 5-year-old can understand, what the horizon is. Can you do that for me, please, Sunshine? No. Can you not use words of a 5-year-old? Can you not explain to me what the horizon is, being as it's in your experiment, quote unquote?
What do you mean?
What's the fucking horizon?
The farthest point you can see with your eyes? No?
Okay, so like I said earlier, if I use a telescope or high-powered zoom camera, the horizon will change around, right? You're very slow, aren't you? Yes or no?
Stupid. Say, but like, just like the line.
Why don't you just say? Why don't you just say what's honest?
Here to meet there,
Why don't
the
you just
farthest
be
point you can
honest?
see where
Why
those
don't you
would
just be
appear
honest?
to meet, they don't
Why
actually
don't you
meet.
be honest? Why
Spoiler
don't you
alert.
just be honest? Why don't you just be honest? I'm not trying to make you say anything. I'm trying to understand what you say with regards to sitting down and standing up and sunsets. Now, the horizon is very poignant in this thing, being as it's said to be the curve of the Earth or the limitation of how far you can fucking see. It appears to me that, according to you, it is not the curvature of the Earth because the horizon will move around, which is going to be a huge fucking problem for your sunset experiments when we start going through that in a minute, because that is going behind physical obstruction, you fucking idiot.
No, but that has
No,
nothing to do with
not.
it.
It's
That
not.
has absolutely nothing to do with it. And
What, the
also,
horizon?
the horizon is just the line to which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Why didn't you say that the first time?
Curvature.
Whoa, hold on. Why didn't you say that the first time when Jedi asked you?
Oh, looks like I
Huh?
was right on what a horizon is.
No, you actually weren't.
Well, the issue is that if you're claiming that the horizon is something that's optical, that means that you're foregoing any claims of it physically obstructing anything.
Like your sunset?
Uh-oh.
Or your boats.
There's nothing obstructing the sunset, dude. The sun is not like hiding behind buildings here. The sun sets as the Earth spins.
Sorry, the sun sets behind what as the Earth spins?
The sun is not in Earth's atmosphere.
No shit. But what happens at a sunset? Why can't I see the sun anymore?
The Earth turns, right? And so the
And?
face that was facing the sun is no
And?
longer facing the sun.
Okay.
And so you on that face, you will see the
Yeah.
sun descending towards the east as this Earth spins. And
Ascending
that's
towards
exactly
the
what we
east.
see on the
Wrong way,
sunset.
fuck. Wrong
To the
way.
west,
It rises from the
by the
east.
way.
Sets in the
Rises
west.
from the east. So yeah, okay, I might be wrong with my east and west there. But, I mean,
Yeah,
not
you are.
cardinally
But why
perfect.
can't I see?
I'll give
So
that,
why
but
can't
like,
I answer the question, dumb fuck?
I know
Why
what I'm talking about still.
Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way. Because
Nothing's in the way.
the
The Earth actually in the way.
Okay, if you're on a sphere, the other face of the sphere is in the way of the sun.
What? Would you like to try a third question and be contradicting yourself within your fucking answer, you idiot? Would you like to do that?
Get him again, Jedi. That was great.
So is it or is it not the Earth that is obstructing our view to the sun? You said yes and no.
Well, I would just ask him, like, what's happening when I look at the horizon and I see only half of the sun? What's blocking it?
Yeah, what's happening there?
When you are on the surface of the Earth that is away from the sun, the part.
No, that wasn't my question.
Answer the question.
Okay, do you know how
My
a sphere
question
works?
you're not answering my question. See, my question was if you're looking at the horizon, you see half of the sun, right? Which happens during a sunset or whatever. What is obstructing the bottom half of the sun?
The sphere. The
Okay,
side of Earth that faces the sun.
Okay. So now the horizon is, we're back to the horizon being something that physically obstructs things from our view, right? But that doesn't really work since you already said that it's just something apparent, optical. So which is it apparent and optical, or is it physical and obstructing?
Now you're literally being dishonest, my friend. You're
No,
muting
no,
me
that's
and
you.
while asking.
Don't
That's
try
you.
and lie.
You're the one with the double position.
Don't lie. You contradicted yourself twice. We're trying two things. One, for you to observe your own contradiction and be honest. And two, well, we'll get to number fucking two. So what's the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical? Which one?
Optical.
Okay, so not physical obstruction. When you gave the last answers, we can't see the second half of that sun because it's physically blocked by the sphere of the Earth.
Okay, if you're on a side of the sphere, okay, there's two sides to the sphere. Are we correct on that? Yeah, side A and side B.
I think they just dragged you like by your short hairs there. We already addressed this, so restating your position, it's already been shredded up.
I mean, no, you're not even letting me finish my position. You're like
'Cause they
muting
got
me after 2
you
words. I
before
say
you
2
even
words,
pressed
you
start.
mute me. So you didn't even understand shit of what I'm saying. You didn't
Yeah,
even
'cause you
hear half the shit I said, dude.
Do
You
you
didn't
know
even.
the law of
No.
non-contradiction?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. We did hear what you said. You
Are you getting
contradicted.
angry?
Anyways,
The
I'm
law
gonna
of
get
non-contradiction means that
side A faces the sun. Side B faces away from the sun. What blocks the view from someone on side B from seeing the sun? It is side A. Now, if you turn that a little bit, you can have half the sun appear at the horizon from side B, but still side A is facing the sun.
Okay, cool. So in this case, the horizon would be physically obstructing the sun, correct?
It's not the horizon, no. It's the whole Earth, the side of Earth facing the sun. That's what
Yeah.
obstructing
So
your
when you
view
see
from the
half,
sun.
so when you're looking at a sunset and you see half of the fucking sun above the horizon.
Okay, draw a dot on a sphere and light the
Oh,
sphere
for
with a
fuck's
light.
sake, dude!
So that
Come on.
We
Draw a
already
dot
told,
on a sphere, really?
we already told you, NBC. We understand your position. I don't think you're. I don't.
He doesn't understand his own position.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the clip where you said, "Well, it's not obstructed. It's obstructed.
Draw a dot.
It's not the horizon. Okay, the sun's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not the horizon." Like you're trying to. Are you figuring this out on the fly?
But the horizon isn't Earth, right? It's a line between the surface and the sky, but the surface isn't the Earth, obviously.
you guys just twist everything that's said to make it look different.
Not really.
No, not really. We just
Sides to
waited.
a sphere.
Wait, we've just waited for you to open your mouth, and you've displayed yourself to be an idiot every time you've opened your mouth. That's us not putting words into your mouth. That's us listening to the shit that comes out of your mouth. You said this shit. You contradicted yourself. That's not our problem. That's your fault.
Actually, I said shit that's consistent.
What, when you contradicted yourself?
I didn't contradict myself. You just twist everything I say.
Oh, great. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to it on blast for the whole panel. Then, so I'm gonna mute up.
No, I'm done, John. You
and
guys
we're
have
gonna.
listened to what I say,
We're
so
gonna
it's okay. Plus, you're just gonna mute me at the middle of my argument,
Shut up.
just to straw man it because you're gonna like
Shut up.
omit
Well,
the.
it's a good thing you're recorded, so we don't have to straw man you. We can just directly address what you said verbatim. Why don't we just do that? So give me 30 seconds, and we'll get the clip of you contradicting yourself painfully.
I just point out, dude, that this is gonna go a lot easier if you try to be a little less emotional. Oh.
Yeah, my suggestion is you do a lot of research before you come and argue with people that you think don't know what they're talking about.
the law of non
And then for the flat earthers too, a homeboy gives me some Arwen vibes. Although I'm a big fan of Arwen, but it's kind of funny. He's like our Globy Arwen. Shout out to Arwen though.
Like, the question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way.
Okay, that's one part of it. Well, let me get the rest. Nothing's in the way, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, I should have just let it play. I should have just let it play. Hold on one sec. This is great.
I can't see the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Something's in the way. Yeah, well, it's nothing. Something, but nothing's in the way. Well done.
I love how he's like, but I know what I'm talking about though. And Jedi's like, not really.
The question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
I want to know why did he give us two answers at the same time? I don't understand.
Oh,
that.
now you guys don't understand context, and you don't understand my English. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Flat earthers just don't understand words now. That makes sense. Let's listen to it one more time.
But still,
Language
not
barrier.
really. Can't see the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh man, you flat earthers just aren't listening to me properly, and you didn't hear me correctly. I mean,
Maybe
one
you
more
just said your words wrong.
time, maybe one more time for shits and giggles, or what?
But still, not really. Why can't I see the sun when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh Lord, should we continue or what? Like, man, now he's gonna try to weasel
Now I
out of
want to get this reaction.
it. All right, or what is in the way?
Too bad we
Technically,
can't
there's
see his face.
between the Earth and the sun. Buildings and mountains are not blocking your view, although you said that the sun was behind the buildings. All Earth, although is in your way, is in the way of your perception. The side facing the sun can see the sun, and the side facing. So, how many sides of a sphere are there?
Technically
This
one,
one?
but you can take two sides when you have a lit sphere. You can have the unlit side and the lit side.
Okay, all right, we lit. All right, cool, cool. I mean, but you see the problem here, right? Like, oh, nothing's blocking. It's actually behind the buildings. Oh, wait, no, it's actually behind the Earth, which is actually not the
Context of
horizon,
that,
but
as I just explained it. There's nothing blocking the sun from Earth, like as a whole. But what's blocking your perception is the fact that the side facing the sun is on the other side facing the sun. Therefore, you're on the side of the sun that can't see the sun, or can only half see the sun until you're on the side that cannot completely see the sun. There's a big difference in context here. So, yes, play on the words all you want, mock them, do whatever you want. I understand the context, and if you don't, well, that's a
oh, well, we understand it better than you. That's how we're teaching you. But let's go back to Martot's question. When we see the sunset, right? And I see half of the sun, what is blocking the sun? Why can't I see that sun? What is
Nothing is blocking the sun. The only thing blocking anything is your view. Your view is blocked by the Earth, but nothing's blocking the sun. The sun's not blocked. The sun's lighting the entire side of the Earth that is lit.
You just contradicted yourself there yet again.
No, I just explained the difference between the sun not being blocked by an object between Earth and the sun, while the difference of your perception being blocked. It's not the sun being blocked, it's your perception being blocked. It's a big
I think you gotta, I don't know, take 5 deep breaths, man. All right, let's do this together. Deep breath in. What's between you and the sun? The Earth. If you see a half sunset, then the Earth is the thing blocking the sun, apparently. But you keep saying over and over, nothing's blocking it. Oh, but the Earth is in the way. You see the problem? Sounds like
true. I know you're not going to understand again, but nothing.
It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. We actually know the globe better than you. That's why we're essentially teaching it to you now. The horizons claim to be the curve of the earth, but you're like, no, that's not true. The sun doesn't go behind the horizon. It's just
A double standard.
yeah. We know the globe, man. You
Now
don't.
you're twisting and lying again, because when we talked about the horizon, I clearly stated that it's the limit of your perception.
Which was
And
wrong. Wait, which
or
was wrong because that doesn't match what you read out via definition afterwards, which was correct. And then you try to say, well, I was right all along. And you just repeated the wrong thing. So let's go back to Martot's question. What is the sun being blocked by if I'm seeing like half of a sunset?
the horizon is not the curvature, man. So I don't know why you're saying that I said that. I didn't say that. It's
Yeah.
the limit of your perception.
Bro.
That's the embarrassing part. That's what you're supposed to say,
And
man.
also, when it comes to what's blocking the sun, nothing's blocking the sun. Something's blocking your perception, but not the sun. You see the difference? Your perception being blocked and the sun being blocked. There's two different things that we're talking
What's
about here.
blocking the
So the
perception then?
sun's not being blocked, but your
Cowbell. Cowbell.
perception is being blocked. There's
Yes.
a
What's that
difference
then?
there.
What's that then? Our perception is being blocked by what?
Your perception is being blocked by the other side of the planet that is being lit by the sun currently.
So the curve of the Earth, then.
So if you're on a planet that's facing a star and you're on the other side of that
We get it.
side, like
You don't have to restate your incorrect position. We're trying to help you out here, man.
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
like seriously.
So is the Earth in the way, blocking your view, or?
I guess you don't understand, right? You have a lit sphere. You have a face facing the light and a face not facing the
Jesus.
light.
Lord
Your
help.
question is,
We don't have questions.
not facing from the sun. Simply put, what's preventing you from seeing the sun is the fact that you're on the side facing away from the sun.
How
I
about
understand.
how about this? The sunlight isn't able to reach you. Would that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
What?
If the sunlight does not reach you, does that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
That should, yes.
Okay. So
That should, yes. And
when
the
I
sunlight doesn't
when I
reach
don't see
if
the
you
sun,
are on
when I
the other side of the world,
yeah, okay,
right?
cool. So when I don't see the sun, couldn't it just be that there's too much air in between me and wherever the sun
Can you
is?
see the sun at night? Can you see the sun at night? Why can't
Why
you
would
see
I?
the sun?
Why would I? You know what night is, right?
Yeah, night is basically you're on the
Yeah,
side of the earth
when
that
you
is
don't see
facing
the sun
away
in the
from
sky,
the
that's
sun.
night. Yeah, when you
Huh?
don't see the sun, that's night. Cool. And
What?
I'm trying to determine if the sun is being blocked by the earth is the only valid explanation for not being able to see the sun, and I don't think it is.
That's not the context that I was saying it in. I literally just explained
Why are you
that
so
if you're
emotional,
on
dude? Dude,
you're
calm
on
down.
the side
Take a
of the
walk and come back
sphere
or
that's
something.
facing away from the sun.
Holy, this is painful. So on a globe, you have someone on one side and someone's on the other. And those two people can't see each other, not because the Earth's in the way, but their perception's blocking their own views of seeing each other. I mean, I don't know why you feel the need to explain a position that, number one, we all understand a lot better than you. So you don't need to restate anything. We're basically trying to help you out at this point. You're saying a bunch of things that are not correct or consistent with the claimed globe idea.
I don't know. He just sounds too emotional to even like be able to listen to what we have to say.
I would agree. Let's take some deep breaths. You want to take a walk or something?
If you take 20,000 miles, yes, you will have curvature blocking you because there's 20,000 miles and the curvature will be significant enough. Do that with 3,000 miles and you will not be affected by curvature at all.
Really, that's weird because like I have this.
1,000 miles, you will not be able to see
I wasn't
20,000 miles.
Sir, I wasn't finished talking. Thanks. That's actually really weird because they have this formula for predicting the horizon distance, right? Were you aware of that, or?
And okay, give me that formula.
Sure, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's it.
Okay.
So what this comes down to is that if I'm, say, at the beach, the horizon is supposed to be, according to this prediction, somewhere 1 mile, 3 miles in between there, depending on my height, right? Whether I'm standing right at the water or I'm swimming in the water, it's going to change a little because obviously observer height will change.
Don't think
So
that
that's it.
that's
So
accurate.
you were talking about 3,000 miles and not being able to see any curve or whatever, but they're
No,
predicting
I'm not
that
talking
the
about not seeing the
horizon.
curve. I'm saying if you're looking 20 miles ahead, you will see the other.
They're predicting that at the beach you should only be able to see about 3 miles. That's their prediction. So I don't see why you need 3,000 miles when 3 miles is enough.
Actually, 3 miles will not present enough curvature to block your view. No.
That's their prediction. Yes. If you want me
Wow.
to post a math, if you want me to post a math for you, I can do that. Maybe you can take a look at that and stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the show on that one, NPC. We're gonna have to address that one. Because now you're getting into BYOB territory where now you've got your own globe that you made up. You brought your own globe to the party. Well, you can keep that. Leave that globe at the door because we already know what the globe claims are, and you're not really aligning yourself with those claims. So you're like, oh well, 3 miles. That's not where the curve is. Well, now we have to address that. So what we're gonna have to do here is, we're in 24/7. I keep thinking we're apologetics. It's called How the Horizon Works. Let's get this clip and we'll take a listen together. And you can tell us, friend, whether you agree or disagree with this gentleman here in this clip, because he's gonna tell you basically what we just told you. And he's not a flat earther. So let's take a listen. 60 seconds.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon.
Uh-oh. Let's get a quick reaction from NBC. Go ahead.
So you mean basically from 3 miles, you can see basically an inch of curvature. That's not going to block your view.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, you just completely missed the point, right? So let me summarize it for you real quick. If you're 6 foot height at the beach, you should have a horizon at 3 miles that is blocking everything from your view that is beyond 3 miles. Get it? Because 3 miles would be where the hump is, where the physical obstruction of the Earth starts blocking stuff from your view.
Will anyone post it in the chat?
Post what?
An image.
Well, how about you take a look at the formula I posted first?
I'm going to post an image to someone who will post it in the chat only.
Now, we're not talking about images at the moment. We're talking about formulas and horizon distance.
Okay, but that's just calculations, right? It's not measurements.
Really?
Well, yeah. It's actually a prediction, a calculation that the globe makes based on the radius and observer height. The problem is that when we go outside to check this, it's wrong.
Just straight off Google, from the ground, a human's vision range is up to 3 miles until the horizon line.
Yes, that is the limit of the perception, though. Not the
You're
limit
just,
curvature will block your view.
let's be honest, you're just
that is their exact claim. Yes, that's their claim. The thing you're saying that it's not, that's what they're claiming. Right? Because that's what's blocking the bottom of boats, right? The surface of the Earth.
If you're honest enough, you'll at least post this in the chat.
You're not even being honest with yourself, man. That's why we have to teach you things. So you're
Yeah.
feeling like you need to teach us. Like you're getting this whole thing wrong. The reason why you can't see
I am
past the
showing
horizon
you,
is because
showing
it's
you.
be the curve of the earth. So when you turn around and say, no, oh, it's not the curve of the earth, well, now you sound like a flat earther.
Hey, dude. In what I just sent to FE Jedi, if he posted it, there is a perfect to-scale representation of what 3,000 kilometers and its curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer sphere, with 2 skyscrapers also on that the picture.
Oh, this
But
should be good. This should be good.
all right, Jedi, you go on that. But like, what reality should look like, based compared to what it does look like.
Oh, there is a comparison. Go
Huh?
ahead, post it. Look at it.
But what is this a rebuttal to, that you
You
can
post
see
it.
past 3
I
miles,
mean,
or what is you? What is
you
your
want to post it there for someone else?
what is your argument?
I mean, it's a picture that has arguments in it, yes. But,
If it's a to-scale representation, that's not a picture.
I mean, yes, a to-scale representation can be done on a picture, yes.
So it's a picture of the Earth.
I mean, I could send you the pictures and videos of when I made a sphere out of the representation. Yes, I could do that too.
What is your argument,
I could
bro?
post all visual representations I made through this. Yes.
But what is your argument? What are you fighting against here?
He made his own globe.
Yeah, that's right. You do have your own globe, don't you?
That's not a own globe. I'm just using the official size of the Earth that is used, which is 40,000
Yeah,
kilometers.
so are we. So are we, and
All
that's
right.
where we get the
So,
prediction from
okay,
horizon
so
distance
I'm
from.
using 40,000 kilometers here for my globe Earth.
As a circumference.
40,000 kilometers.
Sure.
I'm not
Yeah, cool.
changing that number. I'm using the same number everyone's using here. 40,000
sure.
kilometers. And then I'm dividing this 40,000 kilometer circle by 13 partitions, 13 partitions being 3,000 kilometers on its own. And I have 2 skyscrapers on one of these partitions, on both edges of them, and you see that there's barely any curvature blocking any view in, etc.
Hold on. So
And
you're saying hold on. So
the
you're
first
saying
the
that
first two
you're
pictures
saying that you have 2 skyscrapers at 3,000 miles and there's no curvature blocking it?
Look at the image that I posted at 55 minutes past the hour.
And there's the second one, which is the circle I was talking about, which is to scale with 40,000 kilometers.
Yo, what's cracking? Why
You know,
don't
I'm sorry, really quickly. You said this was a to scale image, right?
Do you know what to scale means?
Yeah, I know what it means. How tall are those buildings?
Okay, the top part is made by flat earthers. That's,
No.
That's
How
debunked. That's
how
wrong.
tall
The
are those
bottom
buildings?
part is what you're see. The bottom part is the right representation. The upper part is a misrepresentation from flat earthers.
Both of these are complete. No, both of these are completely
The
incoherent.
skyscrapers are like 600 kilometers high, something like that, even 1,000 kilometers high. Whereas even on my to scale representation, I do have, let's say, very large skyscrapers, and if
Yeah,
you
they're still a
make them
couple hundred
smaller,
miles.
they would still be to level. You see, they
No, it
would still
wouldn't.
be to
But
level.
dude, you need to look at the actual formulas for like horizon distance and obscured height at distance and all this, because a skyscraper should be gone at like 30, 40, 50 miles. You shouldn't be able to see a skyscraper at 3,000 miles. That's absolute insanity, and that would actually debunk the globe.
Well, if you look at the portion of curvature here, the curvature that we have from my circle, it's not
That's
really
a-
absurd because that's a
It's a
3,000 mile
cartoon.
distance. And guess what?
That's a cartoon.
Yeah, we need the actual math and data. So that's building height, distance, and then the formulas for horizon distance, obscured hidden height, etc. That's what we need, not some picture that you drew in MS Paint, for fuck's sake.
To scale my ass. We just went over it. You don't have measurements for anything to reference a scale anyway. We're not gonna go off of your little cartoon here. That's crazy.
Well, he came in trying to double down on Eratosthenes, so.
Classic. And one thing to highlight, folks, flat earthers don't make that top image, bro. I've been in the flat earth for a long time. you're not going to find a flat earther presenting that as like, oh, well, this is their globe. Like, that's not a flat earthers don't make shit like that. At least from my understanding, we don't think the Earth is curved. So anyway, you got something else, man? Because about an hour and a half ago, we could verify the Earth to be a sphere. We haven't got to that just yet. To scale.
It is to scale.
You don't have reference to scale.
I do have reference. 40,000 divided by 13. I have a circle
When I say you don't have reference, I mean you need measurements to determine whether that's really.
in slices. Okay. I don't think
Good
you
lord.
understand how a scale works. I don't think you understand how a scale works.
Yeah, that's because you're not that intelligent. You think we don't understand basic things. That's cool, but it's not really helpful to the discussion, right? And if that is actually what you think, then why the fuck are you here trying to explain it to us?
Yeah, you're in the wrong place if you think that all of these flat earthers have never heard of the globe before. Like, we understand it better than you. That's why we're calling you out. So it's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. I think you're the one who might lack some understanding here, friend. So you don't have a reference to scale because there's no measurements to refer to.
Not even letting me post a reference to scale.
Because there's nothing to post. You don't have
Oh,
measurements.
really? There's nothing to post? What about my...
Should have posted those measurements probably, I don't know, an hour and a half ago when we requested them for the first time.
Saying.
So you don't have any measurements.
How about you post my circle, which is to scale?
You don't have a reference to scale.
Yes, it is a very good reference. Do you know how scales in mathematics work? You draw a circle.
You're arguing with emotion, not logic. Or data.
The fact that I'm challenging your reference to scale would probably highlight the fact that I do understand scale. So if you wanted to maybe counter what I'm saying, you would just post measurements of the globe to say, well, here's the reference. Here's our measurements. That's why I understand scale and you don't. I know my height as a human being. And if I wanted to scale it up or scale it down, I could, right? Well, you don't have measurements of the globe to then refer to some sort of scale to either compare or scale it up or scale it down for your little cartoon here. You're gonna need some measurements first to then start referring to, well, we got it to scale. So go get the measurements then. Or we can just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you they don't exist.
So you're basically saying that if I draw a circle and define this circle by 40,000 kilometers, and I slice it in two, I do not have a to-scale 20,000 kilometers on each side?
You haven't determined where are you getting the 40,000 from? Because that hasn't been established.
40,000. We have established already that 40,000 kilometers is the general size of Earth, whether flat or globe, right?
No, hell no. No. You want to ask that again?
Okay, well, if your flat Earth isn't 40,000 kilometers for the whole thing, all right. But if I'm using a circle defining 40,000 kilometers and slicing it into 13 portions.
You get that part. I'm challenging the fact that before you even get to the 40,000 part, we have to get that.
Portion is 3,000.
We're not going to just pull those numbers out of our asshole. We have to go and determine, well, 40,000, why that? Obviously, your circle has to have a size. So
now we have to go back to how we get the circumference of the Earth. But to get the circumference of the Earth, I don't believe in the sun positions and stuff like that and the mathematics and calculations. So fuck that, yeah.
What it actually is I think you just auto believe that these are default positions and there's no need to even ask questions like, do we have the actual position of the sun to then make statements based off of this? What it isn't is flat earthers just calling things fake. We're addressing things face value. If you say, well, Eratosthenes measured the earth, well, let's take a fine-tooth comb and go through it to find out whether that's true or not. What you're doing is just, well, it's automatically all true don't even ask questions. Why would we do that? So we're gonna need those measurements, man. Sorry, there's no way around it.
It's okay to ask questions, but when you're asking measurements for things that you either can't measure or don't need to be measured,
Which you said have already been verified and measured.
yes.
So now it's
Yes,
now it's
using
now
the method.
now it can't be measured and don't need to measure it. What changed?
Measured using methods that you're not satisfied with because
That has to do with I'm not setting any parameters for you. You have to measure it the way I say. I would just like some measurements to begin with. That would be nice.
if you want a specific measurement, position of the sun, measure the shadow it casts. Repeat that every day and do that on 2 locations. You'll have measurements.
Can we address that
But
though?
of course, that's not enough for you.
Let's address it because obviously we don't just take things. Oh, there's no need to even address anything. You just gotta auto believe Eratosthenes. Can we actually go through it and find out if this is valid or not? Or for you, it's a default, automatically true. Don't even ask questions. Is that really
No, I
your
mean,
position?
it's okay to go through it, but if you're going to be denying things and like cherry picking, but that's not actually.
Let's not deny anything then. Let's actually go through it
That's wrong,
specifically.
man.
Okay, well, let's not deny anything. Let's go through it and find
Yeah, let's
out.
go through it.
All right. Well, let's start with step 1. You're saying the measurement of the Earth. Let's be specific. So that we're going to go off of whatever measurement you think exists. So what would that measurement be that we can address?
I mean, you can measure it with the shadows, a sundial, anything shadows and the sun together. You can pretty much take measurements of that. The double beach sunset experiment, which you again mock and laugh at, but fail to understand the mathematics at which to give you an actual circumference of the planet you're living on.
You're not going to let us address things specifically, or we're just going to do this whole like coping. You guys don't believe me.
I don't care if
Automatically.
you guys don't believe. That's not my point there. I mean, you guys don't believe me. That's fine. But I mean, none of you. I mean, you yourself are probably making a better effort than the others to actually try and understand me and get to something, which I appreciate, and we're probably going to get somewhere because of that. But the others, they weren't like that at all.
I actually think they're more like me than you think. But anyway, let's just go through it. So give us a measurement, and then let's go through the method and make sure that the methodology is valid. So you
All
can
right.
whatever you want to start with.
Well, can someone post that like little circle I was talking about because it contains measurements and so on? Maybe not from the real world, but you can compare them with real world measurements after that. That's not a problem. So,
Measurements not from the real world? What?
Let's draw a circle and then make measurements on that circle. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
We're on Discord here. I'm gonna go on a boat and do celestial navigation from my apartment. Come on, dude. Thank you for posting the circle. Now,
well, if you were a real glober, you would actually go out there and make real measurements.
Again, this is just representing what the curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer.
We're imagining
that. NPC, hold on. I gotta. You're gonna have to make me pass the mic. 'Cause I'm gonna blow a fuse if you keep doing this thing where you're like, "Let me tell you what a globe would be like," as if no one here understands what a sphere or a circle or the nature of a circular object. Stop pretending like we don't know what a sphere is, man.
Okay, can we just agree that if that circle there is 40,000 kilometers circumference, that each portion, the 13 divided portions of it, are 3,000 kilometers on the surface? Can we agree on that?
We don't have any issue with the math. The math is mathing, all right? But the problem is we have to determine those numbers essentially, I would say, you just pulled out of thin air or out of your rear end. We have to determine
Okay,
this.
fine. I haven't give you the real world measurements. That's fair. But can we still focus and consider this before moving to that? Because I mean, you can't just skip this.
Bro, we know
you're imagining.
just like you do. You're like, but I need to know if 2 + 2 is 4 first before I measure this 2 by 4. We know the math works. Now we need to go and find out whether it matches reality. Stop
Okay,
presuming
good.
that we don't understand a globe. Well, do you understand that a globe, if you broke it down
Okay.
into 4 parts, 25% each, like, dude, we understand that part. Now we have to go and determine, is this matching reality? Measurements from the real world, like Zetetic called
Correct.
out for it. Ryan in the chat,
Correct.
how did you get the value of 40,000? That's the whole point, bro. We don't need
If
a
I
cartoon of
apply
a
this,
circle to explain how it
okay,
would work. I understand that. Now we need the
okay,
actual meat, the
yes,
freaking, we need the cowbell now.
yeah. So how do we apply this with the real world to verify it? Right. That's good. Well asked. So what you need to do basically is you run the experiment. Let's say you choose that 3,000 mile distance, 3,000 kilometer distance, and you check if it's actually possible.
Stop.
If the distances match from the views.
Stop. You just jumped. We don't even have a foundation yet. You're like, well, let's just pick 3,000. We're not gonna just pick
This
random
was
numbers.
based
You
on
have
an
to we
experiment
need
that was done. Okay.
measurements. No, that's not how this is gonna work. We need to go and measure the real world. Okay, we're not gonna just randomly pick. Let's just pick 3,000 and then go from that. Choose a distance. No. So we need something in reality that we can go and do to measure the surface of the earth to determine what it is. So we're not gonna just quote choose 3,000, whatever the hell that means.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could walk the distance, I guess.
We keep saying the distance as if that's a default thing we already know. We have to determine or establish what is the size of the earth. How has that been established? Let's not go into it assuming number one, it's already a sphere and it already has a known size. Those things are both unknown. So we actually have to go out into the field to do something to determine whether those things are true or not. For you, they're just default automatically true. And they don't really, for you, you're saying, well, I don't even need to measure, which is crazy. But we're trying to help you understand that you're gonna need to measure to have these
Okay.
values.
So, when it comes to needing to measure and etc., do you need like it to be measurable by one individual person, and that every individual person must be able to do it on themselves alone? Or would you accept that, let's say, a collective of people that can work together and use technologies to get
Look,
these
feel
measurements
feel
and,
free to set
and
yourself
would
up
that
with
count?
whatever conditions you feel most comfortable with. But now we're just
Would
wasting
multiple
time.
people using technologies to
All right, bro. Let's just get it, because the point is we need to get to how do we get that value. Don't. Well, is it okay if we all hold hands and do it? Do whatever you want. We just need the measurements now.
not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it okay if
Stop asking and start just getting the measurements. People in the chat are getting pissed off, right? How do you get the value of 40,000? You need to measure before you assume. How do you get the value of 40,000? Before you start explaining, how did you get the value of 40,000? How? What technology? It's okay. We need to know how we're
value
getting
from
the
the double
value.
sunset experiment? Because I did that one myself. So I got those values from the double sunset experiment that you all
Now, what you said is what we could do is go through it with a fine tooth comb just to double check the methodology. So let's do that. So
Yeah,
let's start
I
with
did.
step
I did mention that anyone could do the same double sunset
All right, great.
experiment and do the same calculation.
Let's do it together. Let's start with step one. So let's start with step one. Because
Right?
we're gonna go through it with a fine tooth comb and make sure it's valid, right? When it's not, we're just gonna accept it because you say so, right? So what's the step one for the methodology? And are we measuring the Earth right now? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, if you
Because
want to
we need
take
to
in
get
all the factors, we're gonna be here for fucking weeks. So we should try to keep things more simple. But I mean, I do get that we should also try and commit to as many factors as possible. But we should find a balance here, because I mean, if you're gonna ask me to calculate with using the sun, but then you have to prove to me that my calculation that the distance that the light takes to take the time it takes for the light to reach me is accurate. Well, then I have to explain that and explain how the other thing. So you see, we have to not go through that kind of rabbit hole either.
But what we're also not going to do is
I
just
can tell you that like we could use technology to determine how much time it takes for the light to reach us from the sun. And
Bro, you're waffling.
theoretically, what the sun.
You're waffling like crazy. We're supposed to measure the Earth to determine these values that you said. Well, let's just pick 3,000. Well, okay. Well, where do we get 3,000 from? Let's just get to it, man. You're wasting time.
Hey, like CD, let me
that
ask
was
you this.
run by people.
Hold
Okay?
on, NPC. Let me ask you this, all right? Like, if you told me that you were a size 12 shoe,
Move the goalpost.
if you told no, if you told me you were a size 12 shoe and you never measured your foot, how would you know you're a size 12 shoe?
Shadows. Just calculate. Just lay down the beach.
Just calculate. Just draw a shoe size, and that's it. That's what it is, dude.
That's what
If
I
you,
mean.
if you take a shoe and then draw it into like 13 sections, and then each section actually mathematically, so that's how it works. Just break it into 13 sections, and then you don't even need to measure it.
You see the absurdity of that, NPC. Like if you want to measure something, measure it.
Hello? Can we stay
Measure
on
it.
Hello, we're waiting for
Measure
the
it.
measurements. Yeah, go now, get measurements. That's what we need.
That's not fair, man. You guys keep moving the goalposts and asking me multiple questions on multiple subjects.
The same question we've been waffling around and tap dancing around for, I don't know, what is it now, chat? Let's see, 208. It's now been 7 minutes of people asking you for the exact same thing. 7 minutes. How many times has JPR in the chat asked the same question? How do you get the value of 40,000? We probably asked that for now, probably closer to 10 minutes. So
those
hurry
straw
up.
men. Can I clarify those things so you stop using the straw man? When I talked about the circle and the 3,000 kilometers, etc., it was about another subject, about the curvature of the Earth, to show that it would take even 3,000 kilometers and you would still see at that distance if you'd have the telescope too. Okay, that was the argument for that. It has nothing to do with how do you calculate the Earth's radius. Now, how you calculate the Earth's radius, you can use the sun to do that. And that's why I mentioned the light distance from the sun, because you need to know how far the sun is to have proper calculations. So, yeah, I'm actually trying to give you the right steps to consider the right things to measure and calculate to get to the Earth's circumference. But you're all going all over the place and cherry picking one word and one thing and then that and then. But the circle didn't have anything to do with that. So what?
How do you know the distance to the sun?
How do you know the distance of the sun? Exactly.
Yeah.
You calculate the time it takes for the light of the sun to reach Earth. See,
How do you know that?
You have the speed of light. It's a constant.
How do you know that? How do you know the distance to the sun?
Oh my god. So you're telling me that humans and scientists have never tested light at all and don't know anything about light, and we don't.
I didn't hear him say that.
How do you calculate the one-way speed of light?
That uses lights and dark technology is made by people that don't even know how.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. You can calculate the circumference of the average. You can calculate the average circumference of the equator, flat or globe. This doesn't prove your side.
It's on it. How do you know the speed of light?
You don't realize.
I'm not the scientist that discovered everything that there is about light, but I can understand things, and I can understand there is a speed
So
of
just
light.
say I don't know. So just say I don't know.
You realize, NPC, you're just talking while muted. No one's hearing you because you're not having a conversation with people. You're just rumpusing the shit out of
And
everyone.
that forms a circumference at the equator. This doesn't prove anything about the shape.
Guys, keep being dishonest, I guess.
We're not being
To
dishonest.
yourselves and to me and to others.
No one's being dishonest.
So how did they measure the circumference of the Earth?
Kind of getting into
We're
How
not
did they measure the
asking you.
circumference of the Earth?
I mean, so we can't agree on a constant speed of light.
That hasn't been determined yet. Again, these things aren't
Hasn't been
default.
determined yet. Okay.
Sir, you gotta keep this in mind. For you, what we don't do for you is just assume our position as default, and you must accept it because we accept it.
Okay.
We have to make an
Okay.
argument for your position. When you keep
So
saying like, "Oh, so you just don't automatically accept what I'm saying as true?"
all right.
No, that's the whole point. You have to back up or make a case for your position. Saying, "Oh, well, you
So
deny," that's not an argument.
so scientifically, there is a consensus between the whole entire scientific community, which of course you're going to strawman as just fake. They
No,
have a speed
promise
of
you,
light constant.
brother. Does anyone want to hear this garbage? That's an appeal to a consensus fallacy. That's not evidence for the thing you're claiming.
And their calculations are right. And if I read their paper,
Dude,
bro.
so do I need to go look up the
NPC, you're talking to yourself right now, Storm. You're talking to yourself right now, dude. No one's hearing you.
Why is he even talking about the speed of light?
He's
do I
talking
need to
about the speed
read
of
a
light from the
paper
sun to Earth.
on how to figure out the light speed? Really? Out loud?
Again, you would be doing this for your own
And you guys
benefit.
can't look that up yourselves? I mean, maybe if you look up the speed of light and how to get it, I mean, you're probably going to get a very straightforward
You're
answer, better
talking
than
to
what I can say.
yourself. You're just talking to yourself, okay? You've been challenged because we do understand it. We don't need to go read a paper. That would be for your benefit. Now, one more time.
Okay, so we can agree that there is the speed of light.
We don't agree on shit yet because you haven't established anything. You just move the goalposts
I'm
back and
establishing
back
the
and back.
speed of light. You use the speed of
Oh.
light times 8 minutes, you have 90 million miles. What's the problem?
What's been established?
How do you know that? What did you do to measure that?
The time it takes for light to reach us, 8 minutes.
How do
At
you
the
know
speed of
that?
light,
Did you
that's 90
assume?
million miles. It's simple.
Did you
If you're going
did
100
you
miles
assume it?
per hour and you drive for an hour, you will have done 100 miles.
Okay. So did you go to the sun and measure the two-way speed of light? Because you can't measure the one-way speed of light. So did you measure the two-way speed of light from the sun to the earth and back to the sun? It's fucking dumb, dude.
Did you go to the sun and turn on a flashlight and we waited till it got here? Is that how we measured it? You went to the sun?
So you're basically saying that we do not have technologies and ways.
No, you know what? No one's saying any of those words. Pretty sure you just said those words. I think what we're doing is we're holding you accountable to the words that you said. Right? Oh, we already know these things. Well, how do you know? Well, you don't know? Well, how do you know, friend?
That was hilarious. Sorry, you don't agree that we have
Jedi-
technology ways. That's fucking funny, man. What the fuck?
This all started with the circumference of the Earth being 40,000 kilometers, and we asked how did they measure it, and that's literally what this whole conversation has been about. It's how do they measure the circumference of the Earth?
And just want to get in, pretty sure I called it when I was like, well, we just already know this other thing. Oh, well, how do you know that? Well, we already know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Well, we just already know this other thing. You see what I'm saying? When we start to go through your methodology, it ain't really valid because it's all based upon, well, we just already knew previously. And this confirms we were accurate all along. I don't think so. You don't have a leg to stand on. You don't
It's a
have
classic spiral, though.
So somehow we've gotten to the distance to the sun. Awesome.
Well, yeah, because he wanted to talk about sticks and shadows, and that we knew the distance to the sun based off of the speed of light. That's how we know the distance to the sun.
No.
Fucking retarded.
No.
How is that retarded?
Where does that 8 minute? Where does that 8 minutes come from?
Okay.
Where's that
If
8
you're
minutes
going
come from?
300,000 kilometers second,
Where's the 8
and it
minutes
takes
come
you
from?
8 minutes
We
to
get
reach
that,
destination.
brother. We get that part. Now, how do you? What at Jedi? Can you ask your question again?
Where's the 8 minutes come from?
How'd they get 8 minutes, NPC?
I just said, if You're traveling at 300,000 kilometers a second.
We understand math, dude. Stop trying to teach us math. So if you're driving at 60 miles per hour and you drive for 1 hour, like, we get that part. You haven't explained now how you got 8 minutes from the sun to the earth.
I mean, do you want me to make it easier for you?
You can measure the redshift of the light of the stars, by the way.
Stop the
And
cap.
another way, you can also use other known stellar objects in the same
Other
neighborhood
stuff
and
now.
use
Why are you talking
parallax
about other stuff?
measurements
Dude,
and take
why are
them
you
6
talking about
months
other
apart
stuff?
as Earth orbits the
Why other
sun.
stuff?
And yes, you will have your measurements.
Okay, so how did
But
you
no,
get 8 minutes?
that's not
So
satisfying
why
for you, right?
why
That's
8
not enough,
minutes?
right?
Where does this
That's
arbitrary 8 minutes come from? Why 8 minutes? Why not
300 kilometers
25
per
minutes?
second x 90 million miles. 8
Okay,
minutes.
okay,
That's
so
simple.
90
That
million miles. So how did you get the 90 million miles then? Was it because of 8 minutes?
Yes,
How
we
did
can
you get?
also do the reverse
No,
equation.
I want to know how you got the distance to the
We
sun.
can
You said
measure
8
fucking
minutes. Hold
light.
on. We can measure light. Okay, so it takes 8 minutes for the light to get here from the sun that's 93 million miles away. Okay, so how did you get the 93 million miles?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else did we automatically knew previous to that?
The distance of the sun alone? All right. Without using light? Sure.
No, I
Because
don't
here
want you
at
to start
Venus.
changing.
Okay.
No, dude, I
No.
don't want
You
you to
measure
start
the
changing
distance from
goalposts.
Earth
I
to
want you to
Venus.
keep to the
You
Stop.
measure
goalposts
the
that I
distance
place.
from Earth
Stop.
to Venus. And
Stop.
then Venus.
Stop. Jedi,
Oh,
please go.
see,
Stop moving the
you see
goalposts. I
what
just
you
want you to answer the
don't even
things that I'm
care to hear.
asking you.
You
That's all.
don't even care to hear the answer.
You're
That's
talking
fine.
to yourself, NPC. You're literally talking to yourself. You're not having a conversation with anyone here. You're talking to yourself. When you ask a question and answer it on your own, you'll be like, "So, but I'll give you evidence, but you wouldn't believe it, right? Yeah, you wouldn't. So I'm just gonna," like, you're talking to yourself, dude. Jedi has a question for you. Listen
Yes,
and
I
answer
understand.
the question.
How did you get the 93 million miles?
How did they get the 93 million miles? Ask them.
Oh, okay. I thought this was your fucking claim. I thought you knew about this. I thought this was to
I
somehow
do,
prove.
but everything I say you don't take. So I'm
No,
gonna
because I want you
tell
to
you to
back
do
it
your
up.
own
I
research at
don't.
this point
I
because
don't understand why you
no
keep
matter
talking.
what
This
I
isn't a
give, you
conversation.
don't understand what I'm saying.
I
You see how
don't
you're talking to
understand.
yourself
The
again?
fuck?
You're talking to yourself again, NPC. Stay focused here. There's other people in this panel who would love to speak with you and not just listen to you provide verbal diarrhea from the mouth to yourself. Okay? When we're not just not liking what you're saying. When you say, "Well, I know this," and we say, "How do you know that?" Well, you go, "Well, I already knew this other thing." All we're going to do is ask you how you knew that other thing. Then you say, "Well, I just knew already this other thing." You see the problem here? We're looking for
Yes,
where you originally established
I
this knowledge.
mentioned this problem earlier actually when I was saying, look, you're gonna ask me to like explain to you the size of the Earth and how I get to that, but for that I need to explain the other measurements that I'm getting. You're gonna ask me how I get that, how I get that, how I
You
get that,
need
how
a
I get that, and
foundation. Yeah, you need a foundation to build upon. Right now, you don't have one.
to the how do you get that and understand that you can get that from
still
what you already
you're still talking to yourself again. You've been muted this whole time. Okay, NPC, listen. Please listen, right? We want to have a conversation with you. Stop talking to yourself.
Okay.
Well, of course, we're going to ask you for
a real way to measure the fucking curvature of the Earth? Use GPS systems and satellites. Oh, of course, NASA and all space agencies are fake, so I don't believe
There we
them.
go. Why is he
You're
answering his own fucking
talking to
questions then?
yourself again, dude.
Why
It's
do
weird.
you do this? Think about this. Why is it every single time you make a statement, at the end of your statement, you'll feel so insecure that you have to poison the well? Why do you do that? You always have to
Because
come with some narky fucking comment at the end
I wouldn't
saying,
have to poison. I do
why are you
admit that there's
talking?
a little bit of well poisoning,
I
but I
don't
wouldn't have to
understand
poison.
why you're talking. It's just showing insecurity. Every single time that you start talking, it's insecure because you don't want to listen to what's being said to you. Fucking weird behavior, man.
It is. It is. Just take a few deep
Passing
breaths,
it.
man.
Listen,
Like
listen.
genuinely. I think Ether
Who's the
was supposed
other
to chime
guy?
in as well.
Who's the other guy who's talking
I
with
was
you? I
really just
don't.
going to say,
I
good
didn't.
afternoon,
I
gentlemen. I
didn't.
hope all is well, but it was a bit noisy when I first stopped in.
I said, who's the other guy who's talking with you? I didn't see here. Everyone mic off.
It's not another guy. It's an audio clip. We're playing back an old episode of a conversation we had with somebody else. I mean, I don't get it. That's what you want, right? You want to hear other people talk. What's up, Mr. Chris? Long time.
Doing good. Staying blessed. Anyway, y'all go your convo. Don't let me interrupt.
Gotta hit him with my basket of loose cables analogy. You essentially just have a basket with a bunch of wires, USBs, box chargers, mount, all bunch of technology and cords and things, right? So what we can do is some of those things will connect, right? This USB might plug into this and that might plug into that. The issue is that whole basket doesn't have any power. Nothing has any power, even though the things in the basket will connect. So what you're doing is you're essentially just connecting things within the basket, but you don't have any power to any of this stuff. What we're trying to do is get you to plug your whatever your original thing is into the wall so you actually have some power to now connect these other things. Or if you want to build a house, you need a foundation to lay it upon and then you build atop that. Okay, you don't start with like, well, I know the color of like the baby's room when you don't have any foundation, there's no wood, there's nothing built yet. You need a foundation first. You even said, well, we know the speed of light or the distance is 8 minutes because the distance of the sun is 90 million miles. It's like, wait, so how do you know that? Oh, you're really just gonna ask me how I know all these things? Yeah, because you're claiming you have knowledge.
That's not what I said either.
Yeah,
Let's
that's what you said.
back to the point. How do you get all this and na? All right. There are sciences, there are maths you can do, there are measurements you can take all over the place. You can check the density of the earth, you can check gravity, you can check tidal force. Yeah.
What's funny is we've been asking you for those things very specifically for the last 2 hours now, and now we're just going back to the bluffing. We're like, oh, I have the winning cards. Well, we've been asking you to put the cards on the table for the last, I don't know how long. So just telling us, well, there's tons of science and measurements and proof. Well, if there's so much, why did we just spend the last 2 hours trying to twist your arm to give us at least just one?
That you're just denying and predismissing.
There's not, you haven't
Like, for
presented.
example, I just
None.
mentioned satellites and GPS. If you own a satellite, you can see everything.
Didn't even get to address it because you started the cope immediately after. Oh, but you'd say it was fake. Like, okay, so we don't get to address your the claim. It's just automatically true, right? That's your issue. For you, your worldview is just default true. Anyone questioning it, oh, there's something wrong with you. It's like, so I don't know, man. This is wild. Jedi, save us, man.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. I tried to help him by pointing out his behaviour was weird. His next retort was weird fucking behaviour, exactly in the way that I described. Asking a question and saying that we'd fucking deny it. I asked you about satellites, but you fucking deny it. And oh, fucking hell. All right, well, let's talk about that then. You can't just throw out random fucking claims and say that we're just going to deny them without letting us fucking challenging you on them specifically. And it's within the specifics you'll find out that whatever you're throwing at us will just start to fall apart. But hey, we won't even fucking get to that.
You would end up tripping over your confidence with this whole GPS and satellites thing anyway, because what we wouldn't do is sit along and pretend with you that even if the Earth was a globe, that we would just spray and pray technology up into the sky without prior knowledge. Like, if we need to orbit something, you're gonna need to know the size of the thing you're about to orbit. Like, if I even just with simple things, if I bought a Roomba, one of those little robot vacuum cleaners that'll just like vacuum your house or whatever. Like, it goes around and sort of measures the room, and then after that, well, now it can orbit your bed or whatever. It has to make the measurements first. You don't orbit something if you just, well, let's just shoot it up there and hope it works. So no, your answer isn't GPS satellites. That's how we measured it. You would have to have measured it first before you just let's just hope it works, guys. I doubt you think your experts move like that. So that's not your answer or a valid one. So what else you got?
I get what you're saying here, but that's kind of not how I'm going through here. Okay, I could trust the experts. Yeah, sure. That's trust. Yeah. They say something, they have data, etc., and I can trust it. They use this technology, they use satellites for GPS to, let's say, calculate the radius of the Earth or whatever, and I can trust the expert and his data. Yeah. I could also ask more questions, yeah, and look into the paper. I could verify if what he's saying is true for myself at least, but verify to myself, not verify to the world. Verify to myself.
Can you?
If it makes sense. Let me finish what I'm saying by reading his paper. If the paper is wrong, then I can verify that it's wrong, and if it's right, I can verify it's right, because if the maths don't add up on the paper, then it's wrong. If the maths add up on the paper, it's right. Something like that. So verify, not as in completely verify, you have the Nobel Prize and the whole world knows it. No.
What?
Verify the integrity, let's say, of that to myself. I can look at his paper. I can look at what he published. I can look at his studies. I can study his maths. I can look at what his math. I can look at his axioms. I can see and determine exactly what technology
Bro, what are you
he used
talking
as
about,
well. It's going to be in his paper. So if there's anything to hide, I wouldn't even be able to see the paper. Now, if I look at the paper and it's consistent, then it is safe to trust. It's consistent.
What the fuck are you talking about? The paper, the paper, the paper.
What paper?
What is that movie? What is that movie, guys? Hey, get the papers, the papers. I mean, bro, who brought up anything to do with a paper? We're talking about. We're just saying, like you said, the
I'm talking
measurement of the
about
Earth
an
was
expert, a
GPS
scientist
satellite.
expert that
And I
makes an
said that they
experiment
wouldn't. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You lost
and
the
that
plot.
has results.
You lost the plot. We're asking you for measurements of the Earth because you kept saying the value is 40,000. Chat's getting pissed. Where'd you get 40,000 from? We're begging you at this point for measurements of the Earth. Well, you said satellites. We just explained why that's not the measurement of the Earth, because they would have had to measure it prior before they just throw some shit in the sky and hope it works. So you telling me like, oh, well, this random vague, I'm going to imagine a scientist and he has a paper, and if there's math on the paper and it's right, then he's right. What is it? Like, we're asking you for measurements of the Earth, dude. Can you not be a vague earther and tell us that some imaginary scientist is right with a paper that you just made up? I mean, dude, what is going on here?
I'm just saying, basically, if you want the measurements, you can refer
you're
to
just
the experts and look them up yourself. I'm not going to
What did
make
they do?
measurements myself for you.
What did they do?
Told me I'm not going to go outside and start making some scientist experiment with tools I don't have to satisfy you. So I can't make those measurements myself now. I'm at home, but you could use the measurements of other people, the scientists who actually studied this.
Okay, we're gonna need you to start. Let's name one scientist, because you keep saying things in a vague way. All the scientists, all the measurements.
Don't worry about the scientists. I'm more interested in what they fucking did.
Yeah.
Yeah, more interested in what they did. I don't care who it
Well,
is.
if he's saying there's a measurement, then they need some kind of measuring device. So how about he tells us what that is?
Yeah.
Go.
Well, yes, we have telescopes, first of all.
Okay. What does that prove?
We have sextants.
Hold on. One thing at a time.
We
So
have
telescopes.
computers.
Oh, now right, 3 things on the fucking table. Okay. Telescope.
We have computers. We have
NPC, stop talking to yourself, you weirdo.
Starting to sound like a Radiohead album.
Let's go with the first thing. Jedi's gonna deal with the first thing. One at a time, NPC. Calm down. I can hear you gasping for air.
Telescope.
Telescope.
Mate. What does that prove?
Cherry pick one thing instead of like take the whole.
Telescope.
Right? So, like,
I'm
cut me
going
before
to
I
go
finish the
through
whole, so
them
that you
one by fucking one, sunshine. So you've put 3 things on the table: telescopes, sextants, and computers. Awesome. So we'll deal with those. Telescopes. What's that prove?
Well, I mean, telescopes. You can actually view astronomical objects. You can view the moon. You can view Jupiter. You can view the sun. You can view stars.
Anything but the Earth.
Yeah, so that
Anything
doesn't
but
really
the
tell
Earth.
you anything about the Earth then, because you're not looking
Oh
at the Earth.
my. Okay, so these things in perspective to the Earth tell me. Okay, yes.
Yeah, they're completely unrelated. There are no observable similarities. So
No, they are related. That's the thing you didn't point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
no,
Because you
go
can't
through all of
conceive
this.
how
Sorry,
these things
my
can
friend,
give you
listen.
actual data that you need.
NBC, I'm listening in, man. That's pretty crazy. You know, like if I want to take a measurement, I ask my apprentice to go grab my telescope. Yeah, what a great measuring tool.
Dude, if you're going to look at the sun, moon, and stars, then you're just going to be looking at them. How do we prove the surface is curved, though? It's not going to be through telescopes, is it?
No, but you can use the
Okay,
other
so
fucking methods.
Hold on. So
You can
looking at
combine several things together and cluster the data to get more accurate results. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you
So
know
what are
that
we
you can
going to?
actually cluster data together? So you can use data you have on Earth, data you have on Sun, data you have on the Moon, and all 3 together will give you more data on all 3.
Okay, I understand that, but you just said telescopes. So I've asked you, what about telescopes? And you said you can look through telescopes at things. Okay, now you've started to compile all of these other things together and say, well, eventually at the end of the story, when I've shoved all of this other stuff in, we're going to end up with a ball. All right, looks like it's going to be a long
Why
fucking
are you
process to
cherry
get there.
picking a fucking
Not
word?
cherry picking, dumb fuck.
Oh yeah,
Second thing that you
said
said.
telescope. It was a mere example, dude. A mere fucking example. Let's cherry pick a mere example.
Second thing that you said, sextant. Okay.
Yeah,
How does
okay, we can use the sextant too. Yeah, that will actually give you the angles and positions of the objects you're looking at in the sky relative to you on the Earth, which will give you
again, nothing to
a
do with the Earth.
lot of data to actually celestially navigate on a sphere. Stop the
awesome
cap.
stuff. What's an angle? What's an angle?
Okay. So a sphere is 360 degrees. An angle is one of those degrees.
Oh, so
or
those
more.
5 degrees. Okay, I understand. So an angle would be 2 straight lines meeting at a point where you can measure the disparity between those 2
I guess
lines.
something like that.
Yeah,
There might be other semantics. I know that things have multiple semantics in them, but yeah, sure, you can put it like that.
Words have meaning. So when we're having a conversation, it's important we understand what we're talking about. So yeah, it might be a bit of a semantical argument. Of course it will be. We're communicating using fucking words.
Yeah, we're trying at least.
So can you measure an angle off of a curved line? If one of your lines is curved and not straight, can you measure an angle?
No, but you can create an angle.
No, I'm asking you a very simple question. Can you or can you not measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Personally, I don't know, but like if you have
Personally,
one line
you
curved,
don't know.
Personally,
Personally, you don't know geometry.
We'll have an angle anyway. You can still triangulate.
Hold on, my friend. You said personally, I don't know. So why are you talking about something that personally you don't know? Angles is the very basis of celestial navigation, measuring elevation angles to stars. It's the very basis of it. So why the fuck are you talking about it if personally you don't know?
I mean, like if you have something curved in 2 straight angles, yes, you have an angle. And yes,
Okay.
that's the point of triangulating. So that's the point. So if you can have a
angles?
curve and calculate an angle from a curve, well, I mean, I guess you could on the you can kind of
Well, hold on. You said 2 straight angles. Do you even know what a straight angle is?
2 straight lines.
Okay, my bad.
And maybe I said angles mistakenly.
And you
but
said triangulation. You said
Two
triangulation.
lines, yeah.
You said
You
triangulation.
triangulate with 2 lines and you perpendiculate, and yes, you
What
can
you have to
kind of
do
make
is say
angles.
yes or no when I ask you a
So
fucking
technically,
question.
yes, you can have an angle.
No, you cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. That would be stupid. Do you know what a triangle is? You said triangulation. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
triangle. Okay, so
Yeah.
does a triangle have a curved fucking line in it?
No.
Excellent. Of course it doesn't. It wouldn't be called a triangle anymore because one of the lines is curved and you cannot measure 2 of the interior angles of that triangle. So no, you
But you
can't
still have
measure
an
an angle.
angle from those 2
You
points that are
cannot
meeting perpendicularly.
measure. Where along this line do you measure that angle from?
Okay, if I have a celestial object on a sphere, well, I'm on a sphere and
No, I'm asking you about angles,
okay,
sunshine.
I draw a line.
I'm asking you about
Object,
angles.
yeah, and I have an angle right there.
Angle? So do you measure elevation angles to stars in the sky with a sextant? Do you measure elevation angles to stars with a sextant in celestial navigation? Yes or no?
I mean, I don't understand the whole dynamics behind it, but
So you're going to be talking about something
I've seen some of it at work and understood a little bit of the work. But I mean, yeah, it does kind of work.
You don't understand this. Personally, I don't know. First comment,
Look,
and
because
now
I
I
don't
personally
understand
don't
the whole
understand.
dynamics doesn't mean I don't understand some dynamics.
Okay, so we're at the moment we're trying to define what an angle is, and you've incorrectly defined what an angle is. You said that you can measure an angle. Why are you scared?
Doesn't know all the dynamics of the domain.
Why do you keep talking? I haven't finished giving you my response, and there will be a question at the end. Why do you have to keep talking through me? You've incorrectly defined what an angle is. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. So you don't know what you're talking about, do you?
True. If I draw 2 lines that have a 90-degree angle and curve curve towards them, that's
okay.
Still have my 90-degree angle with a curve on my shape.
Ground position, my friend, you said 90 degrees. Let's talk about celestial navigation. What's the ground position angle of Polaris on the surface of the Earth? What is that ground position angle?
I mean, I don't know personally. I don't remember from the video,
90
but I
degrees.
could post a video if you want.
Don't need a fucking video. I'm going to educate you on your fucking subject that I need to go and watch a video about, apparently, that you don't personally understand. This is going to be an interesting conversation.
Stupid.
So you said 90 degrees. Can you have 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved? The horizontal baseline of that 90 degrees. Would it be 90 degrees if it was curved?
A perpendicular line on a curved surface. The point that which the line emits from is, yes, 90 degrees.
If your angle has a line that's curved, you can't measure an angle because the line's curved. So you can't have 90 degrees. Can you?
You can.
You cannot. You don't understand basic geometry. If you have a curved line within your triangle, it's no longer a triangle, and you can't measure 2 of the angles because one of the lines is curved.
If I hold a needle on a sphere and I put another needle that is horizontal at the same tip, I'm going to have a 90-degree angle. And I don't even need the second needle because the fine point that my needle is going to be touching will be at a 90-degree angle with the sphere. Yes.
So the needles prove Earth is a sphere. That's cool.
He's a dickhead.
Oh, wow, another
He
straw
doesn't
man
understand celestial navigation. You don't understand celestial navigation.
So I find something that means it's
That's something you don't know. Let's see where we go. So what's a GP of a star in the first instance? What's that then? What's a GP?
General position, if I would say.
If you would say, and I don't care what you would say, I want to know what it is within celestial navigation.
General position?
So in celestial navigation, what is it?
The general position? I'm not a celestial navigator, dude. I don't have a boat. I never went on a boat or whatever.
2 seconds.
But I do know probe about it, and I could ask him information about that, and yes, he would educate me better than you on the subject.
Why would he educate you better than me? Is it because I'm a flat earther?
Because he's an actual celestial navigator?
So high pitch at the end. So would you assume, being this is the first time that we've ever spoke,
I've seen one of his experiments, and it was very consistent.
Raising your voice, but it's really weird.
That's a question, basically.
So no, you're wrong when you say general position. It's a ground position. It's the vertical
Ground
line.
position. Yeah, ground position. That
Directly
makes more
underneath
sense.
the star,
That
where it
makes more sense.
intersects the surface of the Earth. It's ground position, because that's what you're interested in when you do celestial navigation. The ground position, because after you get the ground position of a star on a chart, the next thing you're going to do is draw a circle of equal altitude around that star. After you've gained,
that's what he did on the globe. That's exactly what he did. On the globe.
I'm not fucking surprised, because this is celestial navigation, and I do know what I'm talking about, which is why I'm not scared about this and trying to interrupt you, trying to ask you what you know about, because this was your evidence. Now it seems like I'm educating
I'm not
you.
the celestial navigator. Oh, you can ask him the arguments.
Don't need to ask him. I already understand the
I
argument.
just agreed with
Crescendo
him
to this point is
consistent.
this. The crescendo to the point is this. You can't measure angles off of curved lines. So you're not going to be measuring angles off of the Earth, which is not a horizontal line. It's curved. So
I'm sorry,
don't
but
tell me.
The fixed point of the ground position you're going to add, you can have a 90-degree angle. Yes.
No shit. And then it's going to be up to 4,000 miles a horizontal line between that ground position.
Yeah. It's going to be a horizontal, make a horizontal line. And yes, you're not following the curve, but you're making I understand that, but you still have that 90-degree angle. It's still consistent. It still works. It's still there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the fixed point, you're at 90 degrees no matter what.
And then
plus,
you can. Excuse me.
Plus,
Do you know what you're talking about?
The Earth's size, you can be on flat land as well. You could be on a flat land, which
we're doing
which
celestial
still at 90
navigation.
degrees, and you can have a bump up and then down, which goes down the curvature. So yes, you can be in a flat land. That can happen.
Yeah, no shit.
Like in Kansas, no, I think it's Florida or Kansas that is like the flattest state in terms of
all the oceans and the seas.
topology, not in terms of Earth is absolutely flat, because there's topological flat zones.
Topology? What the?
Sounds like a spiral.
No, this is just one of those guys. Yeah,
topography. You mean?
English? Well, if I could just like maybe make a suggestion for the gentleman, because so far you've brought up a couple of things that you don't apparently know much about. Maybe if you try bringing up an argument that you do actually know something about or specifics about, then we might be able to have a better conversation, right?
If you think that topology is in English, you can look it up, my friend.
No one cares. We're doing special navigation.
I want you to look it up.
Primarily with folks at sea.
You can.
After your GP, you draw a circle of equal altitude around it. Do you know what a circle of equal altitude is? Do you know the basis of celestial navigation, at least? Like the basic shit. You understand the basic shit of celestial navigation, right?
Yeah, the circle you draw around.
Yeah. Why do I do that?
Because you have to compare with another star to draw another circle, and you have to compare with your own position to draw the third circle to get the right coordinates, right?
Awesome stuff. Well done. So at least you do understand what that is. Well done for at least understanding that.
I watched a demonstration from Protothad, which was very consistent, like I said. So yes, I know this because of that. I might not know all the dynamics, but I understood that, yes.
Yeah, well done. So you understand that you can't have a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that. Look, I understand some level of basics, but it doesn't mean I understand the whole advanced mechanics. Unlike omniscient here. I mean, I study multiple subjects. I'm not like specialized in all of them.
Yeah. So you understand that the line between the ground position of that star and you have a horizontal line, right?
Yes,
Between
and like what he did, I understood what he did, and etc. Like, don't remember it all, etc. I would have to rewatch it to refresh. Good. But on the hit, I did like pretty much understand. That's why I still know what I do know about it.
Good. So you understand that is a horizontal line.
So if you would give me demonstrations like that, that would work just as much flat Earth wise without having a straw man or like omitting actual important factors and stuff like that. I would actually take that and learn that. Except that I only see demonstrations like this working with globes.
No, because you understand the base premise. We've said the horizontal line between the ground position of the star and you several times, and you've agreed. That's a horizontal line, not a curved line. And that's 3 horizontal lines because you've taken 3 elevation angles off of that horizontal line to 3 stars to get that ground position. You draw circles around to triangulate your position along a horizontal axis, not a curved axis. It's horizontal.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I mean, I can post Prothat's video, and he's using those 3
Do you
circles
understand
on a
why?
globe, and it works
Understand why?
perfectly fine.
Yeah, it works on a globe when you think that you are part of the celestial sphere coming out from a point. Yeah, of course you will. But you're going to
So
need the flat
it
Earth.
works on a globe, right? It works on a globe, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to appeal to usage. Just because something works doesn't mean that it's completely
Okay,
100%
so if it
correct.
works on a globe, though, it may
It works on
be
the flat Earth as
possible
well.
that other things also work on the globe with that, right?
Listen, you're not listening to the point. It works on a flat Earth as well. Did you hear what I said? Because you coughed all the way through it.
Oh,
It
I mean,
works
I
on
was
a flat
understanding what
Earth.
you were saying, though. It
He's
works
saying,
on a flat Earth as
That's all.
well, except that there's a big difference between the two. On a
Well, of
globe,
course.
your coordinates are going to be closer to the actual coordinates than if you use a flat Earth. Because on the globe, you're actually going to have curvatures taken in account for. And by doing so, you're going to be more accurate. So if you do it on a globe
That's
and
not
on
true.
flat Earth and
That's
compare
not
with
true at all.
a real world position, like
That's
the
not
guy
true at all.
Prothat did, Prothat did this, that's how I know this. If you do
Oh,
this and compare with a real world position, you
Verbal
will be more
diarrhea,
accurate.
dude. Listen and learn.
Oh
You
shit.
want me to send it?
Station required.
What do you
no, I've already seen it. You think we don't know who Protothat is? What the fuck? The point is that it can be done on both, and you're going to need a flat Earth to begin with to even get your coordinate system.
The guy actually goes up to see to get his coordinates, so.
Well, it's a Cartesian coordinate system. Do you understand what that is?
Here, he's using a globe.
I don't care what he is
And
doing.
he's
I'm more
more
interested in what
accurate than if
you
you
know.
use a flat Earth.
I'm here
Yawn.
to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you, here's a shorter one.
Why are you posting me stuff I've already seen?
Okay, you've
I
seen
told
that?
you this.
Good.
Yeah, I told you this earlier. It's like you don't listen to what people are saying to you.
Okay, it's
They
more
don't
accurate
post
than flat. And
You're just telling us your sloppy version of flat Earth doesn't match reality, bro. We're saying that reality is the flat Earth. So yeah, it does match. It just doesn't match your sloppy straw man that you've made up, that no one presents except for you.
matches reality. I don't see how your flat Earth. I mean, even
Matches
the
reality.
way you were trying to explain it earlier, I don't see how that matches reality. First of all, you're saying that Earth is not an object, then what is it?
We already went over this, bro. I mean, this just shows you don't know what flat Earth is to then compare it to reality. That proves my point ultimately.
Okay,
The
so
fact
suppose I go to Antarctica. Suppose I go to Antarctica. What's going to be there? Suppose I walk 1,000 miles on Antarctica. What's going to happen?
Not so fucking nice.
Just get our checkbooks out, start writing crazy values on our checkbooks, and hope someone will cash it for us. What kind of crazy hypothetical is that?
Suppose that I had $1 million, what would I do? Supposed, we don't care what you suppose, buddy.
That's not a thing of a supposition there.
Suppose I had a Ferrari, what would I do?
About your flat Earth here, your flat Earth, your version of flat Earth. I'm asking you to explain to me how it works with reality. How is it consistent with the reality we live in?
Well, I go outside and I observe a flat horizon and motionless ground, so that works for me.
That's just one factor. You need more than one factor.
Right. Well, notice how
what do I need?
Sorry.
Because I mean, the factor of the horizon. I mean, we've already been through it. It's not very convincing.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you what I observe in reality. I observe a flat horizon and I don't observe the ground moving. So that's what I observe. That's reality.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, we're not. I would agree with that. We're just dealing with reality as it presents itself, not your idea that, oh well, it has to be like this out there. There must be thousands of miles of ice out there, and because it's not there, like that's your idea. We're just dealing with reality as it presents itself.
My idea here is, I mean, is there a boundary to this?
Can I say something?
World that we live in is like, is it infinite, or is there a limit somewhere? Is there a border? I'm asking you.
Yeah, you can say something.
Yeah, I guess that for you who said that the Earth is flat, like if we knows that the the Earth is spinning around the sun, right? So if the Earth is flat, so I don't know how to explain it, but
Well, the Earth. We don't think that the Earth is spinning around the sun. We
but
see the
it's
sun moving. We see the sun moving in the sky above the Earth. Right? The Earth doesn't move. The sun moves over the sky, over the Earth, through the sky.
so if the sun is moving, that means that all the system is moving also.
No, just the sun, the moon, the stars. Right? Everything in the sky is
Because
moving over the surface
because
of the Earth.
uh, if the sun is moving, so the other planets also moves. So
Yeah, but the Earth is not a planet. The Earth is not a flat disk. It's not a flat planet. It's not a globe planet. The Earth is not like the sun. The Earth is not like the moon. The Earth is not like planets in the sky.
now what is the Earth?
The Earth is a flat plane with topography, right? With hills and valleys and mountains. You could think of it like the foundation of the system that we live in, the
Yeah,
floor of the system that we live in, and everything moves above us in the sky, just like we all experience.
I can't visualize this. Like really, it's
This
not
is
logic.
this is exactly this is exactly what you experience in your everyday life, right? You don't experience the earth moving. You see the sun moving. You see the moon moving. You see the stars moving, right?
Wait,
You don't have any indication that the earth is actually moving.
we
There's no
maybe
imagination required. This is exactly
maybe
what you experience.
I thought maybe you're saying that because when we are moving, we see the sun also moving with us, but I don't think that it will be like this.
Well, we don't experience any motion of the earth, but we do experience the sun moving east to west in the sky every single day. We see the sun moving, and there's no evidence that the earth is actually moving. The earth
So
is
you're basing,
geocentric.
yeah. So you based yourself on the physical sensation that we're experimenting in the earth, but did you have any picture or something that shows the earth flat? Because there's no planets, there's no in the world, no flat planets. Like,
Yeah, the earth is not a planet.
yeah, but if it's not a planet, did you have any picture that shows that the earth is flat?
Yeah, every picture, there's a picture in the side chat right there, right? But we can only get up to a certain height. We can't see the entirety of the earth.
Yeah.
But we can measure for the curvature that should be there. And when we measure for the curvature, it's not there. There's no curvature. The earth is not curving. The surface of water is flat.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
Right.
a
So have a
big
look in the side chat. Right. So this is not what flat earthers claim. Right. We don't think that we have all of these round planets, and then all of a sudden we have a flat planet. That's what we're on. That's not what we claim. Right. That's propaganda that people tell people about flat earthers. We don't claim that.
eh, so that is your flat earth.
No, that is not our flat earth. Right? These are the images that you will see on the internet. This is not what we think. This is not what we claim. This is what you think that flat earthers are claiming. This is not what flat earthers are claiming.
Okay. Now, based on the image that you provide here, we agree
Yeah,
that the Earth has a moon, right?
yeah, we see the moon up in the sky. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So why don't we see the moon and the sun side by side?
Sometimes we do.
When?
Have you not seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time?
I don't think so.
It's very
Maybe.
often that we see sun and the moon in the sky at the same time.
So let me see.
Bruh.
Right. I'll show you a picture. Look, here's the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time.
Are you sure that this is real?
Have you not been outside and seen the sun and moon in the sky at the same time?
No, I never seen that before.
Have you never seen the moon during the daytime?
I saw this,
You've seen the moon
but
during the daytime, right? So the sun is also out during the daytime, right?
hold on. Hang on.
Hold on. Listen, you've seen the moon during the day, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so is the day that's also when the sun is in the sky?
yeah,
Okay, so then you've seen the sun and the moon during the daytime.
that's so crazy, bro. I can't just accept that.
Well, you asked if you've seen the sun and the moon during the day together in the sky, and you have.
But hang on. So you said that if the sun is turning around the Earth and the other planet is turning around the sun, so
No, nothing's orbiting, right? Nothing's orbiting, right? The
so
sun is moving over the surface of the earth, just like you see it doing during the daytime.
so everything has its places, but they are in disorder.
Yeah, everything has cycles, right? That's why we have years, because the sun's cycle resets once every 365 days. And this is why we have a year. And then the
That
moon's
means
cycle resets every 28 days, and this is why we have months.
that we don't have gravities and all those stuff.
No, we agree that things fall down to the ground.
But looking at the picture is so weird because if the they had their own place and like they are all in disorder. So what is the attraction between them? Like the sun and the earth and the moon.
What attraction? What attraction are you talking about?
Like the gravitation in the orbits.
There's no orbits. You've never seen an orbit. You see the sun and the moon move above your head during the daytime, right? You see it moving east to west. You don't see it orbiting anything. You just see it rising in the east and setting in the west. It's not orbiting. That's not an orbit. The only orbits are in cartoons, right? Or in your imagination.
So you said that it's rising. Okay.
Yeah, it's appearing to rise, right? Because you have something called perspective, right? Have a look in the side chat. I'm going to show you a video to try to help you understand what I'm talking about.
Maybe it can have some
Okay.
sense, but
Yeah. Have a look, right? This is how our perspective works. Have a look at the video in the side chat. Because you'll find that it makes a lot of sense once you wrap your head around it. Right? Things appearing to set is due to perspective.
But what about the speed, the rotation speed of the sun?
The sun moves. Okay, so the sun is moving over the sky, right? Over the earth in the sky at about
Yeah.
15 degrees per hour. 15 degrees per hour. That's the
So
speed approximately we see the sun moving over the sky.
So if the
15
moon
degrees
is
per hour.
yeah. So
Right, look
if I
at the street lights. Hold on a second. Right.
yeah,
Can you see the street lights? Street lights in the side shot?
yeah, I see.
Right. So they're appearing to set because of the way that perspective works. All of those streetlights are the same height, right? They just look like they're going down because that's how our eyes perceive things going into the distance.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what we're seeing with the sun. We're seeing the sun appear to set due to perspective.
Now I want to talk about the moon and the sun and the moon. Like if the moon is turning around the earth and the sun is rising in the sky, so how they don't like crush each other like
What would crush? I don't know what you mean. Why would something crush something?
yeah, why the sun don't crush the sun the moon, I said the sun.
Well, why would the sun crush the moon?
Yeah, why the
Why
sun
would
don't
they
crush the moon?
crash into
Yeah,
the moon?
yeah.
Well, I don't know. They don't. Why would they? They don't do that, right? Maybe they're not the same distance from each other. Maybe they're not the same size as each other. I don't know. Why does a bird not crash into another bird? I mean, why does it, why does a star not crash into, Mars?
Your explanation is quite smart. It's pretty smart, but I don't know. I saw some problem on it, like
Yeah,
for the
what's the
flat
problem?
Earth, about the sun and the moon, and if you said that the sun is rising, so that can explain why we have a day and a night. So this is logic. But about the moon and the sun, now there is a problem because they don't have the same rotation. And I don't know.
What's the problem? See, look in the side chat, right? See the lights going down the hallway? Right? That looks very similar to what we see when we see a sunset.
This is yeah. But if you look well, it's a bit curving.
What's curving?
The sunset. It's a bit curved.
Well, you're looking through an atmosphere, right? So, there could be some atmospheric refraction happening. It's not curving like it would on a globe, though. It's just moving away.
So that means that the Earth doesn't rotate spinning around himself. Like
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move. The sun
so
moves.
what about the like they talk about apocalypse, something like uh, racing of lakes and all those stuff.
Do you want to explain some more about that? I don't know.
Like in some research, they said that if a planet doesn't raise, the we will got some trouble, like water racing and some other stuff. Like I don't know, I don't remember it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure. Sorry.
You can
But
Google
what
it,
we do know is
but
what we
like
do know is that the surface of water is not
yeah,
curving. The surface of the water is flat.
that mean the ocean has limits.
Yeah, the ocean has limits. All of the oceans always have a shoreline. Any large body of water requires a
Yeah,
shoreline. Okay, look, here's an example in the side chat when it loads. Right, this is a large lake. We can see about 10 miles here, and we can see that the water is flat. Over 10 miles, if the Earth is a globe, the water should be curving. The water should be curving by about 66 feet, which is about 21 meters. So we shouldn't be able to see certain things if they're a certain distance away, right? Like we shouldn't be able to see a boat when it's 20 kilometers out into the ocean if the Earth's a globe, because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can, in reality, we can see a boat that's 20 kilometers away at the ocean.
tell me more about it.
Well, if the Earth's a globe, then there should be a certain amount of curvature over the surface of water.
Yeah,
So let's say we have a lake, and the lake is 30 kilometers across the lake,
yeah,
right? And let's say I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other side of the lake, 30 kilometers away from me. I
yeah,
shouldn't be able to zoom in, right? Let's say I have a really powerful camera, zoom camera, or telescope. Okay, I
yeah,
shouldn't be able to zoom, I shouldn't be able to point the camera at you and zoom in across the lake and see you on the other side of the lake. That would be impossible if the Earth is a globe and we can do the calculation, right? If we do the calculation, you should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You would have to be over 70 meters tall, right, for me to be able to see you. But when we go and test for the curvature in the real world, we can zoom across a 20-mile lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So when we go out and test for the curvature, it's not there. It's never there.
let's say you take a bowl and you pour water on it. So does the water is still flat or it's different?
If you get a boat,
A bowl,
a bowl, a
yeah,
bowl,
and you pour the water on it. So does the water is still flat or it change?
well, the water's going to fall off the bowl and it's going to go on the ground. Okay. And then the water's going to try to find the low spot in the ground and it's going to make a puddle, right? The water's not going to stay on the ball. The water's going to run off the ball because the ball is not a container. And you need to have a container if you want to have a body of water. Right? So
Yes,
bowls are not containers, my friend. You might
sorry.
only get a little bit of water stuck to the outside of the bowl, right? But that's just surface tension.
But sorry,
But
my
most
English
if
is
you
so bad.
yeah, like so if you get a bucket of water
Yeah.
and you pour it onto a basketball, right?
Yeah.
How much of that bucket of water do you think is going to stay on the basketball? Pretty much none, right?
But you said that.
I said that you need to have a container, like a bucket, right? If you want
Yeah.
to have if you want to have water, right, you need a swimming pool or a pond or a lake, right, or a bucket or a bathtub, right?
But
You can't
what?
carry water around with a bowl, right? You don't go get a bowl to have a glass of water. You need a glass.
Yeah, I get now what you are talking about. But what if there's something that explaining how the water in the on the earth doesn't pour down like in your example with the basketball?
Right. Well, that would just be an explanation, right? And explanations require validation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? So we can
Yeah.
have an explanation and we can say gravity is holding all of the water to the surface of the globe, right? But then we'll say, well, can you prove that? Right? And if gravity is holding all the water to the globe, that means I shouldn't be able to zoom in over a 30-kilometer lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake because gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass. Therefore, the water should be curving. And we can calculate how much it should be curving. And if it's not curving, then the Earth can't be a globe. You can see in the side chat, right? Here's a ball, and then there's a pond under the ball. This is where the water's going to gather.
Yeah.
The water's not going to stay on the ball, right? But they'll tell you, oh, if you make that ball really, really, really big, then the water will stick to the outside of the bowl. Okay. And we'll say, okay, do you have any proof of that? And they'll say, oh, no, we don't have any proof of that. You just have to trust us that the explanation is true.
But in your explanation, there's also a problem. You said that if we pour a water on a basketball, it will pour down, right?
Yeah.
So
That's
if it poured down, is due to the gravity, right?
yeah, we already agree that things fall that are more dense than the air, right? So the water is heavier than the air. So the air can't support the water. So the water's going to sink, right? The water's going to fall through the air and it's going to find the low spot in the ground and it's going to make a puddle.
But
because water tries to seek its own level, so it's looking for the low spot in the ground so it can form into a puddle. So that's what's going to happen. We can both agree that things fall, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth has to be a globe just because things fall down. Not everything falls down as well, right? Like if we have a helium balloon, you know what a helium balloon is?
no,
All right.
how it's look like.
Hold on, let me show you. All right, here we go in the side chat here. Right, these are helium balloons.
Yeah.
Right, they're not going down. They're going up because they're less dense than the air. Right? If they were more dense than the air, then they're going to sink. Right? So if something's less dense than the air, it goes up. If it's more dense than the air, it goes down. So the water is going to go down because it's more dense than the air. But then if you heat up the water, it's going to evaporate, and it's
Yeah.
going to turn into water vapor, which is less dense than the air, and then it's going to go up. It's going to go up and up and up and up. It's going to form clouds once it gets to a certain temperature, and then it's going to fall back down again as rain, right? And then it's going to get hot again, and then it's going to go up again, and it's going to come down again, and it depends on the density, right? The density of the object, right? It's very similar to, if I drop a basketball, right, in a pool, the basketball will fall through the air because it's more dense than the air, but it's less dense than the water. So it's going to float on the water. If I put the basketball underneath the water and I let go of it, it's going to go up because the basketball is less dense than the water. So things go up or down depending on their density, right? What they're made out of. Because the air is very light. It's a very light medium. It can't support things very well.
Where did you get your arguments? From a
From
book?
reality, no. Well, maybe some of them from a book, but all of these things that I'm talking about are testable, right? This is just Archimedes' principle. This is just density,
Yeah.
relative density.
So you're using
Archimedes.
physics to explain the origins of Earth.
I don't know the origins of Earth. I can't test that, right?
Oh,
I would
about
be
the
guessing.
shape.
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing the shape of the Earth that other people claim. But when we test it,
Yeah.
we don't find any curvature, right? And if you have a surface that doesn't have any curvature, the default, right, is flat. It means that a surface that isn't curving is a flat surface. And that's what we all experience when we see the surface of the water, right? Obviously, we have hills and mountains and valleys, right? But
Yeah.
the surface of the water is flat, and water covers most of the surface of the earth that we know about. Most of its oceans, seas, big lakes. 70%, over 70% of the known surface of the earth is water. And if the water is not curving, then the earth cannot be a ball, cannot be a globe. What is it? I don't know. What's the size? I don't know. What shape is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
We can only get so high up into the air, right? We can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet high, which is like 30 kilometers or something like that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and what we see from that height, right, is just a flat earth. We don't see any curvature. So, most of the evidence for the globe is based on faith. Pictures from outer space, from NASA, right, from the Indian Space Agency, etc., from the Chinese.
Yeah.
Right. This is all faith-based evidence, and this is all evidence that could easily be faked, manipulated.
Actually, I like your critical thinking, and really, that's very cool and interesting, your arguments and all the things that you're explaining. But I think that, let's say that where you are, from the place you are, you mark something, I don't know, maybe a flat. And let's say that you go all straight. Will you find the limits of the earth, or will you come back to the flat, to the
Yeah. Yeah. If you went straight, right?
Yeah.
If you went straight, yeah, you would find the limits of the earth. That's true. But nobody has ever kept going straight. You know, if you look
So
into it, it sounds good hypothetically, right? It sounds good like a theory, but nobody's ever just kept going straight because once you hit the ocean, then
yeah.
it's very difficult to know if you're still going in a straight line because we have jet streams and wind currents and ocean currents. So we have to rely on compasses, right? Or we have to rely on using stars for navigation.
So if no one experimenting that, that's mean that flat Earth or spheric Earth, we are believing on something that isn't true and argue about something that we don't even see, or maybe the Earth can be like a square or something, a cube, sorry, or something else. So
Yeah,
why do
maybe. I mean, it could be any shape, right? We're not arguing about the shape of the Earth. We're testing the shape that other people claim. They claim it's a globe. They claim it's like a big ball and it has a certain size. And we're just testing that claim. And when we test that claim, it's not. It's not a globe. It's absolutely 100% not curving. What is it? We don't know. But what we get told, right, is based on uh, a conceptual, theoretical, and mathematical model,
so
right?
why
Which
do so why do
Mhm.
we keep believing two on those two idea? Maybe we can try to like testing or trying to experimenting if it's something else than a flat Earth or a spheric Earth.
Well, we can only get so high up in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can't get high enough. And you know, there's restrictions on how far you can travel south, right? If you keep traveling south, you're not allowed to freely explore past 60 degrees south because of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's not possible for us to freely explore, right? You're not allowed
So
to just keep going in a straight line. You'll be stopped. You'll get put in jail because it's not legal to do that. And also going up above a certain height, there are restrictions. You're not allowed to go up past a certain height because of the International Outer Space Treaty as well. They restrict civilians from going up past a certain height, from sending a camera up past a certain height. I
but
think it's
why?
somewhere around 100 kilometers. You're not allowed to go up higher and you know, and launch your own rockets above that. You're not allowed to send your own satellites up. This all has to be done through government programs with government permission.
But why that?
And you can, well, why do they restrict how high you can go and how far you can travel? I don't know,
Yeah.
but they do. So you could look it up. You could look up the Antarctic Treaty. It's been active
Yeah.
since the 1950s, and then also the International Outer Space Treaty. You can look that up as well. They'll tell you that it's because of safety concerns. They'll tell you it's because of national security. They'll tell you it's to, you know, to preserve the ice and save the penguins. They'll tell you that, um, you know, it's too dangerous. All sorts of reasons. But the fact is that nobody, right, no civilian, is allowed to freely explore past a certain point south. Because if you go in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going south, right? Let's say if you start in the north and you keep going south, right? South is a straight line in any direction away from north. So if you
So
keep
that's
going
mean
south and you lived on it, yep.
so that's mean that space traveling is fake. That no one travels the space or going to the moon.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever been to the moon, my friend. I think that we had something called the space race. between the Soviets and the Americans, and I think the Americans and the Soviets both faked going up into space. And I think the footage looks very fake as well. And I don't
That
think
means
that means that I don't think that's them trying to cover up that the Earth is flat. I think that's just them lying about going to space, right? So they can be seen as the best country, the country that could go to space, the country that could do what no other country can do, the country that beat the Soviets in the space race. I mean, if you have a look at the footage that I just posted in the side chat, I mean, you can see that the footage, it doesn't look real. It doesn't look realistic. This could have been done in a studio. Maybe they use some techniques to fake it. Yeah, have a look at the footage that's been posted in the side chat. This is all NASA footage from the 1960s and the 1970s when they told us they were going to the moon. I don't think it looks realistic. I'm not saying that this is proof, right? I just don't think it looks realistic. I don't buy this footage.
you want to say that people invest in something that isn't real.
Yeah. People can be deceived. A lot of people get scammed, and a lot of people invest a lot of money into things that aren't real. But people weren't investing into the space programs, right? That wasn't voluntary. That was NASA using taxpayers' money, right? Huge amounts of money, billions and billions of dollars, not their money, taxpayers' money. And NASA still gets $70 million every single day of taxpayer money. So they're not using their own money. I don't know what they're using the money for, but that's how much money they get every single day. $70 million every day.
But when I see the picture you send, it's look like a 3D models.
Exactly. It looks like maybe even a real model, like back then,
Maybe
like
it's
not a 3D
someone's.
model, but miniatures and models, this kind of thing, like
Maybe it's
animation.
maybe it's just someone who did that, but it's not the real one.
It is the real one because you can check, right? This is exactly what these footages are from NASA. So you can look it up. You can look up Apollo 17 liftoff, Apollo 17 lunar module liftoff. These videos are from NASA, right? You can look these up on YouTube or on NASA's website, and you can see these same videos from NASA. So most of these are from Apollo 16 and Apollo 17. And you can check this footage is from NASA, 100%.
Like, did you have the link for the?
Yeah.
Can you send me it? I want to check it. Like,
Yep. So here is the footage from the last GIF that I sent. Okay, this is from the Smithsonian. This is the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, who work directly with NASA. It's a huge, huge organization. But yeah, you can find all of these footages on NASA's YouTube channel, on the Smithsonian National Air and Space channel, and you can validate that these footages are really from NASA. right? If you type in
still
Apollo 16 docking, you can see all of these footages, right? You'll see hundreds of copies on different YouTube channels. Apollo 16.
If Citizen don't saw the space, so who should we believe? Like,
Well, you shouldn't believe people. You should look at the real world evidence that you can test for yourself. We rely on real world observations and measuring the surface of the surface of the Earth, checking for the curvature in the real world. We use high powered lasers. We use high powered zoom cameras, infrared technology, all types of different equipment to test for the curvature. And when we go and test for it, it's not there. So rather than believing people, right, choosing who to believe, that's probably not the best way to come to a truth, right? Because people can lie. You know, only 28 astronauts in the last 50 years in all of history have even claimed to have left low Earth orbit, and that's all Apollo astronauts.
all that, I think that just experimenting from object is not enough. Maybe we can miss something really important.
Yeah, well, we think the truth is important, right? That's why we go out and test the Earth to make sure that what we get told is true. And I don't think there's a whole bunch of people lying about the Earth being a globe. I think most people believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught at school. That's what they got taught when they were young children. And then it got reinforced throughout the education system. We see it in the movies, we see it on the TV. Okay, and that's what most people just get taught. They don't know anything else. They don't experience the Earth as a globe. They experience the Earth as flat, but they get told that it's a globe. And most people just blindly believe in it.
See.
So when we go out and actually test it, there's no curvature where there would have to be curvature, right? If you have a 20 kilometer lake, it has to have a certain amount of curvature because gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of mass. And that means that we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be. And the universities agree. The universities agree that you should have that there must be a certain amount of curvature over distance. And when we test for it, it's just not there. Zero curvature.
This is just testing, but honestly, that's really interesting that to test stuff first, but we need to see the real things. Like for example, if I like if I said that if you did this, you will get money, but I don't show you the process or the concrete things or the concrete money that I made by doing this. Will you believe me?
Well, everything we get taught about the globe is based on trust and faith, right? We're just talking about real tests that are being done, and we have the tests. We have all of the tests recorded in high definition video. We have papers, we have tests, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tests, where we've had engineers, we've had scientists go out and test the shape of the Earth. And the tests are concluding that there's no curvature. All of the evidence for the globe is just based on explanations, right? Explanations and faith. But we're saying that explanations and faith are not good evidence, right? If you want to know something to be true, you should look at the empirical evidence. You want to look at the real world tests. You want to look at the measurements, right? Not explanations, not faith.
Test is also good to know the truth, but I want to say that we need to see the things first. to be able to know what it is exactly?
Right. Well, we know it's not a globe because when we test the surface, there's no curvature, right? So we know what it's not. Okay, but we can't get high enough to test the whole Earth. It would
So
be
now you
wonderful.
so now you test it and you know that it's not a globe. But
Yep.
then did you see that it's a flat Earth? To say that, to argue that.
Right. So if you have a look at all of these tests that have just been put in the side chat, okay, Yaga Bruno just posted about over 20 different tests that have been done. Laser tests, long distance observations, right? These are real tests that anybody can go and repeat themselves. So this doesn't require any faith or trust or anything like that. These are not explanations. These are real world tests that show that the Earth is not a globe. Now, we're not claiming to know what shape the Earth is. That's not our claim. Right? We don't know that, right? So, I mean, yeah, it would be great if someone could work that out, but it's not possible to do that. Okay, there are restrictions, there are limitations with what we're able to do. And we know it's not a globe. We know that outer space is not a big giant vacuum like they tell us, because we have gas pressure that we breathe right now, right? We're breathing gas. We have high pressure. We have a 14.7 psi at sea level gas pressure. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum, right? They're telling us space is a vacuum, like a vacuum chamber. Okay, you can't have a gas pressure system like the air that we're breathing right now inside a vacuum. It's not possible, right? You need to have a container if you want to have a gas pressure system. So I think that the Earth is a flat, stationary, right? Stationary meaning that it's not moving, contained system, that we live in a contained system, very similar to what all of the ancient cultures believed, right? All of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Indian astronomers from thousands of years ago, right? They all believed that the Earth was flat and that we lived inside a contained system. It's also written in the biblical texts, right? All of the biblical texts also back up that we have a contained system and a flat plane within a contained system.
But in your argument, there is a problem, right? Like, if you are looking about the water and the view in the earth, but there's another problem. Like, when we said that the sun is rising in the sky, right?
Yeah.
There's a problem because if it's rising and the earth is flat, that's mean that in all countries, the days and the night will be the same in all countries. So how
Well,
do you
that's
explain the opposite?
okay, because right, so in the globe, right, in the globe model, the sun is bigger than the Earth, right? The sun is many times larger than the Earth and very long distance away, right? It's like 150 million kilometers away or something like that, and it's very large. Okay, in the flat Earth, right? On the flat Earth, we say that the sun is much closer to the Earth and the sun is much smaller than in the globe, right? So as the sun moves over the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of the Earth is giant. Now, as the sun is moving in the sky, right? When the sun's in Australia, it's going to be lighting up a certain amount of the Earth. But that sunlight cannot travel over the whole of the Earth because we have an atmosphere. Okay. And we also have the, light loses energy, it loses intensity as it moves away from the light source.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't, a light, right? It doesn't light everything up because it gets absorbed by the atmosphere. It's called light attenuation. So as the light, right, is in Australia, right, as the sun's in Australia, It's going to be dark in Europe, for example. It's going to be dark in Alaska. It's going to be dark in Iceland. But 12 hours later, as the sun, right? 12 hours later, it's going to be dark in Australia because the sun has moved. Now it's going to be light in Iceland. It's going to be light in Germany. It's going to be light in America.
Yeah.
Right? Because the sun is moving above the earth and it's not able to light up the entire earth at the same time. So there's a couple of really, if you have a look in the side chat, Jager
I saw
Bruno.
it.
Yeah, so that's talking about the inverse square law of light, showing that every time you double the distance, you lose four times the intensity of the light. So as the sunlight moves away from the sun, it gets dimmer, right? It gets less bright. And as it pushes through the atmosphere, it becomes absorbed.
So the sun is smaller than the earth, and it's far from the earth, right?
Yes, I think so, but I don't know exactly what the sun is, right? I don't know exactly how big the sun is. The sun that we see in the sky, right? We see unique to our own personal position.
Yeah. Let's check those picture very well, because let's watch together your picture about the first picture about the flat earth. If we saw it very carefully, so that means that the earth is just between the sun is just between the earth and erasing. So that means that to make the other countries to have like days and night to switching, that means that your flat earth is not static. Maybe it's moving.
No, just the sun. Only the sun needs to be moving.
Yeah, but if the sun is moving, based on the image, is like it's in the middle, and all countries are not in the same location. So if it's rising and it's positioning at the middle of the earth, that means that there's a problem for the continent in left and right, because they will don't get the light. Or maybe
Yeah, well, it's not light everywhere at the same time, right? The sun's moving in a cycle. Okay, so the sun that we see in the sky moves between the tropics, moves between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn every 6 months. Okay, so as the sun is taking what appears to be a circular path over the surface of the earth.
Yeah, but
or let's say, instead of me saying a circular path, it's moving east to west. We're going to say it appears to move east to west.
Yeah.
Okay, in the sky, and it
sounds like you're getting caught up on the word rising.
Yeah, maybe I did go over the streetlights thing and stuff before. So right,
You kept on repeating it. Yeah.
right. So where you at? Smiles. What do we call you? XS MLE.
Oh, like I said, based on the explanation, that's mean that the flat Earth should be moving also to make the
No.
other countries to have light.
No, just the sun, right? Just the sun is moving. Right, let me give you an example in the side chat. Now, this is not how I am saying the flat Earth looks. I'm just I'm just showing you that you can just move the light source and it's going to light up different sections of a surface. Right? So see how this person's moving, only the light is moving. Right? But it's lighting up different sections of this of this map. Okay, I'm not saying this is how the flat Earth is. This is just showing you an example of how you can just move the light, right? And it's going to light up different sections. Right? So as the sun is taking its apparent path over the surface of the Earth, it's going to be lighting up different sections of the earth, right? That's why it can be daytime in it could be daytime in Germany and daytime in Russia at the same time. Okay, but one place could get dark and the other place can still be light, right? It's because the sun's moving. We all see the sun moving in the sky.
Yeah. But for this, that means that the sun shouldn't be far away, far from the earth.
Well, it depends, right? We're not claiming to know how close or far away the sun is. Obviously, it's not close, right? It's very far away, right? But yeah, it depends. It depends on what the sun is, exactly how the sun works. What's the medium that the sun is in? Well, we don't know these things. All we know is that we see the sun moving over the surface of the earth during the daytime. There's a lot of mysteries. We don't know everything. But what we do know is whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
Learning new things, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's interesting to look into, to consider
Gets
different.
even better.
It does. Hey, Timbo, you'd be able to have a chat with this guy because I got to go on mute for a bit.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah.
Cheers.
I'm on the way to work, so I got a few minutes. 20,
Perfect.
25, 30. What's up, dude?
Yeah, what's up? What are you doing?
On my way to work, man.
What?
On my way to work.
Oh, you're going to work.
Yeah, it's what is it? 5 o'clock in the morning in Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
So, good work.
What country are you from?
I'm from Chad.
Chad in Africa.
Yeah. You know it?
Nice. What language? I'm a map nerd. Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to love maps. So I learned all the countries. Yeah.
Oh. So you're a geographer.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe an amateur one, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I used to try and picture. So when someone would say the country, I used to try and picture the shape of the country. It's a little bit autistic, but yeah. But what do you speak French?
What?
Do they speak French in Chad or no?
Yeah, we speak French, but
Yeah.
the native language is Arabic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, it couldn't have been for that long, right? It would have only been after the 6th century, so maybe 7th or 8th century. You would have adopted that language.
You?
Yeah. What's the
So you
original
speak
language?
Arabic is your original language, or what did you say?
No, I was saying, what was the original language before that? Was
Oh,
it all tribal and stuff like that?
no, I speak French often because I don't know how to speak Arabic, but my original language is something else than Arabic.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. My
That would have been
original,
you would have swapped to Arabic after the Muslim conquests. But yeah.
I don't think that I want to learn Arabic, but it's really useful because most of people over there speak Arabic, so for business or something like this,
Oh, they don't
I
use
really
English for business?
nah. There is no
No?
more. There is not much people here that speak English, so it's really difficult.
Because, you know, the international business language is English.
No, it's Arabic. Like when
No,
you
no,
wanna go.
I'm saying the international business language
Oh,
is English. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, of course. Yeah.
yeah. But that's
I,
all right. You just in here asking questions? I heard you. It's a very interesting topic. So there's a lot
I'm
involved in
looking.
it, but it's a simple concept, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking for s- some voice channel to be able to debate, to be able to improve my English.
Okay. This is a pretty full-on topic to learn English in, though. But if you can do it, then man, I commend you on that.
Yeah, I don't have
So
experience about astronomy, but I guess that
you
I
don't
like
really
it
need it.
since child.
Yeah, yeah. The I think what you need. Do you know much about the actual globe claims, like the spherical claims of the Earth?
What?
Do you know much about, like they say Earth's a sphere, right? Do you
Yeah.
know much about how they come to all of their claims?
Nah, I don't know much about
Yeah,
uh the the space or something like that.
yeah. It
But
would
I'm
be.
curious about it.
It's good to learn that because you got two opposing sides, right? One says it's
Yeah.
a sphere and one says it's flat. Now, in order
So you
to
think that it's flat?
know that it's flat, then you have to know what the claims are about the sphere. Do you understand me, or
Honestly,
am I speaking too fast?
no, I understand you.
Oh, okay, good.
Honestly, I think that if I don't see it, I can believe it. If it's a globe or it's flat, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So you're at the stage where you could go either way, but you need some information, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, the main claim is
a client.
from our side is that the Earth represents itself, is used, and
Yeah.
measures to be a flat, non-rotating surface.
So that's for you.
That's for the flat side, right?
So you are all flattest here.
Not all of us, no.
Really?
Yep. So the first one, right? We all see the Earth as a flat surface. All of us, every single person. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's what we see, but
Yeah.
honestly,
Yep.
maybe it
And
can be
then
false.
in practicality, so in practical use, everyday use, I'm in construction, so we use flat surfaces, flat, perpendicular.
Yeah.
Yep. So everyday use, it's used as a flat surface. You agree with that?
I agree, but there's
Mm-hmm.
some trouble with it. Like,
Right. And then what we do is the third one was measurement, right? So we can shoot a
yeah.
laser out over the water that leaves at 1.5
Mhm.
meters on one side and ends up at 1.5 meters on the other side. For one of them was 34 kilometers.
Yeah.
Should be 110 meters of curvature. So that laser should end up 110 meters in the air. Now, this never happens and never measures curvature. So we always measure the same height on the side that the laser leaves, to the same height that side that it picks it up. No deviation.
Yeah.
So it measures to be flat. So that third one confirms my first two ones. You know what I mean? Because you were saying, yeah, but there's a problem. Okay, yeah. We see it as flat, we use it as flat, and then to confirm those two, we measure it as a flat surface.
Okay. But let's say that you can have a plane that don't need fuel and you can go straight.
You can't go
So
straight. It's impossible.
are you sure?
Yeah, because what kind of tools are you going to use to know you're going straight?
Just from where you start, you just go straight.
You can't just point something in a direction and hope that you're going to go the same direction. It doesn't work like that.
Why?
If you've ever been in a boat or anything like that, you would know that you have to keep on correcting to a course because, waves, currents push you off course and wind and they change your direction. Like even slightly, right? Even if it's 5 degrees, you're still heading in the wrong direction and you're not going straight anymore. The same thing happens in an airplane. You got all these different winds, and what you need to do is you have to correct back to your course because you get blown off course. So you can't just
I mean
point
that
in a straight line and head in a straight line. It's an impossibility.
you said that it's not possible to go all straight.
It's
But
not possible
if
to go straight without a tool.
that's what you said. But if we take a look about your arguments that the earth is static and flat. So if it's static, that means that it's possible to go all straight. That
How?
means that the earth
You
is
tell
not
me.
static.
Yeah, tell me how you're going to go straight and what you're going to use.
If
Explain to me
something
what you're
is,
going to do.
let's say, wait,
You're going to use a plane? You're going to go in an
okay,
aeroplane, right? Is what you said?
hang on.
Yeah.
You got a ball.
A
When
boat,
you push the
okay?
ball,
Yeah.
he goes straight, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
For a
But
certain
now,
amount of distance.
no, I don't talk about the distance. I just talk about the
Well, you need
trajectory.
distance. Okay. All right. So how far are you going to go?
It depends on the strength. Like
Oh, so you're going to go in a
maybe
boat without a motor. Is that what you're going to
what?
do? You're going to head out into the ocean in a boat without a motor.
No, not on the ocean, just on the floor.
You're
Like
going to put a boat on the floor.
yeah, a boat, and you
Why?
push it so it will go straight,
It won't
right?
go anywhere. It won't move.
Oh, you make it move, it will go straight. But
What are you
if you
gonna?
rotate,
What are you gonna put it on wheels or something? I don't understand, dude.
like,
Why don't you
hang
swap?
on,
If you're gonna have it on the ground, why don't you just swap the boat for something on wheels? Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, uh, roll.
All right. We were
When
talking
we
about
push,
going in a straight line, right?
yeah.
And I said because
How
you
can I?
your first reference was using an aeroplane, and I said it's impossible to go in a straight line.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
take the example about the ball. So if you push the ball in the straight line, you push the ball, it goes straight. But
Yeah.
let's say that you rotate the ball you rotate the ball and you push it at the same time. So when it will move forward, it will not have a straight trajectory. So that means that if we can't go in the straight line while we are on Earth, that means that the Earth is moving.
No, incorrect.
How?
Have you ever been in a car, right?
In a
You've got a
car?
steering. Yeah. Do you drive?
Yeah, I'm learning.
Yeah. So when you drive straight down a straight road, do you have to keep on adjusting your steering wheel?
Yeah, of course.
It's because the car doesn't go straight, right? It gets pushed off by a divot in the road, or the road's off camber, like it's not flat and level. So you've got to adjust your steering wheel to keep it straight. But what you've got in the middle of the road, you've got a line. So you follow that line and you keep on adjusting your steering wheel to the line. The car's not going straight. You keep on adjusting the car to go straight because you've got something to follow, right?
Yeah.
In a plane, you don't have anything to follow. The only thing you've got is tools, right?
Who said that the road is straight?
Sorry, I lost you, mate. My headphones just dipped out. You there?
I said that who said that the road is straight? Like, how can you explain or demonstrate that the road is straight?
No, I'm saying when you're in a car, you're following the line in the middle of the road, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you're following. So you're adjusting the car to follow the line in the middle of the road.
Okay.
Yeah. So in an aeroplane, you're going to follow a compass, or in a boat, you're going to follow a compass.
Yeah.
Right? Compass always points north. So when you find yourself off course, you're going to adjust back to your heading. Right?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can't actually go straight. You have to correct something that you're following.
Okay.
Which, so your analogy of pointing something in a straight line and just going straight is an impossibility.
I see.
Yeah. Oh, good.
But
Because in a plane you have winds, right? You go up high enough where a plane sits at cruising altitude. You have all these crosswinds. You have crosswinds, you have headwinds, you have tailwinds. Right?
Yeah.
The winds aren't always going in the same direction as you're going. So it's going to push the nose, push the tail, it's going to push you backwards or whatever. You're going to end up off course. So you need a tool to follow where you're heading to. It's not a straight line trajectory.
I see. But I wonder if there is not something that make it.
What were you going to use when you were saying if you fly in a straight line? What were you going to use after that? Were you going to say you come back to the same position, or?
let's say with a bike, like if the
Bike's even worse, mate.
really
You got to keep adjusting your handlebars to stay upright, otherwise you fall over.
yeah, but is if
Yeah,
you adjust the wheel for a bike, but you can go straight with a bike, right?
yeah, you'll fall off it. Yeah, if you don't have steering on a bike, you're gonna fall over.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's right, 100% right.
You win for now.
No, it's not a win, dude. It's just it's just the way it is, right? Because people say,
It's
like,
just what?
people, yeah, it's just the way it is. It's not a win. I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm just having a conversation. If people say, like, a globe claim is, if you point in one direction and fly straight, you'll end up back where you started, right? You've heard that before, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Hmm. So that means that if you pick a direction and continues, even though we can go straight, that means that you will end up in another place.
Yeah. You're going to follow a compass. Let's say east or west. Let's pick east, all right?
Yeah.
I'm going to point from my position. I'm going to head east. Now
Yeah.
I'm going to use a compass. I'm going to use a compass, right? So the compass
Alright.
points north. Always points north to a
Yeah.
to a center magnetic point.
Yep.
So what if you're going to head east and you're going to stay on east? What you're going to do is go around in a circle.
Yeah.
That's all you're going to do. Even on a globe. Same thing on a globe.
Ah.
Yeah, because it always points north. So you're going to head around in a circle.
But with a compass, like you said, we can follow one direction, right?
Yeah, it's a circle.
So that means that the Earth is a
Yeah.
globe.
No. So are you sitting? Are you sitting at a table?
Yeah.
All right. Put something in the middle of the table.
Oh, of course.
Yep. Now you're going to use that something. That's going to be your northern magnetic point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now get like a pencil or something like that, right?
A pencil.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Now put that pencil east from the northern position. East or west, doesn't matter. So it's going to be perpendicular to it, right? So, all right. Now keep heading in that that way the pencil's pointing. Just go in your straight line. Go in a straight line from where that pencil's pointing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're going to be off north, aren't you?
Okay.
Now you need to correct back to north. Otherwise, you're not going to be heading east anymore. You have to twist. You have to twist the pencil.
I twist the pencil.
Yeah.
Should the pencil be pointing up or being?
No, you're on a flat surface.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So now,
So you go around the thing that you're using as a northern point.
Yeah.
Because that is the way the compass points. So every time you move off the point when you head east or west, that pencil is not going to be heading east or west anymore. So you have to correct the pencil back to east from the northern point, and you start heading around in a circle.
Okay, I see.
That's the way a compass works. I'll just see if someone put it in the chat to make it easier visually for you. No. What does that mean?
All right.
There. See the bottom one the DJ just put in?
I saw the picture actually.
Yeah. So in the chat, there's a compass moving around the northern magnetic point. That needle always points to the northern magnetic point. So you have to correct. And you're going to head around in a circle. That's you heading, that's you thinking you're going around in a straight line because you're always correcting. Yeah.
The compass is pointing in the north due to the magnetic, right?
That's right. Yeah.
But we are talking about gravity, and I don't
I
think
didn't.
that.
No, I didn't say anything about gravity. This is just talking about a magnetic point that we all observe. We all observe a compass pointing north, right?
Yeah, but
yeah,
that means that I think that so without the magnet, you want to I without the magnet, will the compass will still point in the north?
What do you mean without the magnet? We have a northern magnetic point on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how compasses work.
So the compass always pointing in the north.
Always. Interesting. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I said it.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
That's how you know you're going in a direction. That's what you have to follow, right? So now we agree that you can't go in a straight line. You have to follow a compass. And if the compass always points north and you head east or west, you're going to go around in a circle and come back to where you started. Happens on a flat plane or a globe, right?
Yeah, but if we are on a flat Earth, that means that there is a limit.
No, I'm just saying there's a magnetic point. So that's the. So I'm not saying there's a limit to the outside or anything like that. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's out further. I live down pretty south, but we can't go any further.
I see.
Yeah, I'm at 30, I think 35 degrees south, something like that.
So
35 or 38. Yeah.
So all of you, like, you study physics?
Nah, I'm a builder and a plumber. I don't study physics.
So
I
it's
use
just
the Earth
yeah.
as a horizontal plane every day. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not into physics. I'm not into all these technical arguments. I just look at things
just like they are.
and they make sense to me on a flat plane. And then when we measure it that way, it confirms to me that we live on a flat plane. The surface of the Earth measures to be flat. So anything that they come up with, the sun doing this, the sun doing that, whatever it's doing is doing it over a flat surface.
Okay. I saw what you're talking about,
Yeah. Oh, the picture down, yeah, the video down the bottom, yeah. Interesting, right?
Actually, I try it with the compass on my phone.
Yeah, you need a northern point. You need a magnet. You need a. I don't think you can do it with a compass on your phone because it's always going to point to the northern point.
Do you have a
Yeah, I
magnet?
saw it.
Do you have a strong magnet?
Morning, mate.
I don't have it.
Sorry, I was talking to someone else.
I think I gotta go. Like, it's really late here.
Oh man, I wanted to interrupt the conversation. Why is nobody talking?
Do you always just butt into people's conversations?
Absolutely.
Check out the colour in the sky this morning in that photo I just posted.
Project Pink Beam.
That's crazy, man. It's actually a lot darker than what that photo looks like, but like around. Still, it's, well, it's 10 to 6. It's still dark. But that colour is exactly how it looks in the picture.
Is that what dark skies look like upside down?
Yeah. No, that's a nice family shot, sheepdog. Get the Brady Bunch. Awesome, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I
Somehow
wasn't
it just
picturing it.
worked out.
Yeah, I wasn't picturing it to be black.
I wasn't either when I found her. But the odd thing is like, despite all the things that we don't have in common, like music and sports and TV shows and
Bonus.
movies, like we're both looking in the same direction in life, and we laugh at all the things that are hard, and we're just, we're on the same page on everything.
All the differences, right? They all come together. It's a lot more interesting as well.
Well, it's like a tree, right? Like, as long as the trunk is solid, who cares which direction the branches go?
I better mute up, dude. I'm going into work.
Have a good day, man.
I'll be on and off.
is fucking round. you hear me? Still in the parking lot.
Yo, you guys want to see something nasty? I'm gonna go post this up in the side chat right now. What's the temperature outside right now? Freaking gross. Oh yeah, dude. I'm like wearing a necklace right now. Every time I step outside, well, I mean, not just right now, but all the time, but a necklace burns me as I wear it. It's crazy. It's so freaking hot outside.
حتة مني. Hi guys, how are you?
Oh, what's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Do you know the earth is flat already?
Let's your name, let's.
Yeah, you lift?
Let's what means let's?
Oh, it's just a muscle in your back. Latissimus.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Name is nice.
Thanks, man. You too, bro.
Yeah, my name's Ali. I mean, strong. I mean the strong. I mean the face. And Ali. Yeah.
He said strong and has a face.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Okay, okay. So did you know that the
Yeah.
earth is flat?
Yeah. Where you from? Lots.
I am from the flat earth, a country on top of the flat earth, North America.
Wow.
What about you, bro?
I'm from Iraq.
Iraq. Nice. Isn't that place like super flat? What the heck? Really? Where's that at? Dude, 86 would be amazing. With a low of 69? Oh, dude. That's cheating. Oh, no. I wish I had that over here. Let me go check. I think our low of the day was like 90. Let me see.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm at 82.
Lex.
Oh, I
Lex.
am a flat earth communicator. That is what I do.
Oh.
Yeah. You know how you have like science communicators? We are flat earth communicators. They talk about how the ground underneath your feet is not a ball. Oh, maybe you don't understand me. It's all right. Oh my goodness, the freaking temperature gauge says 116 now. Ew. Freaking
Oh,
gross. Ah, depressing. I can't wait for someone to be over. Is there any no, okay. It's just you, Heidi. Hello. Welcome, fellow flat earther. Oh, the dude left. My friend, oh, the other guy left too. Okay. So I opened up the room in politics again, just for my 30-minute drive to the gym after work. Dude, I don't know what it is. I feel like every single time I pop that room open, Epo's in there. She like snipes me every single time. I don't know how she does it. The room will be open maybe like a minute the longest. She snipes me out. I'm stuck talking away for the entire half hour that I have. I'm surprised she's not in here, honestly. Is she banned from here, by the way, DJ? I don't know if you guys are still here. This might be my
Who?
only mistake. Epo?
Epo never found us in here, thank God. Or did she?
Oh, okay. I have no idea.
Yeah, I
I've
think
never seen her in here.
yeah, she only goes in politics, I think.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, actually, dude? Like 2 weeks ago, I opened up a room and socialized, and she found me in there. She fucking sniped me in there too. That shit was insane. I was like, what the fuck? Like, literally popped in. Like, I wasn't even looking at my screen. I said, welcome, welcome to Flat Earth, whatever. And she's like, Lats, you're gay. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, Ipa, how the hell did you find me?
Wow, stalking.
Dude, it was insane. She's like, yeah, I get to see, when people are where they're at. I'm like, what? I thought you had to be their friend to do that. Like, I haven't accepted any of your friend requests.
Not that you're aware of.
Oh, you know what? True. So, anyway, that's fine. I'll be depressed in silence now. I'm gonna go inside real quick. Why couldn't it be Jessica Alba or something stalking me instead? Like, what the heck? I'll just take a look at this. Okay, gorgeous. Instead, I got this. Stock at me instead. Like, dude, what the fuck? Anyway, I'll be right back.
Got any spinning ball believers in here at the moment? Think you live on a spinning ball? Anybody? Mic check. Looks like it's all globe deniers that do have the right to remain silent and apparently the ability to spend that every day.
Yo, hello?
Oh, Matrix.
Look, it's Tweedledee and Tweedledummer.
Yo, did you miss me actually? Did you miss me?
Not really.
Not really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yo, what's up, Matrix? Matrix, did you miss me?
Old man, I know, like, you just missed us. I know.
No, I didn't miss you. Sorry.
No. I think you missed me more than your wife, actually. But okay.
No.
Is that true?
Definitely.
So, Matrix, I have a question.
But what's today's level of stupidity going to be? Oh, sorry, what's your question?
Yo, stop laughing, little loser.
I'm sorry,
I'm
man.
not laughing, I'm eating. That's your boyfriend that was laughing.
I'm talking to I'm talking to TT.
Old man. Do not accuse me with gay, bro. Nah, don't do that.
Do not try to emasculate two human beings.
As a butcher's cat. So anyways, your question.
Yeah, do not, do not do
Okay,
that.
so
warriors.
Yeah, your question.
First, I'm gonna explain my premise. I am motivated, determined, resilient, confident, and mentally untouchable. Notice I didn't say physical because no man is. Unfortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that. More words can describe my presence, but let's not be selfish. I walk a path that was aligned to me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance, allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another. A passion that allowed human life to be conceived over and over and over again.
That's have nothing to do with the shape of ground, actually. Don't do that again.
So, if you
What the
understand my
fuck are you even talking about, bro?
the follow-up question is going to be, why does it rain on Earth if the Earth is flat?
Why are you stupid?
Wait, how do we have McDonald's if the Earth's a globe?
How do we have McDonald's?
Yeah, if the Earth's a globe.
What?
Is the McDonald's built teetering at the apex of the ball?
Apex of the ball? What are you talking about, man? You alright?
Yeah. How do we have McDonald's if the Earth's a globe?
Is it your microphone? I can't understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. My mic is trash right now. Apologies.
No worries, man.
No, it's not.
Sorry.
It's just him being a douche.
I swear to God, I'm not. Wait, I'm not a bad guy, Matrix.
I didn't say you're bad. I
We
suggested
might
you're
have
low
opposite
IQ.
views.
I've suggested you're stupid. I've suggested you're an idiot. I've called you a douche. I've called you a doorknob. I've called you a numpty. But none of those bad.
Wow,
We
holy
might
ad
have
hominem, bro. Holy ad hominem.
It's okay because I have no enemies, and we might have opposites beliefs and perspectives, but I still respect
That's
your,
where you're failing. You have a belief, and you're too arrogant to go out and check it out to see if your belief is actually true or not.
Wait,
Everything
Matrix,
is
you're saying these things, but like we know you just missed us and like you just want to speak with us. We know that. Like you don't need to be shy, actually.
Actually, if I was allowed to, I'd just insta ban you. Say same dribble every day. Thank you, whoever did that.
That's me. That'd be me.
Maybe he's trying to compensate for other stuff he sucks out of other people. Just kidding. Family friendly. Take care.
Hello.
Hello.
So here, do you really believe on flat Earth, or it is for sarcasm?
Earth is super flat
Wow.
because it's measured flat.
Since it's flat, then it is flat.
Yeah, if the Earth is measured flat, it's flat. You're right. There's no measured curvature on the surface of the Earth, so it can't possibly be a ball.
How long is Earth, and how long we can measure with a single what would you say that measuring tape?
One, we're not using measuring tape.
Yeah.
Two, we can change it up a little bit, right? Because we're not claiming to measure the entirety of the Earth. Just everywhere that we've measured and explored, we've utilized the Earth as flat and measured it as flat.
I didn't got it.
What?
I didn't got it.
Okay. All right. Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
But what about the satellite image of Earth? Is that wrong?
Yeah, those are fake. Yeah, because they depict the Earth as curving. If there's no measured curvature, right? We check the surface. If there's no measured curvature, then those pictures are false. It's like if I send you a picture of me and I depict myself as a Hispanic guy, and then you come check me and some white dude or a Chinese guy, then the picture is false, right? Yeah, we're just checking the contents of the picture. That's all.
But if we zoom into a football, it also looks flat. But when you zoom out, it looks like it is not flat.
Well, it doesn't matter what it looks like. That's why we're measuring it. Because if it could look like a ball, it can look like a rectangle, it can look like a star, it could look like a beating heart, it could look like the Mona Lisa, whatever. That's why we got to measure the surface to see what it is.
But wait, lads, I've
What's up?
heard the scientists measured the circumference of Earth way before space programs. How
You're
do you
telling me
explain that?
they measured the circumference?
I mean, calculated. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can calculate things. Yeah, that's fine. We also calculate who could win in a race between Sonic the Hedgehog and Superman.
They use like some evidence, right? The shadows or whatnot. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, we have
You
measured
probably know it,
shadow
right?
lengths. That's correct. But then, right, those measured shadow lengths are not exclusive to a curving surface. So you're applying those shadow lengths and calculating for curvature when it's never been measured.
Like how do you suppose we could measure it? What's the standard of evidence?
Over a body of water. Because even in the globe paradigm, the body of
Oh,
water would be adhering to the outside of the ball, curving with the ground,
so no
with the
one
earth.
has tried the shadow experiment over a body of water.
Try a shadow on the water, you said?
Like you can take a boat, right?
Yeah.
And be on two separate points on a body of water, and then
Okay.
do the measurement.
Oh yeah, but we would have to ask the question, are we measuring shadow lengths on a flat surface or on a curved surface?
If it's on a curved surface, then the way they did the experiment, then that would show up, right? If it's
Well, I
flat,
can
then it
ask
would
you the
be
question.
constant.
Yeah, can we have different shadow lengths on a flat surface?
Depends upon the source of light. No?
Correct.
How far the source of light is.
Yeah, so we can have differing
Very
shadow lengths
far.
on a flat surface.
But then sun would have to be very close, no?
Yeah, why not?
So you believe sun
Did
is
you
very
measure
close?
did you measure the distance to the sun?
I didn't measure it, but I'm guessing some scientist did, right?
Yeah, nobody has measured the distance to the sun. It's once again another calculated value.
Hmm.
Interesting, isn't it?
But so I'm guessing you don't believe in any space agencies that they're doing any real work.
Oh, that's correct, because once again, they depict the Earth as curving. You do not measure the curvature on the surface, so those pictures are
Yeah, but
obviously
everything
false.
else also. So
Yeah,
anything
but you can't.
astronomy
Yeah, but
related.
even according to the globe paradigm, we can't actually lose either. So yeah, outer space is fake.
So opposing countries, like enemies of each other over like what 100
Yeah.
years now,
Mhm.
all of them have agreed throughout, even like China and Russia and Soviet Union.
Yeah.
They have agreed to
Or you
lie
think
to
they're
the
all conspiring? Is that what you think?
Hmm?
Is that what you think, that they're all conspiring
That's
together?
what I'm asking. Do you believe they're all conspiring?
Well, no, they don't have to. Like let me give you an example. Okay, like with Santa Claus. Do you think that your mom has to go talk to her governor, her local senator, talk to the president before she gives her children presents? Right? Everybody
No,
just
but
has a basic story of Santa Claus, and we just work with it.
no, but
The
for
same thing,
example,
like China doesn't have to go talk to the United States first and be like, "Hey, am
yeah,
I supposed to
because
wrap the presents like
the
this?"
difference is Santa Claus is not taken seriously. A different example
Yeah,
is that of
right.
religion, for example, Jesus Christ or Muhammad or whoever. Then you do find people disagreeing throughout the globe, right? Those are also, you could say, made up, or at least the mythical parts are made up, and people do disagree throughout all over the globe.
The only problem with your religion analogy, my friend, is go and measure religion and see how that goes. Whereas you can go and measure the ground and see if it's curving or not.
We're talking about like conspiring governments.
Here, real quick, I know
That's
DJ had a
right.
point
And
he
that's how
wanted.
to break the conspiracy to see if it's conspiratorial or not. You can go and measure the ground. You can't measure religion.
Yeah, DJ wanted to talk about a local
Can you
hotspot as
measure the
well.
whole ground of the earth?
I already said we didn't do that. But give me 1 second, DJ. If you want to talk about it, you can. I gotta go pick up some food real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, sure.
Or Matrix.
Yeah, DJ.
So at the moment, you've got a mad belief in a ball. That's awesome. Why would you do that, dude? It's like 2026.
Which religion do you follow? Imperial, cooperative, time?
It doesn't matter what religion I follow.
Just
It's
asking.
still not going to change the
Just to know
shape of the
that.
ground. I'll tell you something. The ground is, let's just use the letter X to describe the ground because we're not sure. If I am Muslim, X does not change. If I am Christian, X does not change. If I am Hindu, X does not change. So, religion has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. That was pretty
No,
simple.
we're not talking about that. My point was, he was saying that Santa Claus, people can say they believe in Santa Claus even though like they don't have to completely agree on everything. My point was, they are disagreeing parties like Soviet Union, United States, China.
How do you know?
They are all agreeing on a point.
How do you know? How do you
I
know
mean,
that
they
they
all say
disagree?
Earth is
The
round.
media, what I find interesting is the media tells me that I should not like Russians. The media tells me that I should not like Chinese people. I've actually got Russian friends and I've got Chinese friends. There's nothing wrong with them. I think the problem
So you
here
can,
is
yeah.
people's belief in the media, believing that the media is correct. believing that the media is there to help them, that the government is there to help them. I've got a sneaking suspicion that our so-called governments that are not supposed to get along it's just a show to entertain the masses. Bread and circuses, my friend, and you're enjoying the show.
Interesting.
So, do you hate Chinese people? No. Do you hate Russian people? No. Do you hate American people? No. But yet the media tells you you should. The media tells you they're doing all these bad things, and they're not. We're on here talking to them.
I mean, true, you don't have to hate individual citizens, but it's okay to like disagree with governments, right? I can disagree or criticize Chinese government on something that they're doing, right? Even if I'm chill with Chinese people.
So it's the governments that are problem, not the people. Right.
Yeah.
So the government says something that you do or do not agree with. So what has the Chinese government, relating to the shape of the earth, said that you do or don't agree with?
I'm saying that Chinese government's whatever space program doesn't say the earth is flat, which means they're agreeing with the general scientific consensus. Right?
Something interesting about space programs, they all seem to report back to NASA for some reason. Wonder why that is.
Even Chinese.
Correct. Why is that? Why do all the space agencies all seem to go through one channel? They're all directed back through one channel.
I would have to fact check this, man. It's hard to think.
Yeah, interesting. What I do find most entertaining is when the Chinese rocket thing went up, or the Indian one went up. They showed it on the news, dead flat as far as you could see. That was great.
It depends on how high you're going, right? That's probably a factor.
Oh no, it depends on what camera you use and what lens you use. To be more specific,
and how high you go. Like all the three of those factors.
You believe that? Have you been at a high elevation and seen the curvature? Have you been at a high elevation to guarantee that this is true or false? So have you been really, really high and seen the curvature yourself?
I think even if like you don't have to do that, right? If you take a
No, you were about to say it makes sense. So have you been at an exceptionally high elevation to validate the claim that you have to go higher to see the curvature?
Brother. First of all, I'm not
your brother. I'm asking you a question, and I'd like you to answer it. Have you been at an exceptionally high elevation to validate the claim of you need to get higher to see the curvature?
I am not an astronaut, and if I was,
I didn't ask if you're an astronaut. I'd ask.
How else can I get higher?
You barking at the microphone's not going to help you. You were asked a very simple question. Have you been at an exceptionally high elevation to verify your claims? Yes or no?
Yes, I have.
So you have. Where and when did you go high enough to see the curvature?
I can't tell you. It's confidential.
Bullshit. You're a liar.
Bullshit.
No, holy.
But bro, if I tell that I have not seen your brain, then does this mean that you don't have brain?
Yeah, sure, bro. You're really hard to understand. Just saying.
Emperor.
So what did we end up deciding? Is it flat Earth or a round Earth? What did we come up with?
Measurably flat.
Flat?
They are telling that space agencies are not working.
That's
it
great.
is a round Earth. Absolutely fact. There is no way to disprove it.
Excellent. Present your facts.
All of human history, every scientist to ever do any sort of research on it,
every
any
scientist,
sort of
name
measurable
one.
degree.
Name one.
Name a scientist.
Yeah.
9/11.
Wait, are you flat Earth or are you round Earth?
Doesn't matter. I'm just going off your claims. I don't give a shit which side you're on.
Bro, you didn't answer my argument. It was first. It came
Wait,
first, then his person.
wait. Are you flat Earth or round Earth though? But do you like?
It does
Round
not
Earth.
matter. I am basing this off of your claims. Every scientist, I'm asking you to name one.
Okay, I don't actually know scientists.
Right, so we could scrub that one
Okay.
off the panel. Next proof
No,
of
no, no,
curvature
no, no, no,
clause.
no. Just because I don't know the names of scientists doesn't mean it scrubs
Well,
it.
you've got
at
nothing
all.
to back it up. You've got absolutely
What?
nothing now to back
Earth
up
has been
your claim
proven
of
to be round
they've
for
measured.
all of history.
Excellent. So it'd be easy for
But
you to redo it then.
I don't need to make the claim of it because flat Earth.
No,
has
I've heard the
never
claim. The
been
claim is
proven.
it's been measured as round. I would like you
Prove
to
flat
redo
Earth.
it.
Prove flat Earth.
Validate it.
It's impossible.
Oh, easy with a laser test. I don't have to go too far out of my way.
Wait, wasn't there a very famous laser test done that failed multiple
It
times?
was a mockumentary.
Yeah,
Thank you
it
for
failed
watching
multiple
it.
times.
What
It's
laser
a
multiple
mockumentary.
So
What
there was
laser
this
multiple
guy that
times?
bought.
Who?
There was a guy that bought this
Who?
incredibly powerful laser. Oh, let me check
Who?
it. 1 second, let me get the information.
A guy that bought a powerful
Golly.
laser.
No, hey, I
Yeah,
want
give
him.
me,
I want him to tell me what laser they
give me a
used.
moment. Yeah, I'll get it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, tell me what laser they used.
Let me check it. I can't
Let me
remember
guess,
the
they're
name.
shooting
It was-
lasers
it
through
was
holes
so-
in boards.
It was yeah.
$20
it was so
says it wasn't a
ridiculous
laser.
over- it
$20
was
says it wasn't a laser.
something. Give me a
Oh
second.
wait, we
I don't
can't
know
bet.
all this. I'm just jumping into
I know
this.
you don't know. You're just looking it up for the first time.
Yeah, but what's wrong? Yeah, but I'm not retarded. I know
That's
this.
the issue. Yes, well, actually.
Only
So
only
here's the weird
flat
thing.
Flat
Here's the
earthers
weird
can
thing, Zulu.
never prove it.
Here's the
flat.
weird thing, Zulu.
Ever.
It
Not
looks flat.
once.
Therefore, if
Yeah.
you say it's a ball, now you have to prove it's a ball.
Have you never seen pictures from space?
What pictures?
How do you validate them? How do you
Are
verify,
saying the
validate, or prove
astronauts'
that
pictures
yeah,
from
hold up.
space are
Yeah, I don't
fake?
care about the astronauts. How do you, Zulu, verify, validate, or prove that those pictures are taken from where they are claimed to be taken from?
You don't believe people went up?
No, I didn't ask if I believe anything.
space?
I asked Zulu, how do you, hold up, Sheepdog, how do you verify, validate, or prove that those images are true and correct, taken from where they are claimed to be taken from?
That sounds like a really redundant argument.
It's because you can't. Why don't you be honest?
But of course I can't because I don't know the
Excellent.
people that took
So
it.
you're a believer.
I can't just email them. No, it's
You're
not
a believer.
People.
Yes, you are. You believe. Just hold up. But before you have a
They
meltdown and you're about to kick into cognition,
100% went
shut up.
into space
Zulu.
and took pictures of the Earth.
How do you know
You
that?
cannot disprove it. Wait,
How do you
think
know
the
that?
Images that were
I don't need to
released,
disprove
like,
it. You need to prove it.
Do you think there's
It's
like
you're
a
making the
dome over
positive
the Earth?
claim. It's you that's got to validate your bullshit, not us.
Do you think there's like a dome? My bullshit.
No.
Flat Earth is.
We're
the
talking about
craziest
astronauts, and now
thing
you've jumped to
ever said in the
domes.
world.
Stop
Here's the
scattergunning.
weird
Slow
thing.
down, Zulu.
How
Well,
does the
Zulu,
flat
stop
Earth
for a
work?
second. Take a breath. I need you to breathe. In through the nose,
Go for it.
out through the mouth. You are having a meltdown. This is called cognitive dissonance. Slow down. We don't need you bouncing all over the place.
Hey, check this out, Zulu.
Yeah, no, this is not a tactic. This is you having a meltdown. Stop it
I'm
and
a
think
guy
for a
with
second.
no.
I'm a man,
I'm
and
not a
I've got
scientist.
feelings.
I'm not a debater.
You're not a scientist.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I'm not anything. I'm
I
not.
didn't ask if you were.
And
I didn't ask if you
I
were.
know the Earth is round.
How do you know it's round?
Children know the Earth is round.
How do you know it's round?
Zulu, here's the weird thing.
Sheepdog, hold up.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you to do.
Yeah, Zulu, I'm gonna tell you, okay? How do we know it's flat? Because those pictures that they say they took from outer space, there's no curvature here on Earth to say that those pictures match what we see on Earth.
There's no curvature on Earth.
Yeah, there's no curvature.
You mean like if you stand in a position and look, there's no curvature, even if you go to a very high place, right?
Yeah.
You ever seen a boat sail off into the distance?
Yeah, it just disappears. It
yeah,
fades away.
Yeah, it just fades into nothingness, right? Yeah, it's
yeah, that's exactly what it does.
Curve, right?
It fades into
because of the curvature of the
fades
Earth.
into the opacity of the air. That's what it fades into.
Right. So it just vanishes. Yeah.
Yeah, into the opacity of the air. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, it hits a curvature point.
No,
no curvature.
You don't even know what I'm saying,
demonstrate
bro.
this for you. No, he's just trying to twist it around. Okay, Zulu, check it out in the
Hey,
side chat.
he needs to
11 minutes
provide that
past.
laser.
Sheepdog, can you hear me? Sheepdog, can
Yeah,
you
I
hear
hear
me?
you. Yeah, I hear you. I'm
Excellent.
saying you need to provide the laser.
I'm
found
not
it.
worried about the
Provide
laser.
that
I
laser.
found it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the laser. Zulu, can you look in the side chat for me? There's a video I've just posted up at 11 past the hour. It goes for about 11 minutes. I only need you to watch the first 20 seconds.
What am I
As you can
looking
see,
at, Emperor?
the very last thing posted. As you can see, the
Okay.
horizon
I don't
starts
click
off
links on
empty.
Discord.
So you're making an excuse now. So how were you ever
I
going to
don't
post up
click
evidence
links on
if you don't click
Discord.
links on Discord? It's not a link, it's
So
a
you're
video.
around. So you're clearly around Earth.
It's not a link, it's a video direct. You press play. You don't get taken anywhere. You watch it in the side chat.
I don't click things on Discord. All right.
It's not a
Wait,
link.
So you've come here
Steve.
to-
It's
so
just
wait,
a.
It's not a link.
It's not a link. Just look at what
It's
he
a
posted.
direct video.
So you guys are definitely round Earthers then.
He doesn't know how to click the link, guys. Be nice to him.
He's too he doesn't want to because he knows he might get shot down quite
he doesn't know how to
simply
play a
with a
video.
very
He
basic
doesn't know-
video.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play a video or look at a picture.
He thinks it could be a hack. We're trying to hack Zulu. Yep. Steal his rupees.
My point. You guys are you guys like really?
Wow, have you been
believe
talking
Earth's
the whole
flat?
time? All right. So
He
when your
has.
microphone's red, when your microphone's red, nobody can hear what you're saying. I know it's really tough using Discord. Okay, but right, the Emperor has posted a video in the side chat, which isn't a link. It is just a video. You just have to click the play button. Okay, so you can follow along with the conversation like a normal person and stop spugging out, or you can get muted again. Chill out.
So, as I was saying, I don't expect you to watch the full 11 plus minutes of it. Just 20 seconds. It starts off, the horizon is empty. So in your worldview, that means the little boats are already beyond the curve. Oh my God, he just zooms in and you can see it. That's it. That's all I wanted to tell you. So if it's already behind the curve, how the hell are they zooming in on it?
Okay, so what are you proving here?
There's no curve. Because if it was
I
a
don't know your
curve,
position,
if you're
so I'm
okay,
not sure
remember
what
you
your
have.
phone
It doesn't matter what my position is, dude. If there was a
You have a
curve
position?
and your ship, listen, if there was a curve and your ship sails beyond it, it is now behind a hill of water. I don't care how good your camera is, you're not zooming in on that shit. Why can they zoom in on those
Because
ships?
it's behind the curve of the Earth, right? Yeah, on that situation.
So how are they zooming in on those ones then?
So you are round Earth.
How are they zooming in on those ships then if they're behind the curve?
Well, they clearly haven't gone far enough. Ships can disappear off into the distance because they go out of our field of view.
Excellent, and that's all that happens. Because the air
Not
has
entirely,
density.
because at some point
Yes.
it will get to a point where you cannot zoom in to that ship.
Because
The
of the
horizon should
density of
be-
the air.
The horizon should
It will
be
get
at
to a
3 miles.
point.
The horizon should be at 5 kilometers away. If you're standing at the beach, the horizon should be just 5 kilometers away. So at 5 kilometers, the bottom of the ship should start to disappear. But we can see ships that are over 20 kilometers out. You know, we can track them on marine tracking and say, okay, this ship is 20 kilometers out into the ocean and should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can see the whole ship.
Okay. What does that prove? Are you saying that it just goes on endlessly and we can forever zoom into the ship no matter how far away it gets?
Sorry to interrupt, but how would you explain?
Dude, hold on. Just wait a second, buddy. Right, so look, you check the visibility. So eventually it's going to go into the haze because the visibility is usually about, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, sometimes on a good day, 20, like 30, 40 kilometers. It depends on the area. So eventually it's going to fade off into the haze of the atmosphere. But if it's a globe, it should be hidden, physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth at a certain distance, depending on how tall the ship is. and we can track the ship, and then we can check the name of the ship. We can check out how tall it is, and then we can do the mathematics and say, okay, this ship should be hidden behind 30
Atmospheric
meters.
refraction. It's atmospheric refraction. Light bends as it passes through air layers of different temperatures, effectively letting you see around the curvature of the Earth.
Right, but standard refraction's 15%, dude.
Around
Yeah,
the curvature of
yeah,
the
yeah.
Earth. It's
Right.
round.
So
Yeah.
atmospheric refraction, right? That's 15% in standard conditions. So that would allow you to see 15% around the curvature of the Earth. The horizon would be 15% further away. Once you start getting heavy refraction, you start getting miraging effects. You start seeing crazy shit, right? Everything's distorted.
Right.
And
That's called
there's heavy.
atmospheric ducting. That's called
No,
atmospheric
no.
ducting. It's where warm air is trapped under cooler air, forms like a tunnel.
Okay,
that
so you can
traps
read
light,
Wikipedia.
causing it to
Hey, Zulu,
allow.
check it out. If there was ducting,
surface.
Zulu, you
This
don't have to read the.
allows ships to be
Zulu,
seen
you don't have to read
hundreds
it
of
out to
miles
us.
further
We've heard it
than
before.
the normal line of sight. Yeah,
That's great.
'cause it's
You're reading
fact.
ChatGPT or
It's
something. Well, it's not fact.
literally
Check it
fact.
out. Yep.
Literally fact.
Literally not listening. You're an idiot.
You are
Zulu,
coping so hard.
this is you coping. This is you projecting.
Bro, don't know the Earth's a
If there
ball.
was ducting, check it out. If there was ducting, you would see miraging effects. So go and show me your long-range observation with miraging effects that allows us to see further. Oh no, not the miraging.
Children still learning.
This is like you
not know the
coping
Earth's
so
round?
hard. This
How
is
do you not know
great.
the Earth's round? I'm not
Because
coping.
it's measured
I'm
as
with
flat.
99% of human history here. You are just.
Oh,
this
so appeal to consensus. So
insane
you're an idiot.
1%.
You're a lemming.
I'm a lemon. You think the Earth's
Yeah.
flat, bro?
It's measured as flat. What do you want me to do about it?
You're like crazy cat lady.
It's
you know,
measured.
like-
What you've got is cool stories. We've got measurements. Tell us about your cool stories again.
You don't have any measurements. You ain't got squat. You think
Really?
astronauts are fake, bro? You know, like
No, we call them actonauts. They're not fake. They're real actors.
actors.
Yeah, they have
What?
stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Doesn't that say enough
Dude,
for you?
you sound like a room temperature IQ debater, to be honest.
There's-
Right? You're just reading
I'm not
stuff
a
off
debater.
ChatGPT.
I'm not a
and
debater.
ChatGPT
And I'm
yeah,
coming
obviously.
in here and schooling you.
You're not schooling anyone. In fact, your AI got deducting completely wrong. And if you correct
Here,
it
here.
and
Here.
if you correct,
I'll drop
right?
the
So you
hardest
said
fact right now.
you said
is
no, you won't. You
round.
won't. Rounds, right? Round. Something flat can be round. You don't even know how to articulate shapes, the names of shapes correctly, bro. Okay, you're just painfully annoying to listen to be honest. Right? You got ducting wrong. Yeah, AI got ducting wrong. And if you corrected it, it will apologize and say that, yeah, the flat earther was right and I got it wrong and I'm sorry about that. You can't show me a single observation of ducting a visible light that doesn't have miraging effects involved. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Right? You're going to get controlled in this conversation from now on. If you want to stay here, you can have a normal good faith conversation. If you want to keep trolling and just acting like a clown, you're just going to get kicked out of here. It's just the way it's going to go.
Gravity. Explain gravity.
Gravity.
Things go
okay,
down.
define gravity. Define gravity. Define it. Can you even
Gravity
define it?
is
What's
pulled towards the center of an object, right?
how is gravity pulled?
It pulls
What's pulling
mass
it?
equally toward the center of an object, right? A sphere. I'm literally
Yeah.
just Googling
Zulu,
this
listen.
shit.
Zulu,
It's
question.
so
Zulu.
basic. It's
Zulu,
like
stop
school
spurging
level
out.
stuff.
I've got a question. What is the causational mechanism of gravity for it to be
I don't
pulling
know.
to the
I don't
center?
know what that is.
Look
I
it up.
told you, I'm
What's
not
the
a debater.
causational
I'm
mechanism?
just looking this stuff
I
up.
didn't say you were a debater.
I already
At no
knew
stage
it.
did I say that you're a debater. I asked you what the causational mechanism was.
Why are no other planets flat? Have you ever thought about that?
God,
Like,
That's got nothing to do with the
things,
causational
it's like-
mechanism of you pulling things.
Like flat how? Just like a pancake with mountains on it. It's
This is the best cog
craziness.
diss ever, man.
Like, okay, like what do you? Is there like ice mountains around? Right, stop all the water falling.
What
off, yeah?
ice mountains? What are you talking about?
I don't know that crazy model. Do you guys believe in that? Probably.
No.
Like
All I'm
okay,
saying,
so
listen carefully, Zulu. I want you
what's
to
underneath
listen because
us?
you have
Just like a
Zulu.
flat
I don't give a
disc?
fuck what's underneath me. Zulu, just listen carefully. All I'm claiming is that the Earth is planar with topography. I don't know what its extremities are. It could be a big triangle, could be a freaking great big square, could be a rectangle, could be a circle. I do not know. But the middle bit where we live is planar with topography, also known as flat. Okay?
Okay, can I ask a genuine question without trolling for a second? A genuine question.
Good luck.
You said about these astronauts, you said they're actors, right? Fair enough. Okay, fine. You can believe they're actors. Sure. Okay. You don't believe the evidence that
Well,
they
you believe
provide.
they've gone into
Fine.
space.
No
You
issues.
don't know it.
Sure, no issues. What you believe, okay? You believe they're actors. You don't believe the photography or any images they provide. Fine. Then
Why
what
should
do
I?
they have to do to show you evidence? I feel like even if someone
Excellent.
shows
I'll tell you what they've got to do. You want to know what they've got to do? Measured drop over distance. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable.
Explain that to me.
Oh, no, I don't explain things on Discord. Like you not clicking
Right.
links. Yeah, in the
That's
side
different,
chat,
though.
there's a whole
Links
heap of
on
laser
Discord
tests.
is,
Hey,
you know,
Zulu,
links
just
are
shut up.
different.
You're talking shit. Silence. Look in the
I'm
side
talking
chat.
shit.
Yeah, how
I
about
don't
we
know,
just
bro. I
read?
don't know.
Yep.
Flat Earth. I don't know, man.
Silence. Your jaw is broken. Look in the side chat. If you don't like clicking on the links, retype them yourself. I don't care. There's a whole pile of laser tests there showing zero measured curvature. The way it's done is simple, my friend. I'm hoping your understanding of basic geometry is up to scratch. They use the laser, creating a tangent to a curve. They are assuming we live on a ball-tard, just like you. They now put the laser up horizontal, just like posted in the side chat. This is what they expect to find. Deviation, a change in, over distance. At 10 miles, that should be a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, 266 feet drop. 30 miles, 600-foot drop. 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. If you're not happy with what I've just told you, I'll put the drop over distance chart on there so you can read it for yourself. Or if you're not happy, you can go and create your own spreadsheet and work it out yourself. Or better still, if you've got a better methodology to work out the drop rate over distance, we're quite happy to accept it and rechange all our data to suit you. That's how it's done. That's the issue.
Empire. Hello.
Yes.
Why do we can't see any end point of the earth?
Why can't you don't see any end point of the Earth? Because you can't see that far. If we have a perfect day, the best you're going to see is about 300 miles. I think it's about 270 miles. Assuming you've got the best of best equipment and it's a perfectly clean day. No pollution, no dust, no nothing.
We can take a ship and we can go to the end point and fall down
Off you
and
go
die.
then.
Dude, there's no end point to these people. Like, it could be a triangle, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, but you just go around the triangle, and then it's a triangle on the bottom too." You know, like there's no end.
Yeah, we'd be able to measure it.
End point to the Earth. Why is no one?
We'd be able to measure it.
Crazy baloney. You know. And
So
just
where's
for
your
the record,
curvature then?
If you keep muting me, it's weakness.
Oh, is that the best you've got?
'Cause
He
you-
muted me.
'cause-
It's weakness. So let me
because you-
get this straight. You're allowed to sit in
muting
here
me 'cause
and
you're
run.
getting-
Yeah, zip it. You're allowed to sit in here and talk shit constantly, and you were getting muted to control your stupidity. And now you think being muted is weakness. Weakness is you, my friend, not being able to fight through your cognitive dissonance. So another quick question for you, Zulu. The physical properties of water takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface. Allegedly, the ball that you believe you live on is 72% covered in water. How can you have a ball if 72% of it is flat and level?
Oh,
Okay, so how would
Empire.
you explain seismic waves?
Oh, sorry. You had to give me a second. I was laughing so bad. All right.
So, how can you have a sphere if
I got like a
72% of it
side
is
cramp
flat
from
and
laughing
level?
so much.
Yep, this is you dodging the question.
No,
How do you have a
I mean,
sphere?
I don't understand
Yep,
all this
that's great.
stuff, dude.
You don't
I'm just a
understand. We
normal
know.
guy.
How
I'm
about
a
you shut up
normal
and learn?
guy. You're
I'm
not
just a
teaching
real
true
man.
facts, though.
I
You're
swallowed.
not
How much
treating
soy have you
facts.
consumed this morning?
You're not talking facts. You're not a scientist.
Okay.
You're just some dude on Discord. You think
Really?
you know better
Excellent.
than scientists.
So what are you
think
doing on
you
here?
know better. You think
So which
they're trying
side?
to
Zulu.
hide a
Zulu, you're
secret
melting
from you.
down.
What?
Zulu,
Why
stop
is
talking.
the Earth round? Oh, let's hide it.
Zulu, you've got to learn to shut up every now and then. You keep appealing to scientists. Okay, I've got no problem with your appeal to lack of brains. So which field of science deals with shapes? Let's see if he can answer that or he's going to have a breakdown again. Which field of science deals with shapes? Zulu, which field of science deals with shapes?
I'm in crazy baloney land. Like, scientist comes along.
Which
the Earth
field
is
of
round,
science deals with...
it's been
Okay, yeah, you're
proven
out.
all
See you
through-
later. You're not going to answer the question. You're just going to have a spiral.
Right.
Go
So,
back to the other kid.
Empire. If I can't see your brain, does this mean that you don't have brain?
So if you can't see my brain, does that mean I have a brain? Is that what you just asked me?
What? Yes, that's I asked you.
What has that got to do with the shape of the ground or lack thereof?
No, you you say that space pictures are not that reliable for you.
I didn't say that. I asked the guy, Zulu, to verify, validate, or prove that the photographs that they claim are taken from space, I want him to verify, validate, or prove that they are taken from the location that they are claimed to be taken from. That's all I want him to do. Verify, validate, or prove that the photographs are taken from where they were claimed to be taken from. That's it. I never mentioned
there are
anything
some
about them being
astronauts-
fake.
but
I never
there are
mentioned
some
anything
astronauts
about
who are
opposites.
going to
I don't care
satellites
about the astronauts.
and they are
I
living
just want
there.
you guys to validate the claim of the locale that they're taken from. Can you do it?
By this argument, we can say that if I can't see your brain, that it means that you don't have brain. Both are same things.
No, it's not the same thing. Because I could go and measure the
it's the
Earth.
same
Measuring
thing.
your brain is a bit different.
You can't see your own brain, so how do you know you have a brain?
But he can tap the jar.
Bro, I believe in science. Science says that I have a brain.
Excellent. I'm going to ask you now, Bold. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Field of science, I don't know that.
You don't know which field of science deals with shapes?
I don't know which field of science deals with shapes.
It's because they don't. Shapes are dealt with geometry. So you guys appealing to science means absolutely nothing in this conversation. Now do you get why you don't need to be a scientist, Zulu, you muppet?
Okay. I will request for government that it takes you to the astronaut or to above and you make
That's
sure
great.
that
You
see
can totally
that the
non-related,
Earth
dude.
is
You
round.
writing an appeal to the government to tell me to take me to space, that's really useful.
Okay, so can I ask?
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. So how would you explain seismic waves if Earth's
What, the
roughly
Earth
at
shakes,
flat?
they take a reading, seismic waves, voila.
Uh-huh.
That has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I
The
mean,
ground can
so
still
the
shake,
everything would be shape
whether
or
it's
curve.
flat, whether it's curved, it doesn't matter. The ground can still shake. Seismic waves are a reading of the intensity of those shakes.
There are different
Uh,
types of seismic waves. You know that, right?
Something seismic waves. Can you move back from your microphone slightly? You're very bassy and very hard to understand.
Okay. Okay.
then can you explain why there are day in some parts of the earth and why there is night on some part of the earth?
Why it's night some places and daytime other places?
Yeah.
Because the
If you're
sun
telling the
moves.
earth is flat, sun moves, then sun moves. How the sun moves? Sun moves with the
When you say how sun
circumference of
moves,
the earth.
sun as its mechanism it moves, or its path that it moves.
Wait. First, explain me how the sun moves. Sun moves
That's
around
what I'm
the
trying
earth.
to clarify. The sun follows a circuit. From what I've witnessed, it appears to follow two separate circuits. Circuit number one is the daily circuit, which we know as sunrise and sunset, nighttime, daytime. The second circuit is a yearly one. There may be others that are a longer path, I don't know. I'm not that old. But it appears to me that every single day the sun follows its circuit and it returns. Over the year, it moves gradually and then
Wait,
moves
wait,
back
wait,
again
wait,
and returns to where
wait,
it was
wait,
back at the start of the cycle.
wait. I can't screen share. Uh, sun moves around Earth or sun moves around the circumference.
Sun moves, it follows a circuit, a path.
Can you share me some images or any diagram?
Walk outside and have a look up. The sun. You witness the sun moving across the sky, yes?
Yeah,
Excellent. I don't have to take photos for you, my friend. You can look at that one yourself. Free of charge.
but I can see that the sun is uh okay. Okay. Then why does moon changes its say like it is also sphere, but why it seems to like it is sometime half moon, it is no moon, or it's else something else? Why is that so?
Why is that so? Doesn't really worry me,
Yeah.
mate, because it doesn't affect the shape of the ground. For some reason,
Why?
a lot
Why
of
due to
yeah. Why?
the
Why? Hey, bold. Silent for a second. For some reason, every single glober that comes into a flat Earth channel has some fixation on everything except for the ground. Why is it
no
you've talked about the astronauts, you've talked about the sun, and now you want to talk about the moon? These three things have absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground. I'm sorry
nah
if
yeah
that sounds
these
offensive.
things
They have not. Yep, that's great. I'm sorry if that sounds offensive, but it's got nothing to do with the ground. You
it
pointing to
it
what's up in
got
the
to do
sky, the
it got to
celestial,
do
has
moon
nothing
changes
to
its
do with
shape.
the ground.
Moon hey 1 second
The moon can be
moon
shaped
changes
like a pineapple. It doesn't affect the ground.
why how moon changes its shape because the sun rays
That's great.
and
The moon
uh,
changes its shape.
sun-
Congratulations. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
so the earth is sphere and the sunlight
So the Earth is
uh,
sphere, so he's going to do a soft reset. That's excellent. Anyways, I'm going to go to work, which sucks. But
wait
anyways,
check your DM.
don't tell me to wait.
I'm saying
I don't
again.
get paid if I don't go to work. Anyways, you all have yourselves an excellent day or night, depending on which part of the sun's path that you're at. And I shall see you all later this afternoon.
Hey, come to Dulus. Let's get to advice.
So bold. Why do the moon phases make the Earth a ball?
What?
What were she saying that the moon phases make the Earth a ball?
Yeah, it proved that the Earth is spherical. Six.
Yeah, how did the moon phases prove that?
How does the moon?
He's saying, how does the changing moon phases prove that the Earth is a ball? That's what he's asking.
See, the moon lies. First come the sun, then the earth, then the moon. So the rays of the sun, when hits the moon and it reflects to us, we see that it is uh, a half moon or full moon or no moon day. Okay, and when it is changing, it when we see the change in moon, it says that the earth is spherical, because if the earth is flat, and so there wouldn't be any change in the shape of moon.
How do you know that?
Because how do you know that? What do you mean, how do you know that? I can see the moon is changing its shape.
Well, yeah, you assume that a flat Earth could only have one answer. So how do you know the moon couldn't do that on over a flat Earth?
Do what?
Oh, I want him to explain how the moon phases could not work over a flat Earth.
Well, firstly, he thinks that the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth, which is completely incorrect.
Yeah, I know the moon phase is supposed to be.
I have an image. I can share you.
Hold on, the moon phases are supposed to be like the day and night cycle on the Earth. That's what the moon phases are.
Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to be on the globe.
Why there is no permission for me to share my screen or turn on my image or turn on my video?
Do what?
Why there is no permission for me to can anybody give a permission to share my screen?
You can put your link in there. Look, the moon phases on your model on your globe is supposed to be that when the moon is facing the sun, that is the side that's lit up. That's how the moon phases work. It's not the Earth's shadow. I'll tell you what, I'll ask it a different way. Do the moon phases, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions, like 3 or 4. Do the moon phases make the Earth a ball?
No.
Oh, okay. So then what makes the Earth a ball?
Earth evolves in orbit.
The Earth's a ball in orbit? Right. What's the reason that the Earth would be a ball?
Because there is no end point.
Huh?
Because there is no end point.
There's no point in the Earth being a ball?
And
No, he's saying there's no edge to the flat Earth. That's what he's saying.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Well, there could be no edge. There could be an edge, and if there's an edge, there would be probably a container.
Wait. If there is no edge, then how can Earth be flat? And if there is an edge, then why can't the ship and the boats fall from there?
Well, so it would be in water has to be contained, right?
Yeah.
So that means that there would be a container at the edge, right?
Yeah, true.
So that means whatever's at the edge, if you got there, you couldn't go any further. You'd have to turn around and come back because you can't go through the container.
Can we see any places here in reality that we can't go about that? That is a boundary, and we have to turn back.
Yeah, you can't go into
Where?
space, and you can't.
We can.
Once you go to
Astronomical
the
proof.
bottom of the ocean, you can't go through the floor of the ocean.
Yeah, but that's up and down, right? What if we are moving along the surface of the earth?
Yeah. So as far as going and exploring, right? When you travel and you navigate, you use north, south, east, and west, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So north is a central point, usually using like magnetic declination or Polaris, whatever you want to call, right? And then east and west are just circles around north, right? No one's ever traveled in a straight line and ended up back where they started, right? So presuming that you could go in a straight line, one of three things is going to happen. Number one, you're going to end up where you started, and then that'll prove the Earth is a ball. Number two, you will go to an edge, and then you won't be able to go any further because there will be something blocking you from going further, and you'll have to turn around and come back. Or three, you'll go on forever and ever and ever and ever, and you'll never end up where you return. Those are the three options. Has any of those options ever happened? No. No one knows. What? So anyway, if there's no curvature and we measure no curvature, what are we left with? Do you know, Duelist?
What? What's the question?
So if I shoot a tangent parallel to the surface of anything,
Yeah.
and it never deviates from that tangent, that surface never deviates from that tangent, what can we conclude about the surface?
That the surface is flat.
Right. So if we're going to measure for curvature of the Earth, right? What's up, man?
Okay, I have to go. My apologies. We have to go.
Okay. I guess that's the end of that conversation. Anyway, just for to finish off the argument, right? So they show us pictures from outer space of the blue marble, big blue ball, blue planet in outer space. And all that blue stuff around the ball is all water. And land is hard and rigid, and you can form anything with that land. So if I were to measure any curvature on this planet, I would expect to find it over the surface of water, since water would be nice and level and equidistant from the center of the Earth everywhere, all the way around the Earth. So that would be where I would want to shoot my tangent over the surface of and look for deviation from that tangent. Problem is, when we go out and measure for the deviation of that tangent, we find that the laser or the tangent, whatever that tangent may be, is running parallel to the surface of water. Sometimes it deflects upward, but it's almost always running
parallel to the surface of water. Therefore, we can conclude that two parallel lines are coplanar lines, and coplanar lines are flat. Hey DJ, why do they always run before you can see them to the logical conclusion? So I'm not even gonna lie, DJ. I don't even like going to that part of the conversation when they say, "Where's the edge?" so I can fall off. Sometimes I don't even go and talk about a disk floating in space, because then that gives them another idea. They want to like grab onto space and hold on to space. Well, what are all those planets and stars doing up there? And then their focus is completely on the sky, and they're not even looking at the surface of the Earth. So I just let them know, hey, whatever's at the edge, we can't go through because everything seems to be coming back towards, inward towards us. So wherever that edge is, whatever is out there, if we're self-contained, man. That's why I typically will bring up the terrarium conversation, because or the vivarium, because like people, as soon as you give them space, they immediately start having a complete conversation about all that stuff. Now it's like 3 or 4 hours of trying to get them to say, "How do you know that? How do you know that?" But I do like the way that you handle that conversation. I'm not as articulate. But yeah, DJ, like that's the way I try not to give them the space disk, because then they want to start. Well, what are the other planets? Where's the sun? Where's the moon? And it's just a longer conversation. I like to
Right, but
keep them
they
grounded.
they think that you think that we live on a space disk. So if you don't tell them it's not a space disk, right, then you're going to be wondering why they don't take anything you say seriously for the rest of the conversation. Because we can all agree that a space disk is ridiculous, right? And none of us claim a space disk. But if they think that we're claiming a flat space pizza disk planet, right, they're not going to listen to anything we have to say because they'll think we're morons. So, I mean, if we don't clear that up, right, don't be surprised if they don't take anything you say seriously beyond that point. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'll take it in stride, I guess. I'm just gonna play with that conversation piece for a little bit and see, like, let's see. I'm gonna see where it goes. Where, like, hey, we don't talk about space. Let's just talk about Earth. And if they want to bring up space disc, then yeah, I'll be like, yeah, that's ridiculous. Who would think that? So I agree with you on that. Um, I like the way that you bring the conversation. Uh, when you bring up space disc, we don't think we're a pizza disc floating in space, where everything's falling off the edge. Um, but yeah, I try to bring it to where, what do you see, right? Like, not what you see in pictures. What do you see when you go outside? Focus on that. But I understand what you're saying. Like that, I know that's what they think. I just want them to. I want them to bring it up.
Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, that's just the way I handle it, and I find it to be effective to clear that up because they probably won't bring it up. I mean, they will bring it up at some stage, but they genuinely think that that's what all flat earthers claim because that's the pictures that they've seen of flat earth, right? Like a big disk in space that's ridiculous, and that only it would be ridiculous to think of such a thing. And I agree with them on that. And if that's what we thought, then I wouldn't take anything we said seriously either. So I just think, you don't have to go into it or anything like that. But I just like to clear up that misconception because I don't think that they're going to listen to anything that I have to say if they think that I claim that we live on a space disk. Because I find once people understand the arguments correctly, right, they'll take the topic seriously. Once they realize we don't claim insane things, they'll listen and they'll take it seriously. They'll be like, oh shit, I thought you guys made a bunch of crazy claims and thought a bunch of nonsense, but actually I can see that your arguments are sound and logical and based on empirical evidence. I think most people think that we think that the Earth's a space pizza.
No, I agree with you on that because when they say, well, where's the water falling off the edge? Or why isn't the water falling off the edge? One of the first things that I ask them, I say, well, what's pulling it down? Like, because once people hear flat Earth, they think all of physics is wrong. Like, we must be living in the fucking Twilight Zone, and where everything's backwards and whatnot. It's like, no, it's exactly how it presents itself.
You know what lends credence to that? The only thing I saw between when I was a kid looking at like the ancient cosmology flat Earth stuff and like when I actually looked into flat Earth, it was the disk in space picture, and I was like, "That's ridiculous," and they left it at that. So So before I get kicking again on this truck and y'all can't hear me, I just wanted to tell y'all that I love y'all and I appreciate y'all and all the work you're doing here. Y'all kick ass, and I'm glad to be here every day, listening and learning, helping when I can. Hope you're doing your thing, Flat Earth.
What's up, Carly, too?
Hello.
Okay, who thinks they live on a mostly water-covered spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Go ahead. I guess no one has that belief currently on the panel. I used to have that belief, but I don't anymore. Anyway,
I've been kind of quiet for a minute, Dave. I appreciate you.
thanks for responding, man, but that was all static on my end. I don't know. Are you driving? Your satellite's offline.
Yeah, man, I'm driving. It's loud as hell on the interstate, but I appreciate you, bro.
All right, man, back at you. I understood that one loud and clear. We're looking for spinning ball dwellers, and somebody wants to tell us why they think that. It's looking like a panel full of globe deniers. I could be wrong. There's a couple of people I don't know, but one of them's got a flat in their tag, so that's not a good sign for them being a globe believer. How about Dylan? Do you want to talk? Think the Earth is a ball?
I do. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
You do think it's a ball, and you can't talk right now. Okay. I hate to break it to you, if your thought's incorrect, but you can believe whatever you want, I guess. It's been dead air Dave. I don't see anybody else on here. We'll go back to silence or the next person talking. It's y'all's choice.
You're a flat earther, I presume.
If you want to call me that, I know that the Earth is not a spinning ball, so you classify me as whatever you think I am. Flat Earther's fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't
Did you
make
do
any
your?
claims I don't make
Is
any
there?
claims to the entirety of our existence. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Wondered if you had a better word for it.
Better word?
Flat earthers seems
I,
pretty straightforward. Straightforward. That seems to be what the society has converged on.
well, the thing is, there probably is a better word because flat Earth itself, that term has been weaponized on purpose, mainly to make people think we live on this stupid pizza disc floating through space. That's what the flat earthers think. That's not what we think. But anyway, me personally, I don't claim to know exactly what it is. I know what they taught us is completely incorrect, to put it nicely. Every time we check for the curvature of this ball we're supposed to be living on, it turns out it's flat and level. So, not our fault. Why do you still think it's a ball, Dylan? Are you still talking?
Yeah. It's a bunch of things. It's like it's it's a lot of it. Um, the celestial stuff, the physics. It all just seems to be this like coherent system. I would think that by now we would have, people have circumnavigated. I've done celestial navigation myself a little bit. Like it seems to rely on the spherical model of the Earth. Like I work in aerospace. I never, some of the stuff I'm just like adjacent to, so it's not necessarily like proof.
or
Doesn't
anything.
it
But
doesn't it bother you that you're kind of going to sky stuff and kind of vaguely telling me why you think it's a ball, but you didn't answer me with exactly like, man, I got measurements of curvature here, here, here. You know, you don't.
right, I was bringing that up in the chat. We need to get our own measurements. I've just on my first rodeo, so I'm trying to. I'm not gish gallop or say like, oh, this evidence and that evidence without going into it. But when you ask me why I believe it, um,
Well, I was
it's
just pointing out. I'm not
not
taking it. Don't
things.
take it personally. When you ask a Glober why they believe it, they mainly talk about stuff in the sky. They never talk about the ground. You ever notice that? It's weird.
They talk about the ground sometimes. I was
All
talking
they
about
avoid it.
seismic today. I think it was just yesterday. We were talking about earthquakes
So you think
and
seismology does only works on a globe? Is that what you're saying?
the two parts of it seem to really that I'm familiar with are really seem to point to the globe.
So
The
these
fact that we can.
alleged plates that are shifting back and forth are actually like shaped like a curve. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's things that I have issues with in the standard physics, but plate tectonics is not really one of them.
Okay. Well, I'm not claiming to be an expert. I've done enough research to know that nothing in seismology depends on it being a globe. But if you think you got something, feel free to cite it.
Well, what do you feel about exploration? Like, don't you think that we've kind of been to everywhere we can get to on the Earth?
Well, I would characterize it as we've been to everywhere that the people in control want us to think we can get to, or that we can physically get to, one or the other. You know what I mean?
I
We're
think I
basically
missed
in the
one of
middle. Whatever
the
this
people
place
that
is, we're
control. Oh, the
sorry, what
people
was
that
that?
control. I see what you said. Yeah, no, it just took me a second.
The people that control like our boundaries, for whatever reason or how they're doing it. I'm not claiming to know how or who it is or anything. But if we're on a level plane of existence, I don't claim to know how far it goes out. And there could well be other lands and stuff way out that we don't know about. There could be other suns. There could be other entire civilizations. I have no frigging clue. You know what I mean?
I think the stars are other suns, and there probably are other civilizations out there.
Man, who knows? Man, I don't know. I don't know what the stars are. I know they're not floating around over top of a ball, though. I do know that.
How do you know that?
Because every time we go out to check for the curvature, it's a major fail for the globe. It's not there. We don't have water. We don't have water maintaining or displaying convexity on the surface. And they claim that the surface is at least 70% water. So how you gonna have a 70% flat ball? That's impossible. Is it not?
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that. I thought you meant that you were making a claim about what's going on in the with the stars and stuff, but you're just saying it's not a ball Earth.
Only claim I said is whatever the stars are doing, however far away they are, whatever they're doing, whatever patterns they're making in the sky, it's not over top of a ball because we don't measure a ball. That makes sense?
Right. Are you familiar with any measurements that do show curvature?
I would love to see some, man. I've been waiting 10 years. You got some?
I've shown a few, but they
You've shown
they
Earth
tip.
curve measurement.
I
I'm
try to
sure you
focus
have.
on these other type. I've been trying to focus on these other types of arguments like seismology
Well,
stuff, celestial
focus
stuff.
on this one. If you really have it, we would love to see the Earth curve measurement. We've all been waiting a long time. So
DJ
go ahead and
posted
post those.
a link to a laser that he suggests that I get, and I don't know. I never thought about getting a laser up until today, this moment. But that thing does look pretty cool.
Take your light, do whatever you want, go out and find that Earth curve and post it. If you don't have anything you can post right now, is that what you're telling me?
Um,
Say over a 10-mile stretch of water, you somehow show the clear 66-foot drop in elevation from A to B. Should be easy to do, right? Anywhere on the globe, we should be able to measure a little 60-foot drop in the water, but nobody
have
can
you
show
have
it.
you ever seen any such measurements? Because I've
No,
shown
zero.
but there's usually, I've brought it up. I don't want to like go over the same stuff again.
What I've seen and what you're probably talking about is some long distance observation of a mountain or something else that looks like it's lower in elevation, and you talk about refraction and all this crap, and you say, okay, there's the curvature. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about taking a laser or whatever over a 10-mile stretch and showing from point A to point B. Why is that so hard to do?
Why do you need a laser though? Like, wouldn't you agree that that's pretty much the same thing as making an observation with like a telescope or something? It's just
Well,
an
maybe,
optical.
but not the optical observations I've seen that people try to claim it. I mean, there is such thing as things get smaller in the distance perspective, you know? So it's going to
But
look
when they
like things are
when
dropping
they,
down anyway. But to actually measure something, that's a totally different animal. You agree? Just looking at something don't really prove anything until you measure it, right?
I kind of feel like the laser tests are a lot more similar to the optical observations than you're giving them credit for. They're pretty similar. It's not that you're measuring it. Sometimes people are conflating these issues um like
So
there's
what are you trying to
calculation.
say? That you're trying to say the laser is following the Earth curve? Is that what you're trying to claim? That's ridiculous.
That wasn't specifically my point at that point, but yeah, that's how I justify the laser test that flat earthers usually bring up because
Well,
I'm
you're just
convinced.
rational. You just want to hang on to this paradigm and this worldview, and you rationalize it however you want to. That's up to you, man. I'm not here to
Yeah,
convince anybody of anything. But if you
I
actually
got
have
it's
a
small, man.
measurement of a 10-mile stretch of a body of water showing a 66-foot drop, I would love to see that. It shouldn't be that hard to do if it really is a ball. But nobody can do it, it seems. I don't know. Thanks for at least having a civil discussion. Oh, he leave. Anyway, thanks for the civil discussion. Once again, a globe believer that has no empirical proof of it. But anyway.
Wanna be my girlfriend? Anybody? Any girl?
Okay, Mr. Engineer. Do you know the basic Earth curvature math? Right, can you tell me how much curvature there should be over, let's say, a 20-mile body of water? Should be easy, right? And the distance to the horizon. Yeah, so Darkblade, if you want to act like you're so smart, right? And and then be too scared to open your mic, it's not really a great look for you. Or you're not engaging with English, yet you have yourself marked down as fluent in English. So you're not fluent in English, I'm guessing. Right, so yeah, so we're going to test the mathematics of the globe side. Right, but I don't think that you even know the basic math. But you should be able to work it out on the spot, right? If you're such a, it's such a talented mathematical genius like you're making out. Right, if we use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, okay, and the observer's height in feet is 5 foot, how far away would the horizon be? Write your answer in the side chat if you're too scared to open your microphone. It should only take you a second, right? I even told you the formula. Wow, so you just blatantly ignore the question and start waffling on about something that's not related to the surface of the Earth. Yeah, you're not intellectually honest, Darkblade. Look, buddy, if you're claiming mass attracting mass on a globe, that would mean that the water should be curving at a specific rate. We can very easily calculate that rate. And if the water isn't curving at that rate on the surface of the Earth, then the Earth's not a globe, is it? Right? So we can use your own gravity claim against you and show you real world observations that show that there is zero curvature over a 10-mile body of water, a 20-mile body of water, etc. Okay? These tests have been repeated over and over and over again. Why don't you talk a big game, but you're too scared to open your microphone, right? And you blame it on your English, even though you've put yourself down as fluent in English. Maybe you should change that to something else. So, Darkblade, are you fluent in English or not? Yeah, nobody knows how thick the Earth is. The deepest hole ever dug was 7.6 miles. And no one's been able to dig deeper than that. And we don't think that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space either. This is why I'm trying to go over the basic Earth curvature measurements with you. Right? We can go over the mathematics and we can test your gravity right now. Okay, if the Earth is a globe, okay, and gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass, that means that over a 10-mile distance, you should have around 66 feet of curvature, which is around 21 meters, which is around a 7-story building. Okay, if the Earth is not a globe, right, then we're not going to have any curvature over that distance. So when we check it, we don't have any curvature at all over a 10-mile body of water. That is not possible if the Earth is a globe. Wow, and it seems like you just run away from me, haven't you, Darkblade? Just ignoring me, right? You want to talk a big game in the side chat, but then you're too much of a coward to open your microphone up, Mr. Fluent in English.
That's all it is, DJ. He's just a coward.
Yeah, he seems to be a coward and maybe a liar, right, about his English skills.
Or a liar about his job set skills.
Yeah, whatever he claims to do for work, that's fine. He should be able to, have an intellectually honest conversation about the topic of the channel, which is the Earth, right? We're talking specifically about the Earth.
And the measurement thereof.
Yep.
Isn't there a word for that?
For the measurement thereof.
No, the measurement of Earth. Isn't there a word for that?
I don't know. Is there?
Geometry. Geometry means the measurement of Earth.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going to say circumference.
Dude, Moshe Kane, we thought we had a globe hero, but apparently he's too
That would be
scared to open his
geometry, wouldn't it?
microphone.
Sorry.
Timbo got it right. Yeah.
What happened to the globe?
He's just talking up a big game in the side chat, but won't open his microphone.
I'm gonna go read that. See what he's...
Darkblade. It's a blade that's dark in color. From Tunisia.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You can literally just replace W equals mg. You can replace that g with a, and nobody would ever notice the difference. That letter G, all it is a bunch of Google gobble, and there's no measurement of the R to prove the G. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Darkblade has measurements for R.
No, he doesn't.
Hey, yo.
Yo.
No one is talking.
We're talking about why the Earth isn't a ball.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man. Like, think about this, right? How come when we go out and test for the curvature of the Earth, we can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
Like, it's too long for you to tell the difference.
But
Like,
we
it's
can
too
calculate
large.
it. But we can calculate it based off the globe mathematics, right? We can,
Like how?
well, okay, so let's say we have a 10-mile lake, 10-mile body of water. We can calculate based off the radius value that
Okay.
there should be a certain amount of curvature over that distance. And then we
Mm-hmm.
can calculate exactly how much something should be hidden behind that curvature. And then we can test to see if the object is actually hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, like it would have to be if the Earth was a globe.
How long would be the diameter of Earth, do you think?
Well, the claimed diameter is around 8,000 miles, I believe. So we can calculate how much curvature there should be over 10 miles based off of that diameter or radius value.
Okay, do you think you can tell the difference? Can you see anything from 10 miles afar, an object?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason because Earth is too large for you to see those objects from that distance.
No, we
I
can see
think if you're
objects.
in like,
We can see
oh,
objects that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, according to the
no,
globe
not
Earth
in the
map.
10 miles though.
Yeah, how much curvature is there over 10 miles?
I've never calculated the real or
Okay, well, do
accurate
you want to
number.
ask? Okay, well, I have, right? I have learned the formula, and I can tell you that it should be around 21 meters curvature over 10 miles, right? 21 meters, that is
Okay,
66
so
feet.
how
10.
visible or not visible should an object be in 10 miles?
Okay, so basically, okay, right, let's say there was a 3-story building on the other side of a 10-mile lake, and I was just standing there, right? And the
Okay,
building was on the other side of the lake, like a 3-story building, pretty big building. I
okay.
shouldn't be able to I shouldn't be able to see the building. The building should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's like 10 miles, bro.
Yeah, well, we can do the calculations and base it off the globe mathematics.
Like if it's too
So
long,
just
you
Google
have
it.
to
Just
see it.
Google. No. You shouldn't be able to see it. if the Earth is a globe.
So what are you saying? I mean, theorizing.
I'm saying that that curvature must be there if the Earth is a globe. But in reality, there's no curvature there. Every single time
So
we
you're
go and
saying
test for
that
the curvature, it's not there.
Earth is
Yeah,
not.
it's not a globe.
You're saying it's flat.
That's all we're detecting when we're going out and testing the Earth. We're only
But
detecting flatness,
scientifically
right?
proven that it's not exactly circle, but more like an oval.
Well, it's pretty close to a perfect circle, isn't it? Right? They tell us that it's only slightly wider at the equator. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like 0.3%, less than 0.5% of being a perfect sphere. You
So
know,
how are you going to disprove like scientifically proven fact?
it's not a proven fact. You just believe it's a proven fact, but you probably have never researched it and looked for the proof.
I mean, there's an evidence.
What's the evidence that you're talking about? Pictures from space? Something like that?
That's the first evidence.
Right, but pictures can be falsified, right? I mean, pictures can be manipulated, can't they? Pictures can be created. Pictures can be faked very easily.
Sure, but so if that's the case, then you should be like seeing things from like over 50 miles then, if that's what you're saying.
What's
If that's
that? Say that
true.
again. What did you say about 50
50
miles?
miles. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it depends on the visibility in the location, right? Most places you can't see 50 miles because the atmosphere is actually very thick when you're
No,
looking
no.
through the
Based on what
densest
you're
part of the
saying,
we can see, right, on a clear day, right? If we go up a little bit above the thickest part of the atmosphere, we can see hundreds and hundreds of miles. We can see things that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. We can see mountains that should be half a mile below the curvature of the Earth.
no. To be precisely, you can see things from 100 miles, even though you got like a bit higher from where you
Yeah.
stand.
You want me to show you?
I mean, 100 miles is really long.
255 miles. I can show you a 255-mile observation if you want to see it.
So, do you have any evidence? Okay, show me.
Okay. Just give me a second. I'll just grab it.
Sure, I'll wait.
All right, just a second. All right, keep your eye on the side chat. In a moment, I'll be posting. All right, so here. Okay, so here we have a mountain in Alaska. Right, this is a very tall mountain. The mountain's about 20,000 feet above sea level. Okay, we're seeing this mountain 20,000 feet, yeah.
Okay. How
All right,
long
so
was the picture taken from the mountain?
okay, 229 miles.
229?
Yeah, 229. That's 370 kilometers. And
I
I'll post the
mean, mountain.
coordinates.
Okay.
All right, so here's the coordinates if you want to check them. Now, if we look at the mathematics on a globe, the top of the mountain should be 10,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. 10,000 feet hidden below the curvature of the Earth. But we can see most of the mountain. right? We can't see all of the mountain because there's land blocking the bottom of the mountain. But
But
the
how would
top,
I know this picture is like real?
well, firstly,
Like
my
I just
friend,
said,
my
the
friend
globe
took the
could be like
picture. Okay,
fabricated.
so you can look up the coordinates, right? You could even
Okay.
go on Google Earth and you can look
Okay.
up exactly where the guy's standing and exactly where the mountain is, and then you can check the distance.
Okay, let me check it.
The observer height is 12 feet above sea level.
Is that a lake in the foreground in front of the mountain, or does it just look like that?
Yeah, that's a waterway. Yeah.
Hi.
Howdy.
What's your name?
What's that? What did you say? Your microphone's a bit low.
My microphone and what's do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your microphone's not working very well.
Give me a minute, please. I will discover what's the problem. Okay.
I can't understand anything that person's saying.
No, I can't hear you. Now you can hear me?
Yeah.
What was the mountain?
It's Mount Denali.
Ali?
I can't hear you.
Denali.
Give
I'll
me a
put it.
minute.
Denali.
I'll
Okay,
put.
sure.
I'll put it in. I'll put it
Your
in the
voice
side chat.
is very loud and I can't hear anything. So I will try doing something.
Oh wow, Dark Blade with the high level argument. Why do ships disappear hull first over the horizon instead of just getting smaller? Well, in fact, Dark Blade, that doesn't happen most of the time. Most of the time, we can see ships that should be far hidden behind the horizon. We can see ships that are 20, 30 miles out into the ocean that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? We can calculate at what distance a ship should start to disappear hull first, and then we can test for that. And that's absolutely not what happens. And yeah, ships can disappear hull first occasionally if you have ocean swells and you're at a low altitude, for example, or because of atmospheric refraction effects, such as subrefraction, right? Also known as sinking refraction or upward refraction. It's literally the definition of sinking refraction is something that would normally be visible, right? But it appears to be hidden from the bottom, right? Because the light is bending upward slightly, right?
Okay, that's too long, man.
Oh,
That's
I just
way full.
posted. Yeah, it's 229 miles away, and it should be hidden by 10,000 feet behind the curvature of the Earth. This is what I'm
I
talking
mean,
about. And you know what the beautiful thing is about these observations is anybody can go and test this for themselves. Actually, our friend that took this observation is going back there again very soon to take more of these observations. But we have
you
a
can
lot of
see
these.
the full mountain.
Yeah, you can almost see the full mountain, right? There's probably a bit of the bottom missing because there's there's a landscape on the other side of the body of water. There's trees like a forest, and it's blocking the bottom of the mountain. But the top of the mountain and all of the rest of the mountain should be hidden behind the curve.
That's interesting. But how did you come up to this idea?
Well, testing, right? Lots and lots of testing in the real world, actually going out and testing for the curvature of the Earth using lasers, right? High powered laser beams, using infrared cameras, using super zoom cameras, and testing for the
Okay, what's
curvature.
your major? Are you like geologist or
No, I am a business owner, right? I run
really?
online businesses, and I study these topics as a hobby. And I've
Okay,
been studying the topics surrounding this argument for quite a long time. So, I'm self taught when it comes to certain things. I don't have a
interesting.
degree in physics or anything like that, but I'm happy to debate with a physicist, for example, on this particular topic.
It would be like really good, like for my physics teacher to be debating with you. I would
Yeah, it
like
would
to
be
see that.
fun. It would be fun
Yeah, way fun.
because we
But
can,
to be honest,
because it's not just debating, right? It's showing people evidence. It's not really a debate. This is just me
yeah,
presenting real world observations that don't make any sense on a globe.
yeah, there could be like a new discovery. Like it contradicts everything that has been told us till now.
Yeah, well, I mean, for most of history, the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat, and it's only been a small
But it was
fragment of
assumption
history. Well,
that
was it really just an assumption? Because these ancient cultures, they built the most amazing megalithic structures known to man, structures that we can't recreate with our modern
yeah,
technology.
true. But I
Yeah,
don't know, man. I have no idea. I've
yeah, I
never
don't know.
even thought of this.
It's only been a small fraction of history that people thought the Earth was a globe. And if you have a look, at how the globe became started, um, it wasn't because people went out and measured Earth curvature. It was through philosophical reasoning, basically.
So there must be a reason that they're telling us that Earth is a like circle.
Yeah, it's because, well, I mean, you'd have to look into the history of the globe. But to make a long story short, this is my opinion, right? They took a conceptual coordinate system based
Mm,
off the sky, right, which is called the celestial sphere, and they
mhm.
reverse engineered that celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere. Okay, the celestial sphere it's a
Okay.
conceptual imaginary coordinate system, right? It's a way for us to map the way that the sky appears, and
Okay,
then they
then
they took. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question too. If you think Earth is like flat, but how would we explain the blue or the sky behind this mount? I mean, the sky behind the mountain.
The sky behind the mountain.
Yeah, from the
What do you
picture you
mean?
showed me.
Well,
Like
it's
there is a
above the. It's
blue,
above.
blue thing.
Right.
It's
Well,
obvious it's the sky.
yeah. So the blue is just because of the blue like the blue spectrum, the blue wavelengths. Um, they're
It's the
the
sky.
short right, but they're the shortest wavelengths, right? So you're just seeing the color blue because the blue wavelengths are scattering everywhere in the atmosphere, so that's why it looks blue.
Mm, She
That's
does.
the same reason that on the globe it's the same thing. It's just
I
the
know skies. I mean, and
it's not actually
could that
blue.
even explain it? I don't know.
Well, yeah,
I
it
don't know.
does. It does. I think it's a decent explanation. I mean,
I mean,
you
the
know,
things you said earlier was like a good, and I could like really ask myself and contradict things, but it really looks like a sky to me.
It is the sky. You think you're not going to have a sky on a flat Earth?
So that's the first reason why Earth is a circle.
Why? Because the sky exists.
Because
Obviously,
we
we're
are
going.
seeing the sky.
Right. We see the sky above the ground. That's exactly
Yeah.
what we would expect to see on a flat Earth, right?
Not
The sky
above.
being.
We can see it at the horizon. I mean, a little bit
Yeah,
upper than the
everything above the surface of the Earth is considered sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why would that not be there on a
But
flat
there's
Earth?
supposed to be an end to it, right? If it's flat.
Well, you're probably thinking of a flat planet, right? Like a flat disc-shaped planet. And we don't
Yeah, isn't
claim
that what
that.
you're saying?
No. We don't claim that the Earth is a flat disc-shaped planet,
So what's your saying?
right? That's right. Let me show you what we don't claim, right? Have a look in the side chat.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what you see when you think about flat Earth or you Google flat Earth, right? You see
Yeah,
these flat planets, right? No
Yeah.
flat earther claims that this is what the flat Earth is. We don't think that the flat Earth is a flat planet floating around in a space vacuum. Okay, that would
Then
be silly. That would be silly.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and that's not what any flat earthers are claiming, right? This is a different way of looking at the system that we live in. And what you guys try to do, which I understand why you do it, is you try to incorporate the flat Earth inside the globe model of outer space. Okay, and you try to put a flat planet inside the globe version of outer space, right? Inside the space vacuum. That's the wrong way to be approaching this topic, right? This is a completely different worldview,
Mhm.
completely different system. Okay, so
Yeah,
you could
different.
consider right, so I think the Earth, it doesn't move, right? It's stationary. And I like to think of the Earth kind of like the ground or the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, right?
But
Maybe
the
like
Earth moves like every day, every second.
No, the Earth doesn't move. Okay, you don't ever feel the Earth moving, or you don't have any
Yeah,
evidence that the Earth is moving.
because it
We just
moves
get
like
told it
very
moves.
slowly that you don't notice the movement.
Right, that's the claim. Right, that's what you got taught. That's what I got taught. But there isn't actually any evidence that the Earth is moving. What we
So how
see
would you
in
explain the sun like
the
rotating all
sun,
over it?
yeah,
The
the
sun
sun is
moves?
moving. Yeah, we see the sun moving. We have no evidence that the Earth's moving. We have direct
What about the
evidence that
other
the sun is
planets?
moving. They're also moving, and the Earth isn't a planet. So when you say other planets, right, you should just say
What?
planets. Yeah, the Earth is not a planet.
It's a whole another new theory.
Well, it's actually not a new theory. The new theory is the globe theory, right? This is what most of humanity thought throughout all of history, that the Earth is in a flat, stationary, contained system. I can probably find
So
a depiction. I'll show you what the ancient cultures depicted the Earth to
okay,
be.
the picture would be much more clear.
Yeah, I have it here somewhere.
Why aren't these guys like having a chat with us too?
And some people are just listening.
Like they're chatting too, but not in a
Well,
voice chat.
everyone can't talk at the same time. Usually we have pretty controlled conversations here, you know.
Okay.
If everybody, but yeah, anyone else is welcome to join into the conversation. But most people, you know, they're listening. Some people are doing work,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing. So
Sure.
Oh, yeah, we
So
got somebody in the side chat saying that flat surfaces can't shake now, but an earthquake is exclusive to a curving surface. I mean, I wouldn't want to bring that up in DC. It's pretty bad.
Man, why can I never find these images when I need them? Anyway, all right, I do have them here somewhere. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Okay. All right, this isn't the one that I was looking for, but okay, so all right, here's a few images. Okay, so this first one, right, this
Okay. Yeah.
is not what we think, right? So that's what the globe earthers think, right? They think, oh, what about all the other round planets? And then the flat earthers claim a flat planet. Okay, we don't claim that. No. All of the ancient cultures, and here's the depictions that they had of the earth system that we live in. Now, these are not models, these are depictions. Right? So have a look at this. This is what the ancient cultures all thought that the earth system was like, right? A stationary and flat plane within a contained system. Within a contained system. Okay, we got the Greek, the Navajo Indians, the Babylonians, the Mesa, the Japanese, the Persians, the Vikings, the Indians, the Mayans, the Egyptians, Chinese, Incans, Hebrews, Australians, Slavic, Celtic, etc. Right? All of these
Everyone
ancient
has their
cultures,
idea.
they all had their own idea, but they all had the same general premise that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
Mhm.
Yeah. Right. And then all of a sudden they they came up with this heliocentric model, and it's completely different than what all of the ancient cultures depicted. So I would
Yeah.
say the Earth system that we live in, when we test it in the real world, it fits more of the ancient cultures' depictions in a way, right? Rather than the heliocentric model.
Yeah, if you say that accurately, but I mean, I feel like I've been lied my whole life. Like
Well,
this is
if
true.
somebody's teaching you something that isn't correct, but they genuinely believe that they're teaching you the correct information, that doesn't mean that they're lying to you. You know, it's not like your teacher was lying to you. Your teacher knew that the earth was flat, but they decided that they were going to lie to you and teach you that it's a globe. That didn't happen, right? Your teacher's job is to just memorize the
Hmm.
textbooks and then to tell you the information from the textbooks. And then it's your
Yeah.
job to memorize the information that the teacher tells you from the textbooks and then put that down on your exams, and then you get a good grade. And then you can get into college, and then you can do the same thing. You can memorize more textbooks, and then you can repeat the answers that you memorized, and then you can get a degree, and then you can get a job in a specific field. And
Yeah.
that's
But
that doesn't mean that you're lying, right? Just because you're, let's say you got a job in astronomy or something like that, right? And you're just studying the textbooks, and then you go and start teaching somebody else about the globe Earth and the heliocentric model. That doesn't mean that you're lying. That just means that you're teaching what you were taught.
but why would they say that Earth is like circle? Like if this is the true case.
Well, it's a reverse engineered coordinate system based off the celestial sphere. And the celestial sphere is literally imaginary. So the globe is also imaginary because it's based off the celestial sphere. And it doesn't match reality when we test it.
Like on the brink of like being convinced. So
Well, I'm not trying to convince you, right? And you shouldn't be convinced from having one quick conversation.
I
But
mean,
it's, look into it. It's an interesting topic. It seems crazy
yeah,
at first, but the more you look into it, the more sense it makes.
yeah, I never thought of it like I believed that Earth was circle, and like there was lots of reasons that our teacher explained for us. I mean, this is my first time like even thinking Earth being almost flat.
Yeah, you know, you experience the Earth as flat. You know, we've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We just get told that we're so small and the Earth is so big. So we just
Mm.
experience it as flat. But when we actually go out and test it, it also measures flat. Darkblade, you're hot miking. You got noise coming from your microphone. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have an idea about this? Would like to like speak it out? I'm done.
If you want to learn a little bit more about the history of the globe Earth and some more of the observations, I made a video. I put the video in the side chat if you want to check it out sometime.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
And I just wanted to kind of reiterate what DJ said. So it's not that you were being lied to, right? Your teachers, they gave you explanations, but they never gave you any evidence, right? Like maybe when you were a child, you played with magnets, and then the next week they taught you about gravity. Or then they showed you the globe and they pointed to a spot on the globe and they said, this is where you live, around about. And then you probably thought, but the earth doesn't look like it's curving. And the teacher said, that's because it's really, really big. And so it looks flat, but it's curving. But they never told you how big it was, right? And
Yeah,
then once
that's
you
the
know
exact
how big it is, once you actually have numbers, that's when you can go out and test for it. What were you going to say?
I mean, that's what our teacher told us.
Yeah, no, my teacher the same way. Before I learned the Earth was a globe, I had already flown in an airplane a couple of times. And so I seen the Earth up in an airplane and I never saw curvature. And the teacher told me it was curving. I said, but it looks flat because I flew in a plane. And the teacher said, that's because it's really big and you're really small. And so all of my adult life, I would fly in planes and I would still think looking outside of the window, wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat. And I would say that all the time. Like I would just be in awe at how big the Earth is. And then for me, some days, one of my friends told me that the Earth was flat, and I thought that was the stupidest thing ever. And then he showed me like what the numbers were supposed to be. And I was like, that's not right because I've seen things way further than what they're telling me I should be seeing them. Right? Like when they tell me that when I'm standing at the beach and I'm, 5 feet tall, 6 feet tall, I should see the horizon 3 miles away, and then everything after that should eventually start to go behind the curve. But when I was a kid growing up, I used to see boats docking on an island 20 miles away all the time. Like that was a regular thing. I mean, I thought, well, maybe I was wrong about how far away everything was. I looked it up again, and I'm like, wow, like what was wrong with me? Like my whole life, I knew the Earth was flat, and I let somebody else tell me that my senses were wrong, and then I let somebody else have control over my own senses. Right? There's nothing wrong with your senses.
Yeah, but I have one
You
question too. What if you like go on a plane, like circles, starting from one center of the point and go circle and return to the point where you started? Wouldn't that explain
well,
the
I can
point?
drive around in a circle, but
I
if you're
mean,
talking about going
that's
in a straight
perfect.
line, if you're talking about going in a straight line and then ending up where you started, no
Yeah,
one's ever done that.
I mean, has
No one's
no
ever
one
done it.
ever tried that before?
No, because like when you go east and west, you're just going in a circle around north. So people go east and west all the time, but when you go north to south to north, no one's ever done that. And no one's ever just gone in a straight line and ended up back where they started. No one. This is 2026. You think somebody would have by now? There's long
I
distance
thought
flights.
someone would do that because that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, man, that you would think there would be. You would think that we would just have a 24/7, 365-day a year camera sitting directly at the South Pole for no reason other than to say, hey, look, Earth's globe. But they can't do
Hmm.
that. That doesn't mean that there's no 24-hour sun down there. We've seen that from people who have gone down there to visit. I'm just saying there's certain things that I would expect to see. Like during the Super Bowl or the World Series, I would expect a camera from the moon to be shining down on the earth and watching everybody at halftime from the moon. I would expect these things from if the earth was a globe.
Yeah, man. I have no words.
See, personally, I don't oppose that Earth is flat or Earth is a globe. The problem is about relativity, how you see it. What I mean by that is when you look at planets that are far away from Earth, they don't appear to you as globes, they appear as flat. Why? Because Earth is moving real fast. The other planets are moving real fast too. When you film them via satellite or anything, they will appear flat. But then you have to process light because when you move so fast through light, everything will appear flat. So it's a question of complexity, like what the level are you looking at? Are you looking at objectively, like are you living there? Do you wanna know how large it is based on your own speed, or how flat it is based on your own speed? It's relative. That's one thing people don't understand. Second thing, when we talk about phenomena like earthquakes, earthquakes cannot be explained by flat Earth. There is nothing that explains earthquakes using flat Earth Scientology. That's a big limitation. I still can't find any scientific evidence about why earthquakes happens when you say Earth is flat.
What? Excuse me. What is it about earthquakes that has got you so concerned about if the Earth is a globe or flat? Like, what is it about an earthquake that you just can't conceive of other than a fear?
Earthquakes don't simply happen because of heat. If so, first it's about kinetic energy. You need energy that moves everything in order for these tectonic plates to move and cause these earthquakes that we feel on the surface of the planet. Heat alone doesn't truly generate that. But
Well,
when you speak
no,
about lava,
hold on, because it's the pressure buildup from the formation of the layers. That's what's the pressure between the layers. It builds up, pressure builds up. That creates heat just from the formation of the layers, and then they slip. The pressure keeps building, they keep building, and it slips across. There's nothing. What I don't understand. What you don't understand.
Yeah,
yes,
no, the
but
farthest that we know what is down is 7.6 miles, which is about 12 kilometers. So how do we know it's further than that?
when we say something gets hot to build kinetic energy, which becomes thermodynamics general, it just doesn't translate as easily
I,
in
I'll tell you
form.
what, can you demonstrate this in a small scale model?
I can't really demonstrate it right now. It's 1 p.m. in Tunisia.
Well, because you're giving us a mathematical concept, but I need a demonstration.
Well, I am muted in the chat anyway, so I can't even share.
You can send it to me in a direct message.
Why
All
do we
right.
need a hold on though? Why do we need a demonstration of an earthquake? What do you? We know how earthquakes happen.
Right. No,
So
I'm saying I want a demonstration of a sphere with an earthquake.
okay, that's a ridiculous that's a ridiculous thing. Obviously, we're not going to have a demonstration of a sphere earthquake or anything like that. I just don't understand, Darkblade. What is it about earthquakes that make you jump
But
to the surface of the earth, like the shape of the surface of the earth?
so when we talk about thermodynamics, they happen from a reason. Lava is moving inside the Earth crust, and the tectonic plates themselves are moving. When we talk about flat Earth,
How do you
flat
know
it's not
what's
moving.
below 50 miles?
The
I don't think
question
that's a.
That's how thick the crust is, right? 50 miles. That's how thick the crust is. How do you know what's happening that far down?
well, it's not just the it's the problem is in spherical shape. You don't know. That's why in a spherical shape you will have these earthquakes. So many things will happen. But on a flat Earth, it
You're
simply
assuming
doesn't.
a
The
lot,
math
man.
doesn't work. How thick is a flat Earth?
You're assuming a lot. Let's prove the radius value first. If we can prove the radius value, then maybe I might get on board with your plate tectonics on a ball Earth. But we need to prove that radius value first, because if there's no radius, then whatever's happening on Earth is only happening on a flat Earth, gravity included.
Well, that's wrong because do you see the opposite of the other side of the planet? Can you see that? You can't.
Why
No
why
one.
should I? Why should I?
Because it's a sphere. If it's flat, you have a strong
No. Why
probability to
why
see
why
the
should
other
I be
side
able
of
to
the
see
Earth.
forever if it's flat?
You need to understand something that light travels so far.
Yeah,
So
I
even
know
100 miles
light
away,
travels.
you
How
can't
thick
see.
is the air? How thick is the air?
Well, I didn't study that air
Is it
thickness.
thick
I didn't
horizontally?
study
Is the air
what.
thick horizontally?
All I know is air fills the
Can
entire.
you see forever horizontally?
You can't. You can't see forever horizontally. Even if you use best lenses on the planet Earth. Even
How?
if you engineer a strong
So you
lens.
can see through all the air and all the weather and all the fog and all the rain. You can see through all of that.
Obviously, you are going to meet on the other side of the Earth.
Is there an extinction limit when it comes to the thickness of air? Is the air a medium?
Air wouldn't make things really as fast
Oh,
unless
really? So then,
in
why,
a
when I
curve.
look up at the sun, when the sun is at solar noon, why will the sun blind me, but I can stare at the sun on the horizon for a minute? Why is that?
In a horizon, the sun is a reflection of light. The color of the sun is white. It's white. It's not yellow. What we are seeing is a reflection of the sun on
A
planet Earth
oh
in
my
the horizon.
gosh. No. Why can I see the sun at the horizon and look at it and it won't hurt my eyes?
Because it's weak
But
in the morning. That's why.
it's what?
It's weak. It's weaker. Because
It's
there is,
weaker?
yes,
Oh, because of the thickness of the air?
not because the thickness of the Earth, because of the
No, the
reflection,
thickness of the
how
air.
light reflects toward your eyes. But even looking at it directly will blind you. You shouldn't look at it directly. You should always use protection.
Okay, you do that. But when I look at the sun on the horizon, I don't need protection and I can see it just fine.
Well, in my country, if I look at it in the morning, I will get blind. So I don't know what to tell you.
Like this. Can you tell me in this picture that I just posted, why does the sun look like that on the horizon and it doesn't look like it's extremely bright like it does right now?
Well, that's fog. There is fog in that location. It's filtering out the sun slightly.
So there's a thickness to the air, yes? So is it just blue clear skies everywhere on Earth all the time?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is it blue clear skies on Earth everywhere all the time?
You are going to meet clouds either way because Earth isn't flat; it's curving. Let's say
Okay.
let's remove
How
let's
how
not
far
say
away is
Earth
it
is
curving?
let's say Earth is curving
How
because
big is the Earth?
Earth is curving anyways. Let's not say
How
it's
big
a
how
globe.
big is
Let's
the Earth?
not say it's a sphere. Let's say it's curving.
How big is the Earth?
Earth diameter is around 15,000 miles, around that. I forgot.
15,000 miles? You forgot?
I think it's 7 miles, 7,000, not 12 kilometers, based on 12,000 kilometers, based on metric system. I don't know how to use miles
Just tell
exactly.
me kilometers. We can do this in kilometers.
It's around 12,000 kilometers and 100 and something. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, diameter is like 12,600 kilometers, not 100. Not bad for a satellite engineer. So when I'm standing at the beach and I'm 1.8 meters tall, 180 centimeters, right?
Yes.
And I'm looking out at the horizon. How far is the horizon from my eyes? How many kilometers?
Well, we should use Pythagoras for that. We should use
Use what?
Pythagoras to calculate. We are calculating your position on the surface to the sun. We should
No,
use
no, no, not the
Pythagoras to
sun.
calculate that.
How far is the horizon when I look at the sun is at solar noon. All right, leave the sun out of it. If I'm looking horizontally to the horizon, right, and I see a boat off in the distance going behind the curve of the earth, how far away is the horizon from my eyes?
How far away the sun? Obviously, we need to calculate the distance of the sun to the atmosphere, and then your position from the atmosphere to where you are at on the planet.
You know what a horizon is?
Yes,
What is a horizon?
the horizon is SQRT of your vision times 3.52 or 3.53 in order to see the max distance your eye can see. But obviously that changes depending on the camera lens you are using. So the
No, no, no. I'm
horizon,
using my eyes. I'm using my eyes. Forget the camera lens.
yes,
I'm using my eyes.
then it's your eye level in meters to the level SQRT eye level times 3.53, something like that.
Times 3.53. So 180 times 3.53 or 1.8 times 3.53.
Yes, something like that.
1.8 times 3.53 equals. Nope, that won't work. That gives me 6 kilometers.
Yes, it's 6 kilometers, but it doesn't work in that way because light travels
Almost
and the
7
sun is
kilometers.
producing light. Light is
Oh,
traveling
that would
toward
make the
you.
Earth bigger. That would make the Earth bigger. That would give the Earth like a 14,000 kilometer diameter.
No, because when something is producing light, it's easier to see because it travels at light speed. Light speed is very huge. When something doesn't produce light and it doesn't reflect light, would you be able to see it from that distance?
Can you see farther at daytime or at nighttime?
You always see further at daytime.
Wrong.
Why not? You are
Do you know
using
why you're wrong?
filters.
Because there's more noise. There's more noise during the daytime than there is at night. There's more atmospheric noise from the excitement of the gas molecules or particles from the sun heating things up.
Yes, I do agree with some of these points, but you can filter those out
How?
depending on the lenses you use and the technology you use. Light is
Okay,
going
what
to
kind of
travel
lens?
through them anyways. It depends on what you are trying to measure exactly.
What kind of lens would I need to see 50 miles?
I don't know exactly. There are so many lenses that have been produced.
So then how do you know what that lenses are going to help you see further?
It's not just one lens. It's engineering like a microscope that move things around in order to filter light and everything. I
Oh, so a bigger
can't
aperture.
tell you the exact English word, so I don't know it exactly in English.
That's okay.
It's not
I
a
think your
lens.
English is good. I don't think you're fluent. I think you should change them.
I'm not fluent at English. Yes.
Yeah, I think you should change your fluency. Maybe a fluency seeker, but you're not fluent.
Yes, yes.
So so yeah, no. There's ways to see further and mitigate some of the atmospheric conditions. I agree. Like we could use infrared to see further, right?
Yeah, you can use that.
Right. And if we use infrared, then that means the curvature should be closer since we can see further, right? Since there's less things getting in the way, less
Yes,
distortion, less refraction.
yes, I agree.
Right. So how come we can see things further away and the horizon is behind that when we look through infrared? I mean, we've got a 1,200-mile observation from 35,000 feet.
The thing is, the distance you see is truly rare, but